Shema Yisrael That's like some sort of fact finding right there, right?
Right. Like if you really wanted to solve the problem, maybe you'd find these things out.
Yeah, and I think neither one of them wants to humanize the people who are coming across too much.
Yeah, which is too bad, because they are. They're people, you know.
Right. So. And sort of dealing with them, you know, it's like the portrayal as criminals and thugs and all that. It's primarily families and a lot of women and little kids in some cases.
All right. Jim Ryan, thank you so much for checking in with us. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
All right, take care.
Take care. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barker says officials are paying attention to the ongoing odor and health issues around the Chiquita Canyon landfill in the Santa Clarita Valley.
This board, in collaboration with our state partners, will hold the landfill accountable and ensure that they deploy every resource available to solve this problem.
Neighbors have sued to shut the site down, and Chiquita Canyon says it's continuing mitigation efforts. Local officials say the site is not out of compliance and can't be shut down yet. Lots of reports of a really foul stench coming from the canyon and also health issues resulting from that. The last of 3 men charged have pleaded guilty to bombing an abortion clinic in Costa Mesa with a Molotov cocktail.
They have cocktail of hatred.
U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says the group was caught with banned weapons, silencers, neo-Nazi paraphernalia, and writings declaring an unbelievable desire to murder journalists.
Hatred towards LGBTQ individuals, towards women, towards people of different races, and trying to start a race war.
He says on top of the 2022 abortion bombing, the group planned to attack a power grid, anti-defamation facilities, and Pride Night at Dodger Stadium. The last man pleaded guilty yesterday. The first sentencing is set for next month. At federal court in Santa Ana, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Governor Newsom says stories of favoritism in the state's new minimum wage law for fast food workers are absurd. Panera Bread was said to be exempt from the law because a franchisee is a friend of the governor and a longtime donor. But ABC's Andy Field says Panera may not be exempt after all.
California's new law says only restaurants that produce bread for sale on site qualify for an exemption. And since Panera mixes its dough off-site, it's not exempt.
The minimum wage law takes effect in April. And Chick-fil-A is recalling some of its sauces. The chain says its Polynesian dipping cups, yummy, taken home between February 14th and the 27th, may have a different sauce in them that includes vegan soy allergens. Customers being urged to just awesome. When we come back, we're going to be checking in with the House Whisperer and host of Vote on KFI, Steve Sharp, fresh off a trip to the International Builder Show. So you can bet he's going to have the hottest new tools to tell us about and all the happening new toys and trends, too. Southland weather for KFI. Clouds this morning, 40% chance of rain this afternoon, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Rain likely tonight, rain off and on all day tomorrow, with highs in 50s to mid-60s. Still a chance for rain on Sunday morning. It should start to clear by the afternoon. It's 55 in Brea, 57 in Los Alamitos. We've got slowing in Riverside. All on 91.
Right now, it's going to be slow going from before last year, and heavy stretches of the only 15 and 71 and 23, 52 going on the road now. Running one in the lane adjacent to Corolla, but it's definitely delays building for you in the area. We heads up on that. It also looks like it's issues for you in Orange County and the southbound side of the 55 between the 405 and the 73 right around Baker. It is a wreck involving big rig that took out a bunch of the yellow ones, the teeny waders that are there to protect you or an off ramp or something. Anyway, looks like you've got ridiculous history. History of the island where you have wherever you find your favorite podcast.
If you want a better plane, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated ingredients. That's me to end a thing. Don't pay for water. Pay for me. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the detergent. That's been the
centipedes. Way fresher than detergent alone.
My friends at Revive see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever encountered. Sell 360 by Revive. It's a brand new renovation program, and here's how it works. Revive will initially purchase your home at a fair price, just like any other person buying your home. But then, here comes the game changer. Revive goes in, renovates your home, and pays you again when your home sells later for the renovated value, which is going to be higher. That's right. It's like selling your home twice and getting 2 checks. Right now, or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250, Revive.
Hey y'all, it's Dean. I'm going to get with Amy in just a second to talk about some stuff from the International Builders Show. But right now, I'm going to talk to business owners, large and small. Let's talk about emergency power. You know, it's no question of if power is going to go down. You know that. And you know, with the power, so goes your biz. It happens in the best of years, but with all sorts of unexpected weather happening, the one thing you can definitely count on is more outages. Fortunately, for emergency backup, you need to know. Definite power. Since 1965, Southern California business has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. We're talking hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, restaurants, radio stations, and retail. Every form of business, big or small. Whether your business needs a generator or your existing generator needs Duffy's legendary maintenance services, Duffy has got you covered 24/7. So learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all
Looking for a career you love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join the growing team at Progressive Insurance. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Join us for the first Mile giveaway of the season. Be here Saturday, March 30th at 6:10 p.m. versus the Cardinals. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Friday free at Mile, presented by Bank of America. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us, more dishes, more flushes, and more shower-time concerts. After 50 years of Encores, Mr. Rooter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Semper Solaris, your source for all your solar, roofing, and heating and air needs. Go to SemperSolaris.com.
Today, March 1st.
Today is Baby Sleep Day. Good luck with that. It's International Ideas Month and Welsh Corgi Day. Corgi in Welsh translates to dwarf dog. That's just green. Oh, it's the National Day of Unplugging, and you make it all day. Employee Appreciation Day, and it's Minnesota Day, and those Minnesotans can use some power. Happy birthday, Justin Bieber, Kesha, Marie Belafonte, the host Roger Daltrey, and Director Ron Howard. Back your daily calendar from 3 to 5 a.m. Sport.
I'm sorry that you love me. Change all my love, think you're sorry about me. I'm sorry.
It's 5:46 on your wake up call. Good Friday morning to you. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour news. Our Northern California mountains are under a blizzard warning with up to 10 feet of snow expected to fall in and around Lake Tahoe. Caltrans is urging drivers to stay off the roads. It says travel is going to be nearly impossible because of whiteout conditions. Hundreds of officers have lined the sidewalk and applauded as Michael Moore left LAPD headquarters. Moore officially retired yesterday after more than 40 years with the LAPD, the last 6 as chief. Assistant Chief Dominic Choi takes over as interim police chief starting today. The University of California at Riverside has increased the maximum size of its class on Disneyland. Students in the class design theme park rides and attractions. Sounds fun to me. The class has become so popular it's dealing with a real-life Disneyland issue. A long line of students waiting to get in. At 6:05, it's Handle on the News. Know anyone headed to Mexico for spring break? We'll tell you why you might want to rethink that. At 5:50. 5:50, there might actually be something worth seeing at the movie theater this weekend. And we have ABC's Jason Nathanson to tell us all about it. That's coming up in about 15 minutes. Right now, let's say good morning to the host of Home on KFI, our very own house whisperer, Dean Sharp.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Dean. Fresh off your trip to Las Vegas and the International Builders Show. You got lots of goodies to share with us.
Yeah, it was a good show. It really was great. We just touched down yesterday afternoon, so we're back and we're getting back into the flow. And there was a lot confirming some of the things that we've been telling our listeners for a while, but there's always fun new stuff to look at. I was impressed. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the couple of the videos that I sent you, but I was impressed with how many modern appliances, and I mean like high-tech, just hot off the press modern appliances, are being wrapped in vintage packages, vintage skin. This is a trend now. A lot of people interested in retro, like modernism, 1950s stuff. They want a kitchen that kind of has that vibe to it. And up until, in the last few years, technically the way that you handle it is by going and finding, maybe a 70-year-old oven, like a Hot Point or something like that, and paying a lot of money to have it restored, at which point you've got a functioning oven, but it's a 70-year-old oven, as opposed to something lean and mean and high-tech. Well, now you don't have to make that choice anymore, because you can have an oven or a cooktop or a refrigerator that looks like it came right out of the 50s, but is brand spanking new with 21st century technology.
Okay, here's my question on this. Is that going to be a passing trend? Because when you get one of these things, especially like looking at this retro-looking fridge, I mean, that's a big investment, and it should be around for a while. Is it going to lose its luster quickly?
Yeah, I get asked about that all the time, and it's not a trend, and this is not for everybody. This is for people who are committed to, for instance, modernism architecture. This, you've got a postmodern home, you've got a 1950s kind of house, and you're committed to it. There's no way out of it. There's no way avoiding the fact that this is the architecture of your home. And people have been frustrated that they haven't been able to match those up with appliances. So it's not so much a trend where everybody should run out and get an old-looking stove. Because, not many people are in that category. But if you are, and there are a lot of folks who live in those mid-century homes, Palm Springs, for instance, is filled with them. It's like the world capital of them. Then you're looking for stuff that fits with that home better than modern appliances have in the past. So it was exciting.
Okay. And then staying in the kitchen, going from retro to full-on, wow, this is interesting and innovative. Tell us about this kitchen sink that's more than just a sink, a whole lot more.
Yeah, so this was one example, and that's kind of the stuff that we're aiming at everybody. When you're planning your new kitchen, when it comes to your appliances and your fixtures, like a sink, you don't have to just think inside the box of, okay, well, it's a sink, right? Now, there is everything imaginable in the sink. The one that I showed you, it has 3 basins. It's a large sink, 3 basins. The center basin, large enough for big cookie sheets and pans. It's a big single basin sink, but on each side, the basin to the right, that is a top-loading mini dishwasher.
What?
And the basin to the left is a basin where there's a little bit of a recessed container where you can put your veggies that just came from the market. Set those down there, close the lid, and it will actually do the spray washing of all of your produce for you. So you've got a produce wash bay and a top-loading miniature dishwasher for those very, very small loads. Maybe you just created 2 or 3 dishes that need to have a run through. All of this is sitting there as a part of this sink.
And it's cool looking, and you can close the top then too, so you're not looking at that all the time. You see the sink, and then the washer on the right and the left just closes down, right?
Exactly. In fact, when you're washing your vegetables, you want to close the top because there's a bottom sprayer that sprayed all on this. So yeah, they completely close down and seal out the way, and that means more counter space actually, because you can use the lids
to stack and store things, and the sink in the middle. And that's just one example of all the multiple configurations that you get these days when it comes to kitchens.
Okay, and then heading over to the stove, I like this idea because you get the vents that are big and ugly, they're very functional over your stove top, but this one is disappearing.
Yes, I've had a long, difficult relationship with hood vents over cooktops just because they're either huge and they have to be, there's this big bell coming down and we have to make them look like they belong in the kitchen. These days, even when we're doing a historic kitchen, so often I just want it to kind of go away. I want to move on to other things. This is the kind of vent hood that works in that way. It actually hides behind cabinetry. It's up out of the way. It's not a low ridge that I hit my head on all the time at 6'3", believe me. And yet, it has an 800 CFM fan, and when you call for it, and you call for it by waving your hand underneath it, it actually telescopes down to about a foot or so away from the top of the pan. It's completely adjustable. You get a fan that powerful right next to where the smoke or the steam is emitting from, nothing gets out into the room. So it reaches down and puts the suction exactly where it should be when you need it, and then when you're done cooking, it just goes away.
That is a very, very cool new toy. I like that one. And then the last one is, it's a beverage cooler, and going back to the retro thing that you can put in a party room, and it looks like an old classic Fiat.
It is literally molded from the front of this classic little mini Fiat car, and you lift the hood. It's half of it. It's just, you don't get the windshield, but everything windshield forward. You get the front tires, the bumper, the headlight. When you lift the hood, what you find is an amazing, again, very high-tech beverage cooler in there. So there's room for, there's beers and sodas, and there's an ice dispenser, and it's all just great. Now, it doesn't go outside, it goes inside, but it's so creative. And yes, there's a horn and the headlights work too.
I love that. I love party rooms because you can have so much fun with them. That would be a really cool thing. And you can hear more about what Dean discovered at the International Builders Show and lots of other stuff going on this weekend on Home with Dean Sharp. You can listen at 6 to 8 a.m. on Saturday and 9 to noon on Sunday. Thank you, Dean.
Absolutely. Thanks, Amy.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The latest snow survey in Southern Sierra shows the snowpack in the area at 77% of average, compared to 177% this time last year. Statewide, the snowpack is at almost 80% of average. On January 1st, that number was just 28%. State meteorologist Michael Anderson says the blizzard conditions this weekend will add to the snowpack.
I mean, these are phenomenal accumulations of snow, 5 to 10 feet, above 5,000 feet, all 4 feet in that 3 to 5,000 foot range.
Northern California already has more snow than the state average, and as we've been telling you, it's expecting another 10 feet of snow this weekend. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got problems, big ones in Temecula.
All shut down along with 15, trying to get that confirmed with CHP. Definitely can confirm the northbound lanes to 15 are shut down. This is going to be coming away from Rainbow Valley Boulevard. If you make the way, you can use Rainbow Valley Boulevard as an alternate, although that will only get you to Pachanga Parkway or Temecula Parkway. And then you're going to have to head a little bit more into Temecula to get yourself for the northbound. The southbound side of the 15, it does look like a bigger advantage onto the center divider. So you're seeing a packed and tight drive as well, 15 southbound. From the merge to the 215, that's a mess for your drive. Haven't had an update. Appreciate it. Would love the details of what you're seeing or the delays you're stuck in. Pound 250 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Polly on TV.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old-fashioned boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times that the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried out your Mist and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up the odors. It helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. iHeartResults.com for more.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable Scent Beads going into your washing machine, giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. Like music to your ears. Like that freshens is irresistible. Get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shape. And now what's this on? It's longer lasting freshness. Slow retention with Downy Unstoppable.
This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In women's college basketball, Iowa star Caitlin Clark announced on social media yesterday that she will be finishing her college career this year and won't be coming back for a 5th season at Iowa via the COVID-19 waiver. Clark, who almost certainly will be the WNBA's #1 pick by the Indiana Fever, broke the women's major college scoring record Wednesday with a 33-point performance at Minnesota. She has 3,650 points and is 18th, passing LSU's Pete Maravich, who holds a Division I overall record between men and women's basketball with 3,667. In the NFL, the Vikings and running back Alexander Madison yesterday that was being cut. The move will save the Vikings $3.35 million against their 2024 cap. And in the NFL, yesterday, Penn State's John Robinson turned in the first eye-popping workout, officially clocking the time 4.8 seconds in the 40-yard dash. Robinson became only the second player in the last 20 years to carry more than 250 pounds on the 40 and 4.5 second. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
It's advice on new teen drivers.
You know, the hardest part about teaching your teen to drive is the chafing from the seatbelt. But the best part is the grip strings you build and your knuckles. Okay, now let's pull out of the driveway.
Here's another tip. Offset a chunk of cost of adding a teen to your insurance with Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And get a break from the break. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations.
Something happens in the KFI studios. Check it out on our socials at KFI AM 640 before somebody makes us take it down.
It's 5:52 on your wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Thanks for starting your Friday with us. Here's what we're following. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the big storm moving through Northern California has prompted Yosemite National Park to shut down. Visitors been told to leave and no later than noon today. Several feet of snow is expected to fall in the park through the weekend. Snow levels in Southern California are expected to drop to about 4,000 or 5,000 feet, with up to a foot expected above 6,500 feet. High wind watch is in effect in the Antelope Valley foothills and West San Gabriel Mountains. Through Sunday, gusts expected up to about 60 miles an hour. A factory in Aruba that makes environmentally friendly buses for LA Metro and Foothill Transit systems shutting down. Red Group says the ENC bus business and plant will close once it completes outstanding orders. About 400 people are going to lose their jobs. We're just minutes away from Handle on the News this morning. Elon Musk has sued OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. Bill's going to tell you why. Right now, let's check in with ABC's entertainment guru. It's Jason Nathanson. Jason, finally something to look forward to at the box office this weekend.
Yeah, thank God, because there's been some real stickers in the past few weeks and not a whole lot of money in the box office so far this year. So Dune 2 is going to open. It's going to be the biggest opening so far this year. This was a movie that, remember, was moved from November last year to this time because of the strike. Remember, the actors strike.
Oh, yeah, those things.
Those things that happened last year. They thought, Warner Brothers was worried that this movie wasn't going to get the promotion it deserved. And for sure, you've seen a lot of promotion over the past couple months, but they've had endless screenings and the cast out there, all kinds of interviews and every show and everything. So finally, that all comes to a culmination, and now you have Dune Part 2, which, like I said, went into a little bit apprehensive because I was not a big fan of Dune Part 1. It just did not work for me. I thought it was long, I thought it was pretty boring. I didn't get into the world, mythology and everything. Dune Part 2, fantastic.
Really?
Yeah, this is what I wanted, I guess, Dune Part 1 to be. Which is interesting because, I mean, it's rare for a movie or a sequel to kind of shift the perspective like that.
Yeah.
And really come in and not only be better, and it is, you know, in terms of the reviews, it is much better. You know, although Dune Part 1 was pretty well reviewed. We got Oscar nominations and wins for special effects and things like that. People really liked it, and it did well in the box office. But it didn't sit right well with everybody, and I was one of those. So Part 2, you know, Timothy Chalamet is back as Paul Atreides, and he is basically, this is a revenge. The first one set it up where everything happened, and you know, his family was robbed, his father was killed, and now he is out for revenge. I highly recommend, if you're going to go see this, that you catch up on what happened in the first one.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you have to watch the first one?
You don't have to watch it, but you need to read a detailed description just to remember. Because if you're anything like me, you know, hours after watching something that's out of my head, I don't retain that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, and this was, you know, the first one came out in 2021, was one of those that came out. It did come out during the pandemic, and people weren't really going to theaters, although they did go to see this. The opening weekend was something like 40 million, but it was, I think it was, they released it at home, or around the same time as well. So, you know, you might not, it's been 30 years, basically, so you might not remember. And this is very long, and it's sprawling, there's a lot of characters, weird names. You know, it's just one of those things that you're not going to remember everything. And the more, you know, even I you know, read up on it, that detailed stuff, and even with that, some stuff still confused me a little bit. It's hard too, not gonna lie.
And you do this for a living. The rest of us are screwed.
Right, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And with this time around, for whatever reason, the mythology is so much richer and more interesting. The cinematography is beautiful, of course. Special effects absolutely captivating. And everybody, you know, Rebecca Ferguson is absolutely fantastic. It's Timothy Chalamet's mom. She gets a lot more to do here. Dan's also great. She gets a lot more to do. She was the first one. Florence Pugh this time around. Austin Butler as the bad guy.
Wait, that's Elvis, right?
That is Elvis, correct. In a very almost unrecognizable character.
Great.
Here, he's fantastic. So
Okay.
all around, 2 thumbs up. You know, whatever scale you want to get.
That's a glowing recommendation.
Yeah.
Jason. All right, let's switch over to the stream. Adam Sandler has a new movie out, and he's not funny in this one.
No. I wish I liked Spaceman as much as I liked Dune Part 2, but that's sadly not the case. Spaceman is it's not your typical Adam Sandler movie, so don't expect, you know, going in doing the, I'm a spaceman. You know, that's not what this is.
Because that would be funny.
That would be funny. He plays an astronaut who's on a very long, like over a year mission to go check something out in space, and he's by himself. So this whole thing, the whole movie is about loneliness. It's about loneliness and leaving.
I don't need to go to the movies for that.
Alone.
See, that's
It's really about at its core essence. But it's achingly slow. It's all about dreams and flashbacks. I really don't like. His wife is played by Carey Mulligan. She's pregnant and back on Earth, and you know, they're having a tough time really connecting. There's a like alien voiced by Paul Dano, who the two of them do connect. He's not scary. It's not a scary movie type thing at all. But it did not work for me.
okay, well then let's move on to something else.
Yes. Sure.
Shogun.
Yes, fantastically reviewed new series on FX, a 10-episode limited series. There was an Emmy-winning 1980 NBC miniseries, you might remember.
With Richard Chamberlain. I went and looked it up last night.
There you go. And this is, I haven't seen it yet, it's getting rave reviews. I think at one point it was 100% fresh rated on Rotten Tomatoes.
Men's Health magazine said it's pure epic television.
There you go. I haven't read Men's Health magazine in quite a while for their movie and TV show recommendations.
I didn't either. I just read the headline because I was wondering if it was tied to if it was a remake of the 1980 series.
I mean, it's based. The original source material is a blog. James Bubbles not. So that's where they both come from. It's set feudal Japan, 1600. So it's period piece. Civil War is brewing.
53 in Pomona. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom for producer Ann and technical producer Tony. I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. If you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We've got a mess in Temecula on the 15th.
Mess up your morning drive, especially as you're making your way southbound. So it's being reported on the northbound side of 15 between Rainbow Valley Boulevard and Temecula Parkway, and allegedly everything is being cleared to the center divider, but at least for the time being, all northbound lanes of the 15 are shut down. It looks like it may be also the 15 southbound lanes that are off limits. So 15 southbound packed in time, barely moving from the Caltrans scans in the area from before Marion Hot Springs Road, coming off the 215 southbound on the northbound side of the 15. Going to be a mess for you as well as you come away from before Rainbow Valley Boulevard. So you can always hop off the 15 and take Rainbow Valley Boulevard or Old Highway 395 northbound. That's a mess as well. Trying to get into it through the Temecula area as we go towards Temecula Parkway, Pachanga Parkway, and then into Temecula itself to be able to get a little bit further northbound, hopefully reconnect a little bit more easily with the 215 and the 15. Got an update on this or anything else like down your drive? Time to complete yourself on keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Let's get to there faster. I didn't follow your keyword.
Bad breath is actually no fun. Absolutely no fun, no matter who has it. You, your friends, coworkers, your loved ones, who may not be loved ones after you smell their breath. So let me introduce you to Zelwyn's Minty Mouth Mints. Not just a mint, it's a breath freshener. And it's a tiny little capsule that you swallow, clinically tested against the toughest offenders, garlic, onions, meat. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on the minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that literally lasts for hours. You can also bite into it, and that works. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. And it fights bad breath in your mouth and then goes down to your gut and really gets to work. And I use them all the time. They give you a money-back guarantee that I know you'll never use. Free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and you're going to want more. I know that. And I've known the folks behind Zelwyn's for over 30 years, and I proudly stand by this product, or stand in front of it, or stand in front of you with good breath. Go to Zelmans.com, ZELMINS.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI. Zelmans, ZELMINS, Zelmans.com.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bull, and me, Noah Brown, as we dive into some of the strangest stories from across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of gold music or how highly used life is, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station, In Contacted. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Here's Bill.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Friday, March the 1st. So we are now into, I guess, are we into spring officially?
Not yet.
And I don't know the answer to that. When does spring start? When does
March 20th.
That's the solstice. Do they call it the solstice? Because I know you got solstice.
No,
you got,
And then it's the equinox.
right, equinox. That's it. I actually knew that, but I always get the two confused for some reason. I also get, and to this day, I get the number of which months have 31 and which months have 30
And I never know. I know that that knuckle thing, but it doesn't work because
Why knuckle?
my tattoos on my knuckle get in the way on that one.
What knuckle thing?
You know, you do a knuckle thing where you count. You've never heard of that?
No, that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, knuckle counting.
How can you count when they're dragging?
That's a very fun thing, pretty much. Hey Siri, how do you count the days of the month with your knuckles? Knuckles are counted as 31 days. Depressions between the knuckles are 30 days. One starts with a little finger knuckle as January, and then one finger depression at a time is counted towards the index finger knuckle, July. There you go. I knew that. See?
I feel like I just got dumber for some reason.
No, it's the knuckle thing.
The knuckle thing. My mom she has some sort of a little ditty about it. Like 30 days, half November, da da da. I don't remember what it was. I'll have to look it up.
Why do we need to know?
Because I question it more. Does it have 31 days or to have 30 days?
Who cares?
I care. It's entertainment. This is what we do. We
don't do entertainment.
We come up with useless facts. That's the point of this show. Not to learn anything except stupid stuff.
So, Bill, it's every other month has 31 days, except July and August both have 31. And except February, which has 28 or 29.
Did you say every other month has 31 except July and August, which has 31? Did you just say that? I think you did.
Yeah, back
I did
to back.
back to back, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Except your knuckles.
Let me say it.
It's everybody scratching their heads at this point.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Ann. Okay, there she is. Morning, Neil, hello.
This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy, that's the only knuckle thing I know.
I like ditties. Loose lips and chips. And then yesterday, my favorite one, leading a horse to water, but you can't lead a horticulture.
Loose lips, by the way, also state presidencies.
That's also true. All right, Ann, good morning.
Hi. So yeah, the equinox is spring. So just so you guys know, solstice is summer.
Yeah, summer and winter solstice. Spring and fall equinox. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then Tony, no Robin today. Just Tony.
Just me. And my mom did the knuckle thing too, just so you know.
See, Neil, it's the knuckle thing. Now I don't know how to do it, but it's the knuckle thing.
Okay. Fair enough. That's back. We have computers now, but apparently knuckles is like a flesh abacus. Go ahead. That's fine.
All right, got a lot to cover again today, and let's go into the big story. First of all, let me introduce this segment, this hour of our show with handle on the news. Amy King, Neil Saavedra, and me. Lead story. Yeah, all right. Council said it did pass that stopgap bill to avert a partial government shutdown that would end this weekend, and well. Boy, good for them. They gave it another week to disagree. So Mike Johnson, the speaker, who is, well, he's a sycophant of, much like Kevin McCarthy when he was speaker, calls the former president, says, what should we do this morning? So they put everything off a week. That's great. Very impressive. House vote 320 to 99. 132 Republicans voting in favor, 97 voting against. They wanted the government shut down. Or, one of the things that is super conservative, and most Republicans, and they have an absolute point on this one, how long and how far do you go into deficit spending? I mean, I remember when $200 million, not just a few years ago, $200 billion was insanity. And then we went to $500 and $600 billion, and we couldn't believe it. And now it's north of $1 trillion, maybe $2 trillion. And is this a house of cards? cards, or is this a house of cards that's put together with super glue, and it's just going to keep on going and going and going? And our national debt is going to be so high, it will never be able to pay it off. Inflation, assuming we go into zero deficit, which has happened twice in the last 80 years. 1 year under Eisenhower, 1 year after Bill Clinton, 1 year during Bill Clinton's time. We had we were actually buying back, but money was pouring in. It wasn't Bill Clinton that did it. It's cycles of the economy, and now we're going completely crazy. Maybe there's no limit. Maybe it's forever. So if we go into zero deficit spending, and we owe $40 trillion, which no one can even imagine. 100 years from now, with inflation, keep on zero deficit, it'll be very little money. All right, let's move on.
Even going to a funeral in Russia can be risky, but still hundreds of mourners turned out in Moscow for the funeral of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. There was a heavy police presence around the church. The people at the funeral chanted Navalny's name and said, "You were not afraid, we are not afraid." He was buried a short time after the funeral.
And they were all buried next to him. And it was illegal because that was an unauthorized gathering as far as the government is concerned. They passed a bill a couple of years ago, or last year, that made these kinds of attendances or gatherings, and no matter how legitimate,
James Kaminsky.
becomes a law, which is crazy.
Was anyone arrested?
I don't know.
James, can you hear me?
That is
Good morning, how are you?
altruistic Elon Musk. Idea is suing open.
Good, thank God. So that's new digs, and we will see how this works. It's temporary, but it's better than being homeless. So, I don't know if you can see. There's a and it's live on YouTube. Just a moment, let me turn down the video. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so I did a little experiment, and so like my biggest issue, really one of my biggest issues my whole life has been lack of internet connectivity. You're like, Rabbi, you just had like connectivity for 2.5 years or whatever. Yeah, but it would go down, like my internet would go down, like, I don't know, once or twice a day, unexpectedly, which is a pain in the ass. And that meant I could never really get any momentum going on Twitter Spaces, because I'd host the space, I'd get like, 50 people, and then boom, it goes down. And there's no like real control from that. Now the other way is like you can use your phone line, but then if you get a call, it becomes really complicated, and it can make, there's no real perfect solution to it. So what I've done is I dedicated a phone to running a Twitter space here, just to see, because ideally what I want to do is have a Sproto space on Twitter 24/7, so that when people are like at work on their lunch hour, or somebody's traveling or whatever, they can just hop in on a Twitter space, but also that gets new blood into whatever we're doing, wherever we are. And I think that is important because, well, specifically to get new people in here to know about the coin, to know about our projects, to know about all the stuff that we do. And then they get in the Telegram. But they're not going to get in the Telegram just randomly. Very few people will. They're going to get in if we talk to them on Twitter Spaces, because that's it's like a lifeline to the outside world. So I am contemplating starting to do 24/7 Twitter Spaces. Now, the issue is content. The content to produce 24/7 Twitter Spaces is like, I can't talk that long. The most I can do is like 24 hours. Like that's, and it's grinding. Then you have to sleep all the next day and stuff. It's like, no. So I was thinking to just like listen to all the Joe Rogan podcasts. And when people come in, turn them off. And then when people leave or whatever, then just keep them going. So that when people come in here, they're like, well, I know if I'm the only person there, there's going to be something that's someone. It's just content. You just need something. And it was a thought that I had. So, what are your thoughts?
I like it. Yeah, I told them that account you have. It's like love it. It is life friendly.
Yeah, it is like. Did you see I had a bunch of accounts in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the way I was able to do that, and that's another thought too, is there's this program you can use from Mozilla Firefox. Probably I have found the best way to do it. It's called Containers, and basically it allows you to run multiple sessions of different websites simultaneously, and so I can run like, well, I'm only limited by the amount of computing power I have at a certain point, and I hit that a lot. When you've got this much going, and it's really a portable setup. Everything I have is a laptop. I don't have any desktop computers. I have to be able to travel. I think I'm like literally like, I don't know, like a modern day, how would I put it? There's not really an equivalent, but it's like almost like a modern day jester where I have to have like this presentation, and in order to do it, you have to be able to travel and do all these other things. And so it's interesting, but I think it'd be important for our community to be able to have communication with the outside world, so to speak, but also to get people in here and know what we've got going on. So that's cool.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And people live in Twitter's potential video.
That's the key. Once they have that, I will literally be the person who's living on Twitter Spaces if given the opportunity. And it'd be like, oh, this guy's on again. Oh, this guy's on again. And okay, ban me. I'll get another account. I don't care. And I've kind of worked out, not perfectly, but pretty well so that they don't ban my accounts anymore. And I've basically beaten people down so badly with that robot that they're just like, oh my God, like another one. So, but there's some other things I can do with the robot that I am going to perhaps investigate. Like what? Okay, so I can take 10 accounts. Let's say somebody's hosting a space and I want to get their attention, and they're a big influencer, but it's difficult to get their attention. A lot of times you can't even send them a direct message. You have to be verified, all this other stuff. Okay, fine. So I'll put 10 accounts in their space. And so they'll see like all these like avatars that are saying. So that creates a little bit of interest. I'm not saying it's overwhelming. It's just interesting. What is this? So they might click on it. But then the other thing that I can do, and this is a little unique, but basically I program this robot to follow the clicks that cause me to post in the person's chat of their Twitter space. So basically I can just have it like take my new account, log it in, post to this person's Twitter space chat, log that account out, log in a new account, all automated, and do like 200 accounts. And so that when the person looks at their chat, maybe not all 200 are going to show because a lot of them will be shadow banned or ghost banned or whatever, but like 35 will show. I mean, still, if you get 35 of the same message from someone in your chat, you're like, who did this? Why? Like, it's difficult to do that. And so people are interested to be like, well, what is this? And also it comes in as a notification depending on your settings. And then also it can show up in your like notification little bar as well. And so just depending on your settings, it's basically, this is an impressions game. and I've had to readjust. And a key is, so I had this community that I started. I didn't really started, but like I was on TikTok, and I had, I would say, a lot of success on TikTok. What am I talking about? But like moderate success for like a new person until I don't know, something in the algorithm changed, I think, and a lot of my accounts started to get banned. I don't know why. So then I started creating tons more accounts that I could just never get too much. But when I did get a little bit of success, there were some people who I met. And so I built like a community over there. And so some of the people come and check me out still years later. I'm talking 2 years later, they still come on and check me out just to see how I'm doing. And 2 of them came yesterday. And so I'm like, man, I got to get these guys in the Harry Potter Homicide Technique because they remind me, you guys are cut from the same cloth. And they're just really interesting people. And they were like my super fans. They were like, oh my God, like they would make like memes about me and all kinds of stuff. And they're really nice people. So once I start to kind of continue to build, you know, it's just about community building is what it's about, whether it's a cryptocurrency or you're building a stream or whatever. So to get more and more people in is great. What doesn't help, or it helps, but I mean, I have to realize this. If I just sit in here and it's just the Telegram and just YouTube, literally, like, James, I watched the movie Castaway and I really empathize with Tom Hanks' character, but it's like, man, I'm out here literally like on an island. And if you do that, no one is going to find you, or very few people. It would be random people who come into our Telegram and random people who come into YouTube. And that's really where I'm at right now. And Instagram, nobody's really going to check you out there. What they will do though, is if you're in, like we say, Twitter Spaces, you can kind of bring people in, or additionally, some of these other platforms that I haven't utilized as much as I should because of their lack of archiving ability, but like Kick and Rumble and all that other stuff. So I downloaded that stuff and I'm going to be experimenting with that because that stuff gets like random people in there when, you know, this, like who are interested in stuff. I mean, I guess it's just new blood basically is what it's about when you're building a community. So I'm looking to do that. The other thing is whenever I post a space, I'm going to be putting the link in the Telegram. And if we ever get disconnected, I want people to have the expectations that like, just like they know, like generally we're always going to be having a VC going. We always have a Twitter space going. Because then once we know it, that's great. But then other communities start to know it, or other people on, and then they'll just start coming in every day themselves. And we don't even have to be like, you know, join the VC or whatever. They'll be like, how do I get in there?
Definitely, yeah. It's a great idea. I just want to say too, like, it's like a email meeting, like we did for tonight. Just like you meet a few other people.
Mm-hmm.
That was so much fun.
Excellent. We're gonna do that again, and that's the kind of content that we do. So, like I've got that entitled. I'm just testing it, just to, like here's it. And so good. I'm glad you like. That's how I met the community, and so I know that's a very popular thing with the people here and with people on Twitter in general. And I enjoy doing it. And so, like, how do I say it? We just firstly we need to get like a small group of people. Okay, we're gonna go on. We'll go into that stream on Twitter, and then we just start playing and people jump in, and it's very easy once that happens. So we'll get that going now, or not now, but I mean it's, you know, Friday morning, but perhaps tonight, and then every night. So people know every single night that they can get live trivia for like 2 months. If they know that, there are some trivia buffs out there who will be all over this, and they won't know anything about cryptocurrency, and that's fine. And then, you know, so yeah, basically what we have to do, James, is put together, but I have a community, is put together, like, you remember the Jerry Lewis telethon?
Yes.
So it's like that. You have to create content for 24 hours basically, but it's almost like a variety show. So we've got the trivia segment, there are people though who on Twitter love karaoke, and that's a segment that we can, I don't want to say exploit, but like we can. These are terrible words. Like take that, but we can benefit from their community as well. It's about community building, and you know, I mean, we like art. I mean, everything we do is art. That's what's really cool about this. So I think two communities: the trivia community, the karaoke community. Other communities, I think we have to be kind of careful about. I'm open to when we host these, and I even have it this way. I mean, I'm being recorded, as I say, it's on Twitter. It being an open mic, talk about whatever you want to talk about. I've always been a fan of free speech, and the only time like I ever will cut anybody off, I mean, people call me all kinds of bad things, and I take it. I don't really care about that. When people like just do sound effects or something like that, that gets really annoying. You know, just trying to literally like pierce your ears. That's no fun. But aside from that, you can say anything you want. And here's the other thing that I don't like. So I shouldn't say, like the Telegram is different. But if you wanted to come into our Harry Potter Obama Sonic open mic and talk about your NFT and it isn't a Sproto, that's fine. I don't care. Some people's NFTs aren't competing with ours, like at all. They're like music NFTs, or you know, they're like totally different. So if you want to show a little bit for that, I'm totally fine with that. If that means that, I mean, that's how we learn about new stuff too, and we might get good ideas from it. You never know. So I think it's good to have that idea exchange. And then other things on Twitter Space. So do you know about Space's dashboard?
I do not know.
Okay. Have you ever hosted Twitter Spaces?
I have not.
Okay. So it's pretty like, how would I describe it? There's more to it. Have you ever hosted or like been a co-host of a Twitter Space?
No.
Okay. So but you have spoken in a Twitter Space, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you on this. Okay. Well, basically, it just gives you some extra options. So you have to be able to bring up speakers and allow co-hosts as a host. Now, the co-hosts can like mute people and do basically some other things, as can the host. The issue arises that when you get a really busy room, the room can do a few things. Twitter, it depends on your device, but some Android phones, some iOS phones can overheat because it is just such a heavy app when you've got a ton of people in there. And then also it can lag when you've got a ton of requests coming in, so it's good to have codes to handle all that other stuff. But Spaces dashboard specifically is an amazing resource. So, you know, it's not going to be a lot of interest to you because you're not a Twitter Space host. However, if you ever, what up, Bond? Welcome, Bond. If you ever want to see the best Twitter Spaces going at any time, do not go on Twitter. Go on Spaces dashboard. You're like, Rabbi, what do you mean? Why wouldn't they be on Twitter? Well, it depends. I'm like the greatest Twitter tester of all time. I have more accounts than anybody and more devices than anybody. So I know the system better than anybody. I'll put it up there. I know it better than Elon Musk. I know their sign-up process better. I can guarantee you that. So to say like I'm an expert in this, like I can say that with some validity, and I can tell you that when you do a search on iOS, it gives you different options than on Android when you search for Twitter Spaces. So firstly, on iOS, you get a search box. Do you have iOS or Android?
iOS.
So you get a search box. So it's not too big of a deal for you to be like, all right, well, I just searched HPOS 10i, and if there's a space going, I can find it, or I can look up cryptocurrencies or whatever. Yeah, that's great. But that's less than 50% of the world. It's like most of the world is using Android devices, and there is no search bar on Android devices. And instead, what Android does is it lists every single space out there that's popular. But when I say that's popular, what does that mean? I don't know. That means whatever they want to make for you. If you go on Space's dashboard, you'll be amazed at how many more spaces are going on at any given time, and you don't know about it. And get this, this was the most surprising thing to me. English is like the third most used language on Twitter Spaces. I was like, what? I don't normally see a lot of non-English stuff, but Japanese is by far the biggest. And then like Arabic is too. The amount of Arabic rooms and um the amount of Arabic rooms and the amount of Japanese rooms is a lot of times double what the English rooms are. So what you can do is you can categorize by language. Now, obviously, you're probably going to just want English, so you get all the English rooms. Okay, then it ranks them by how many people are in each one. So it tells you, like, you know, it's basically it's categorized by the biggest rooms, so you know which ones are buzzing on Twitter Spaces. Then on top of that, a really nice thing that it does is it tells you all of the people who are currently speakers, what their followers are combined. So what does that mean? Basically, like let's say like Elon Musk isn't hosting this space, but he's in your space. It'll be like all these like this huge amount of because he'll be a speaker. All these followers are there. And so it allows you to see like the influence of the room, I guess is what you want, is like a better way to say it. And it just allows for all kinds of categorization and organization of Twitter Spaces that Twitter currently does not have. It's not implemented in the like 16 months that Elon Musk has owned the company. And like we discussed, and the game changer for me is Twitter Spaces video. I don't care if I have to pay for it. I will, like that, I'd be able to figure out. I would literally go on the corner and be like, I need $14 for Twitter Premium this month. I need $8 for Twitter Premium, and get that down like to $0. And I bet I could get it pretty. People would just be like, that's so weird that you need it for Twitter. Like, here's a buck. I would like if somebody like, I need a buck for like, you know, I'm hungry. Okay, I understand that one. I get it. But you see that one a lot. Nobody has it for Twitter Premium. But once you got the money, you're streaming your video, and then it's literally like you're just a constant on there. You'd be a character, and that's how it's gonna happen. And I just cannot wait. And now we're like 2 months over when Elon Musk, he said, I hope to have this done by the end of 2023. And now it's March of 2024, and we don't have it. Oh, but I can say this. I did see some mock-ups of some designers at Twitter who have, it was really simple. Like, I expected to be like a little complicated design. No, it was literally like one button, allow video participants or something like that. And that was it. It wasn't like, you know how Zoom has all kinds of like change your background and all your audio and stuff. There's nothing like that. It was just literally one little slider. And it's something. I mean, once they get that though, I mean, people are going to go nuts. I don't know how you police it that well. I mean, from nudity, that's the big one. Like, how do you, I guess on here though, you can be nude. So it's different than, and I guess they do it on Instagram. They police nudity and YouTube really well. So anyway, I think that that's a game changer for me though, because I'll be able to just be like the person who lives on here. And I'll have so many accounts. I'll be in every single Twitter space. I'll just be like, dude, I'm not going to talk in your Twitter space. I just want to be in there. I want to have a camera and I want people to watch me. And very soon people will be like, what the hell is this? So we got that going for us, which is nice. So
I think you're an amazing Twitter space.
oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's gonna work well for you.
I appreciate that. Any other topics that like we can hit? We hit karaoke, trivia, live music. Anybody who plays live music, we can always put that too. Or there will be people who will. So it's funny. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. It's an NFT. It's called Angry Ape Society. Have you ever heard of this NFT?
I'm unaware.
Okay, so you know what NFTs are, though, of course, right?
Of course.
Okay, so many of these NFTs are based off of other NFTs. So the big one, I think, is Bored Ape Yacht Club. Have you heard of Bored Ape Yacht Club?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you know these things are worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars, just stupid money, and a lot of other coins are based off of those. So this one is like that. Instead of being Bored Ape Yacht Club, this is Angry Ape Society. Okay, fine. They just took some aspects of that, and I noticed. So I can tell you, this was like January of last year. I noticed randomly, I would go into Twitter Spaces and I would see all the time like hashtag AAS, which is Angry Ape Society. I didn't know that then, but it would be like stay angry. What the hell is that? That's their like hashtag. And this person was always consistently hosting spaces every single night, and it was weird. These were night spaces, and I was up all night at the time. So, and so I went into one of these spaces one day, and I'm like, hey, I just like I stream my life, yada yada yada, and I got like at first they didn't know what to do with me, and a lot of times these NFTs are like really private. Cryptocurrencies are really private. They don't want anything streamed. They're like, so you get thrown out of a bunch of them. Yeah, but this one was cool, and then I started like each night getting to know the people there, and then found myself hosting a night space with them every single night. So this person who was hosting it, her name is Queen on there. She was she lived in San Diego. She's a nurse, worked in nights, taking care of her family, and no, she was doing this not working nights. She was doing the broadcast on nights, and then it was really interesting. They had this community that basically almost it was probably the closest I've ever seen where they had 24-hour broadcasts. It's like this girl would take over at least Pacific time from like 9 p.m. Pacific time to 3 a.m. Pacific time, let's just say. Then 3 a.m. Pacific time, the guy on the East Coast would take over, and he would do a morning show. He still does that morning show for 2 hours every morning. Then someone would do a day show for this group, and then there would be like maybe an evening show where somebody would like stream video games or do something on like Discord or something in addition to the Twitter space, and then this night show every single night for like a month. And these people were not getting paid to do this, but it was very much like your local radio station where they had hosts and you knew who the host was going to be, and so they had to fill content. And so the way we were able to fill content was back then. I would just play music, and so I would just take requests. So that's another thought too, James. Not thinking about this is just taking music requests. Now, I have to be really careful about that because I can't play copyrighted music. So a lot of times I could I should do all kinds of things. I feel like shut off my microphones on the YouTubes if I play music, which is fine, no big deal. Usually, karaoke is easier because I can. Like either if I'm singing, my voice throws off the algorithm, or if somebody else is singing, it's through a smaller speaker and it throws off the algorithm, and also their voice is throwing it off as well. So and it's the key is to preserve the YouTube stream as much as possible. So we had this like 24-hour radio show going for like a month or more, and it's like, well, what happened to that? One of the devs of the coin, it wasn't a coin, it was just an NFT. I would say it was, I don't know, just not that appreciative, I think, of some of the people and the work that they did, and they kind of just got sick of their hard work every single night coming and doing all this stuff. They got sick of it, and just that lack of appreciation. So what they ended up doing was just going to, and they had a lot of friends online. So they went to other accounts, other people went to other things, and the group somewhat disbanded, but it taught me how to do Twitter Spaces pretty well. And then I would go into cryptocurrencies and do trivia with them. I learned a little. I'd play in people's trivia, and I would dominate these trivia rooms. And be like, oh man, like this is too easy. And I would dominate these like name that tune rooms. That's another one we could do, is name that tune. So you familiar with the game Name That Tune? They put a little bit of a song and then you have to sing what the song is.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So these are like games that work well for audio, and you know, you kind of have to play to that because that's the medium that we have with Twitter Spaces currently. Once Twitter Spaces goes video, though, it changes everything. That's when all that TikTok shit gets online, where people have like games in the background, and you know, they're like raffles, and people are like, you know, scratching off lottery tickets and looking at baseball cards. All that shit becomes all over Twitter Spaces once they start to allow that. And that's going to be a game changer too, because what is so interesting about Twitter Spaces in general is that it allows for 10 people to speak simultaneously. Nobody else allows that. The best you're going to get is on like TikTok. Everybody's account has to have at least 1,000 followers, and it takes a long time to get 1,000 followers organically. And it's very easy to lose that ability to stream, like because of a penalty or something. But I think the best you can do is either 4 or 6 people simultaneously. Now you can video chat, which is cool, but it doesn't save. Oh wait, it saves in a weird way. Here's what it does. It's different than Instagram. On Instagram, if we go live together and we're done after going live, I can say post to Instagram and it'll post that to Instagram. And that's cool. And that's what I want it to do. TikTok does not do that. It just, we'll be online together. We'll stream together. I'll say end the video. And it'll save the video, but it'll save it in my, like in an online archive. If I want to post that video to my account, like I really like what we said or whatever, I have to go to this online archive. I have to download it to my device, and I have to upload it to my profile. It is ridiculous. And if you want to do a lot of content, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. The whole upload download thing drives you crazy and will just destroy your relationship with your ISP. So what you have to do is go with what allows you to do this kind of streaming. So Instagram allows that. And I'm just, you know, I'm like dumbfounded why one of these companies hasn't just been like, oh, okay, so people want the ability to video stream and archive it and share it with their friends on all the platforms. That's the ultimate thing. If somebody can do that, they're gonna win. But nobody wants, like, YouTube only allows one-way communication, basically. You know, Twitter doesn't allow video. Instagram limits the amount of people, like it's like 2 or 4 people within you. Like not one of these has the upper hand on the other. It's up for grabs basically. And I think that X wants that everything app experience, and if they want it, that's what they're gonna have to do. And they're very close. All they need to do is bridge that video gap, and they already have the user base. They already have the functionality. It's basic and it's primitive, but it works. And so that's going to be a game changer. And it's just a matter of time then. But when we're able to do that, can you imagine imagine what our VCs look like when we've got like 10 people on camera, and you've got Vamp with all her face paint, and you've got multiple people face painting at once, and they got their animals and all kinds of other stuff. And then you're just a random stranger who would walk into this room and be like, what is this? And we're all really nice to you and, you know, invite you into our group. You'd be like, oh, I'm making friends. But you can't see any of that currently, and so our personalities can't really come through. So I think it'll be a game changer, not just for my streaming ability, but for the entire community.
I agree, Rabbi. It looks good.
Excellent.
I'm optimistic about the future.
As am I. Now,
Where are you living currently?
undisclosed location. That's all I can say at this point. I had to make some concessions to be able to stream, and so like the first thing is the people with whom I'm living. It's like a bet. It's like a Airbnb kind of a deal. They don't want to be on the stream, and they want to be heard on the stream. So I kind of have to be a little quieter. Not necessarily. I'm not. But it's more comfortable. Well, how do I want to put it? You know, I've lived in that other room. Well, I've lived in that house for like 5 years. I've been streaming in there for like 2.5 years, and I mean, it's just become a bunker. And it's just a small room. This is a much bigger room. I can spread out, and but it's not permanent. And so, but I mean, when you're facing homelessness very, very quickly, anything's better than that. So it'll at least give me, hopefully, a month or two to be able to get something going. And then I have backups of that as well, basically to get established. And so as I was saying to some people, it's basically like, I was looking at my W-2s. I made like $118,000 like the last year that I worked. And I had gotten a raise to be like $126,000 or something like that. And then I decided to do this full time. And I figured, you know what? There's no way it's going to take me more than a year to do this. It's like, oh, here we are, like a year and a half after that. It's like, no, it definitely can take a long time. But I have the ability to earn that. And so that definitely, I mean, when I have that, I'm buying all kinds of gadgets, and I've got like laptops, and I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Now the question is like, well, what was the big thing that hurt you? It was my internet connectivity, and I always felt it was. And the when you don't know when your internet's going to go out, and you're living with 10 other people, and like literally they're like moving the router and the internet goes down. When you're trying to like preserve your job to do that, it's very difficult. It's just, and at least the way it worked for me was most of the people with whom I was working, they were permanent employees of the organization and had gotten a stipend for like extra internet. I did not. I came in as a contractor a little after the pandemic hit. I don't know what that is. Anyway, and then did not have the same ability to have this like a separate kind of internet. So what I ended up doing was buying a whole different hotspot in addition to my normal internet, and still just insufficient for some of the things that I needed. And the reason why, it's my own fault. I mean, I was doing a lot of video streaming, and for my job and for the position as well. I was doing a lot of uploading and downloading and stuff, and I was getting throttled. Long story short, I recognized and I didn't have the same ability. I was living with 10 other people. I didn't have the same ability to just install new internet in someone else's house, and especially because the people who owned the house literally were internet. That was like what they did. They their job was ensuring like proper internet for businesses, and so it was a slap in the face when your internet sucks. And the reason why it sucked, the router was literally in the furthest part of the house that it could have been to work. Honestly, the same is true where I am now, but at least I would say that the connectivity, like I had that Twitter Space going for a day, and I had to just test it out. I did a YouTube for like 24 hours. If I can do something for 24 hours, that's as good as I can do it. Like, maybe I won't get all my YouTubes going for 24 hours. They get like 12 hours is all I want for those. 24 hours, it won't view to the public. Anything longer than 12 hours is unwatchable to the public for most accounts. So it has to be 12 hours or lower. And so basically, I just have to make sure that whatever my YouTubes are less than 12 hours. And then I can tell about the internet here, I would say is, I want to say more consistent, but it's still probably too early to tell. And then any kind of backup of a place that I may have, I don't know about the internet. However, at a certain point, like I'm in a position maybe to just be able to get a job, to be able to get better internet and do that other stuff. So it's a process, as you know, like with anything. And with this back here, this what do you call it? This projector. It's like, it's obviously not ideal. I wouldn't have the back of the bed and all that other stuff. I don't have the current ability to move that. However, you know, if I develop a little bit of success after a month or something, I can make it so that I just have a plain white wall and just a projector, and we do all kinds of cool shit on the projector. You know, this is just basically me testing. Honestly, it's like, where the fuck do you get a projector, Rabbi? You're broke as fuck. I've had this projector for like 3 years. It's a projector that literally fits in your pocket. It's like this big, and it's kind of one of the futures of technology, that you're gonna have a thing in your phone that basically shoots out a projector on the wall, so you don't need, I mean, you'll have a screen still for your phone, but it'll have a projector ability, so you don't need an extra projector. It'll be like, oh, just put it on the wall, and you'll be able to even perhaps do touch screen on the wall with it, depending on its augmented reality capabilities. But just what I'm saying is projector technology has come a long way to the point where it's basically discernible from an LED or any other kind of high def type of, you know, television. And you can also project it onto buildings and make the buildings look like they're moving. I mean, it's incredible. Have you seen some of the projectors on buildings? James, did you say something? Have you ever seen the projectors on a building? I see that it says you're speaking. I don't know if I'm having issues. Well, I don't know. Let's see here. I'm gonna leave with one of mine and come back. Hold on. James, can you hear me? Okay, so maybe not that account. So we'll do the same with this one. All right, James, can you hear me? All right. Maybe it is. I mean, I could be wrong. It might be on your end too. I could be wrong though. So you could jump down and come back and see, or you're just not talking at all. And I'm just over here.
Dishes are closed, and what is effectively bottled water. So the system, and by the way, I not only have one, but I just bought a new house and downsizing, and of course I'm putting in a life source system. How could I not? It means no maintenance, no salt, no monthly service, no warranty limitation, and they're celebrating their 40th anniversary. They're doing something right on this. Call 800-WATER 99, 800-WATER 99. Visit lifesourcewater.com. Water.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy this morning. 40% chance of rain starting this afternoon. Highs in the 50s to low 60s. Rain likely tonight. Rain off and on all day tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid 60s. Still a chance for rain on Sunday morning, but it should clear in the afternoon. Mostly sunny skies on the way to start next week with highs in the 50s to mid 60s. It's 54 in Fullerton, 52 Mission Viejo. Let's check a closure in Santa Fe Springs on 605.
605 northbound at Slauson. This has been with us most of the morning. An earlier fatal crash investigation there. The Slauson off-ramp is closed. And as a result, traffic pretty slow all the way back to the 105 on that northbound side of the 605. Southbound side of the 605, they're going to find some brake lights starting at about Beverly Boulevard and it is slow all the way down past the 5. We have some new problems that just cleared, actually, southbound 110 freeway at Stadium Way. A little accident there, just got the push off to the right shoulder, so that's good news. It's out of your way. As far as the San Fernando Valley conditions, we're looking pretty decent. Southbound 405, you will find brake lights starting about Sherman Way on down through this Clover Pass. They clear up a lot before you get to Sunset Boulevard. And as far as conditions on Pacific Coast Highway, it's the never-ending question. Actually, things are looking pretty good. Both sides of PCH there in the Santa Monica area as you make your way on up towards Malibu. Not seeing any major delays for you, so that's a nice change. Hopefully, the storm won't ruin that. Will Coles driver, KFI in the sky.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bolt, and me, Noel Brown, as we dive into some strangest stories across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of folk music or how people used to plant pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard this year said Maracas in New York, but his nose said, "Hey, precious Santa." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring clean scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent maracas smell amazing. You can call them scent maracas, but most noses call them cane scent beads. Try cane scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone."
Simply starting is what matters most. That's why with Peloton bikes, you get thousands of classes, so you can find the one that will get you going.
My name is Cody Dixie. Welcome to your low impact rise.
With instructors that take the guesswork out of working out.
I'm here for you every step of the way.
And Peloton Entertainment, so you can watch your favorite shows and live sports as you ride. Get started with Peloton Bike or Bike Plus Rental at onepeloton.com/bike/.
Today, March 1st. Today is Baby Sleep Day. Good luck with that. It's International Ideas Month and Welsh Corgi Day. Corgi in Welsh translates to dwarf dog. That's just being, it's the National Day of Unplugging, and you're making all that Employee Appreciation Day. And it's Minnesota Day, and those Minnesotans can use happy birthday to the Bill, Ketchup, Harry Belmonte, Ghost, Roger Daltrey, and Director Ron Howard. Back your daily hour from KFI, AM 640.
KFI, AM 640. Bill Eagle here on a Friday morning, March 1. Coming up at 8 o'clock Foodie Friday with Neil. And we're going to talk about the most, probably the best pizza in the entire country, which I bet you didn't know about. That's going to be a surprise for you. And then Whirlwind Review at 8:30, where I look back at the big stories that happen both to us and around the world. Okay, insurance here in California. Let me tell you why insurance is so crazy. For people that live in fire-prone areas, burn areas, you're not getting home insurance. You're not getting property insurance. For people like me, who had my insurer say, getting out of the state, goodbye, and I'm looking for an insurance company to basically pick up my property. By the way, my insurance lapsed November 11th. This one ended, and they said, no, thank you, we're gone. I figured, okay, I'm going to get another insurance company. It took me 2.5 weeks. I was there for 2.5 weeks. I did not sleep for 2.5 weeks. And I finally was able to pick up an insurance policy for the low price of twice as much as I was paying for my previous policy. So that's my personal story. Insurance industry groups have called what is happening a bomb-throwing bogus advocacy group. What are they talking about? They're talking about a guy named Harvey Rosenfield and Consumer Watchdog. Consumer Watchdog being an advocacy program that represents consumers against insurance companies, keep rates low, to basically represent them. The insurance lobby is huge. The insurance company's lobby is huge. We, as purchasers of insurance, there really isn't a good lobby. Well, you got Consumer Watchdog, which is one
watchdog groups that represent us and are on our side. Well, home insurers have stopped writing policies too. They've left parts of the state that are prone to wildfire. We're done. And so you have a new voice joining in the ranks of the critics who are nailing consumer watchdog. And that happens to be the insurance commissioner, Ricardo Loro. And here's what's new. This guy represents the consumer. This is the insurance commissioner. Is basically dead set against the insurance company. He sets the rates. The insurance commission sets the rates. The only state in the union where an insurance company wants to raise rates has to go in front of this guy and the commission and say, here's why we want to raise the rates. And a whole lot of time, the commission said no. And a whole lot of time, the insurance companies say, we want a 10% raise, and here's why. And the insurance commission says, no, we'll give you 7%. And so they walk away, and what ends up happening, based on the rates they can't get and the market, and the cost of rebuilding, and the number of homes that have gone up in flames, it's wiped out the market. They're losing money, the insurance companies. And they're getting out. They're just getting out of California. I was there for 2.5 weeks. I was scrambling to find an insurance company to pick me up. Twice as much. Thank you very much. And I don't know, and I want to hear his policy. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll tell you one thing, if my house burns down, well, now it doesn't matter. The house can burn down all at once, because as a matter of fact, if it does burn down, I'm going to rebuild it with insurance money, and it's going to be brand new. This is a case of Jewish lightning, where you torch your own house for the insurance payments. Seriously? Well, that's what they call it. No, they don't. Nobody calls it that. Nobody calls it down. Oh, a lot of people call it that. But that doesn't matter. That was a little bit of a tangent. So let's move on to the fact Consumer Watchdog, which is on behalf of the consumer, the elected insurance commissioner, Ricardo Loro, in this case, is elected by the people, which means he should be on the side of the people. Right? He is nailing Consumer Watchdog, which represents the people, the consumer. What is going on? And by the way, Laura wouldn't even have a job if it weren't for Consumer Watchdog. And what is this about? How does all this pan out? Okay, let's go to Prop 103. And that happened in 1988. And there was a group that came out of that called Consumer Watchdog. And that was based on Ralph Nader in spurring new consumer regulation. Ralph Nader, very interesting guy, wrote Unsafe at Any Speed about the Corvair, a GM car that was killing people left and right. And he is the one that created the consumer industry, if you will. He also ran in the primary, or he also ran in the presidential against George Bush. And oh my God, did my mind just go? Why am I thinking Robert Dolan? It isn't. Geez, names sometimes. I'll stand up and start screaming the name anyway. Vice President under Al Gore. Al Gore. Thank you very much. Name just slipped my mind. Sorry. What is Al Gore, Alex? No, I don't think so. Jeopardy. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anyway. What he did, Ralph Nader entered that fight and guaranteed that Al Gore lost because he was a spoiler. There's a whole history of that, and if you know his name, you know what it's about. In the meantime, the Proposition 103, Rosenfield helped write, and it enacted literally the most stringent insurance industry regulation in the country. Created the Office of the Insurance Commissioner to head the State Department of Insurance, an elected office. And it's the only place in the country where if an insurance company comes in, wants to raise the rate, as I said, has to go in front of the insurance commissioner, and most of the time the commission says no, or lowers the amount of increase. And it was all about providing transparency into the market, the insurance market, prevent insurers from charging excessive fees, excessive as determined by the insurance commission, not the market. Inadequate or unfairly discriminatory rates. Certain areas, redlining, for example, minority areas would charge more rates. I mean, there was a lot of discrimination there. And that happened. That was 35 years ago. So let me come back and explain what's going on, because there is something happening right now, very, very strange. And I will write down the name of Al Gore, so next time I mention his name, I will remember it. And by the way,
Why they have the fleet?
That's right. And just for your information, Jewish lightning is a thing. We're coming back. I'm just saying, don't say it. Oh, okay. Okay. That's your waiting. You can look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Please look it up. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The big storm moving through Northern California has prompted Yosemite National Park to shut down. Visitors have been told to leave no later than noon today. Several feet of snow is expected to fall in the park through the weekend. A factory in Aruba that makes environmentally friendly buses for LA Metro and Foothill Transit Systems and others is shutting down. Rev Group says the ENC bus business and plant will close once it completes its outstanding orders. About 400 people will lose their jobs. The Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots combined are now worth more than $1 billion. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing is at $607 million, to anyone matching all 6 winning numbers. Tomorrow night's Powerball jackpot is up to $443 million. Increasing chance of rain through the day, highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Stand Up to Cancer. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check in with the KFI in the sky. Got a crash in downtown LA on 101.
We sure do. It's the northbound side of the 101 right there at Mission, and getting some interesting reports from this one. Apparently, somebody hit somebody, ran into another car there, and then that driver just jumped out of the car and went running off the freeway. They left the car on the freeway. So we're on our way to check that out. Whatever happened there, it's not good for you to drive northbound side of the 101. Mission is where it happened, and that's going to really block things up out of the East LA interchange. Also, northbound side of the 605 at Slauson, that off-ramp is still blocked as they wrap up an investigation into an earlier fatal crash. Still quite a few delays back from the 105 on that one. If you are headed northbound or southbound, but especially northbound on the 15 through Rainbow Valley, that off-ramp there, bad crash. All the northbound lanes closed. Southbound, the one lane is closed on the southbound side. Both sides are jammed there, just south of Temecula. Will Colesriver, KFI in the sky.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On September 16th, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill cut their vacation short and decided to drive home.
They were having difficulty finding their way around the city, and Barney decided he just wanted to drive home, knowing that they would arrive at their home on New Hampshire's seacoast at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
What they saw that night in the New Hampshire sky would change everything.
I began walking across the highway, looking up at the object with the binoculars, putting them down, shaking my head, saying, well, this just can't be true. I don't believe it.
A light in the sky.
At first she thought of a falling star, but she realized the falling stars don't fall upwards, and that's what this one was doing.
2 years later, the Hills would undergo hypnosis.
She tried to stop the car, stop, and the really close to it. I think, well, I can't get away from it. If I get the car door open, I can run the window side.
That became known the world over.
Dr. Simon gave me a post-it suggestion. He said if I wanted to, I could sketch the star map. But if I didn't want to, I didn't have to. So about 2 weeks later, I sketched.
Their account has been scrutinized.
Especially if you're highly hypnotizable, you are even more susceptible to
contamination, and distortion.
By scientists, skeptics, theorists, and believers.
She wound up building a total of more than 20 three-dimensional models and was able to find one and only one pattern that matched what Betty had drawn.
What happened on that night journey in 1961? Were the hills confused about what they saw, or did they have an encounter with beings out of this world? From iHeartRadio and Aaron Mankey's Grim and Wild, this is Strange Arrivals.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The Red Hot Chili Peppers are heading to Brew City as co-headliners for the 2024 Harley-Davidson Homecoming Festival. Taking place at Veterans Park at Milwaukee's lakefront this summer, Jelly Roll and Hardy are the other co-headliners, with The Offspring and Cypress Hill also on the bill. As always, there'll be plenty of other Harley-related activities, and this year includes a special tribute to 90-year-old biker, former HD designer, and VP Willie G. Davidson, grandson of company co-founder William A. Davidson. The fest is set for the weekend July 26th through 28th, with the Chili's, The Offspring, and Cypress Hill all hitting the stage on Saturday the 27th. Full lineup tickets and other info is available at hdhomecoming.com. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
You want to work from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.? I wish I had the autonomy. Like, I think I'll just have a radio show from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then tomorrow I'll do it from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. No, Kelly, I'm just going to do radio in the morning next week. Why? Because I got to do.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And this is KFI, Neil here, and this is the last segment before we go to Foodie Friday with Neil. Some great stuff. A survey just came out, and the best pizza that has ever been produced, I'm going to talk about. Neil's giving me the weird look. You'll see. And then this week's World in Review, where I review the big stories that we have covered throughout the week. Now, 1988, the people of the state of California passed something called Prop 103, which protects the consumer against insurance companies. And it's established an insurance commissioner elected by the people who effectively helps us, the consumer, fight against or protects us against the insurance companies raising rates and staying in the industry and not bailing out. And one of the Consumer Watchdog started right around that time. And it was, which we all are, or for most of us are, and you had Consumer Watchdog on our side. Because remember, Consumer Watchdog was pitching Prop 103 like crazy. Well, you now have the insurance commissioner coming down against Consumer Watchdog. And what is that? What is going on? Well, what is happening is insurance companies are no longer the powerhouses that they were. They're losing money. They're bailing out of the state. The wildfires, the flooding we've had simply costs so much money for insurance carriers to cover that they're just getting out of Dodge, the entire state of Dodge. So why is where's Consumer Watchdog here? Why is the insurance commissioner so angry? Well, if you look at what it does, Prop 103 is that it not only sets up the office of the insurance commissioner, who is elected, which means he's not going to be a friend of the insurance industry. He's going to be our friend. Otherwise, we don't re-elect him. Although, in reality, is we always re-elect the same commissioner because nobody knows anybody's name, and it's one of those like electing judges. No one pays attention, and who's ever sitting judge gets wins in this state. So, the insurance commissioner theoretically and does represent us. And if an insurance company, as I said in the last segment, wants to go and wants an increase in fees, has to go in front of the insurance commissioner and quite often, no, I want 10%. No, you're getting 6%. Now, let me tell you what the bill does. Is every time there is an increase request by the industry, watchdog groups can come in and argue
that there shouldn't be an increase. They're invited to go to the hearings to argue against the increase. Okay, fair enough. Watchdog groups. Under Prop 103, those watchdog groups, and by the way, consumer watchdog is really the only one left. It was the big one, it is the big ones, other ones sort of bailed out. The law says that when consumer watchdog comes in, joins the fray on behalf of the consumer, arguing against the industry asking for, or an insurance company asking for more money. Not only are they allowed to come in, whatever it costs for them to come in has to be paid by the insurance company. The insurance companies have to fund consumer watchdog. And that goes, so what the industry is saying, and this is where the insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara, says, hey, they're in it for the money. Look at how much money they're making. It is ridiculous. And they are stopping and getting in the way and filing lawsuits to stop every increase. And they are now hurting more than they're helping. And effectively, the argument is they run the courts. And they become more don't need them anymore because now they're a hindrance. And the insurance companies have to pay for them interfering, getting involved in these hearings, these requests. And it's just, it's crazy making. And so you rarely see an insurance commissioner join the insurance industry in going against a consumer advocacy group that is the watchdog, consumer watchdog. And it is getting, it's getting vicious. It really is. By the way, when it started, when the Prop 103, there were a dozen of these watchdog groups, but they didn't have the resources. Consumer Watchdog was first in, was able to raise the money, and so the last 2 years, by the way, Consumer Watchdog intervened in, I think it's Allstate, asking for more money, and they did it over and over again. However, let me give you some stats. The final result for ratepayers ended up 38% lower than what the companies requested for home insurance, 29% lower for auto insurance. Request the insurance companies requested, and what they got is 29% lower fee than what they wanted. When you look at when Consumer Watchdog does not get involved, the amount approved is only 2 to 3% lower than what the companies request versus 30% lower. I mean, they really do a good job, but you know, is it just too expensive now? Do they have too much power? Do we need them? Interesting fight going on. It really is. And the part that I find fascinating is an elected official that is there to represent the consumer joins the insurance industry in fighting the consumer watchdog, which represents the consumer. Don't see that very often. Coming up, Foodie Friday with Neil, who is hosting the Fork Report tomorrow 2 to 5. All right, coming back with that. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Weather closure. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Yosemite National Park has closed until Sunday as a blizzard rolls in. It's expected to dump more than 10 feet of snow in the area.
Yosemite Valley itself could see up to 18 inches of snow. Other areas much more than that.
ABC's Alex Stone says the National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning. The snow is expected in the Sierra Nevada through the weekend, with road closures and power outages expected. At least one resort in Lake Tahoe has closed today. Backcountry avalanche warnings are also in place. A beach closure and several warnings are in place in LA because recent rains left high levels of bacteria in the water. The LA County Department of Public Health has closed Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. Warnings are up for Santa Monica Canyon Creek at Will Rogers State Beach, the Santa Monica Pier, and the Pico Kenter Storm Drain at Santa Monica Beach. Officials say visitors should avoid swimming and playing in the water in those areas until bacteria levels are deemed back to normal. News brought to you by Semper Solaris. The LAPD is warning people who own Chevy Camaros about key cloning devices used to swipe their cars.
The devices are about the size of a cell phone. They can pick up and clone nearby signals through key fobs. The LAPD says a minor was recently arrested with one. Year over year, LA has seen a nearly 1,300% increase in Camaro thefts. 90 Camaros have been stolen across the city so far this year. Detectives say people should never keep key fobs in their cars. They also say people should look into security cases that can prevent key fob signals from being transmitted. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The South Park Neighborhood Association is urging LA to take control of the so-called graffiti towers downtown. Vice President Deborah Shroud says the complex is not a good look for the area.
We have the Olympics coming here. We have all these things that showcases this area, and that's what you have.
Shroud says the city should consider different options for taking over Oceanwide Plaza, including buying it or getting it a receivership. City Councilman Kevin De Leon's office says LA does not have enough money to buy the unfinished buildings. People in the Santa Clarita Valley say the Chiquita Canyon landfill continues to be a literal headache.
Federal and state officials have issued citations. Local governments and other agencies have weighed in, but odor and health problems around Chiquita Canyon landfill persist. Amy Bodek, the county director of regional planning, and another agency involved, says it can get confusing.
It's challenging to say who's in charge because there are myriad departments involved.
The Board of Supervisors received an update on ongoing mitigation efforts this week and say they'll continue to monitor. Residents, meanwhile, have sued to shut down the site over the smell and toxic runoff. Michael Monks, KFI News.
New York City's Lindsay Tuckman says about 100 people turned out for the first public hearing on the plan last night.
Should be tweaked in favor, like saying it will benefit public transit as well as unclog the roads, while others who spoke strongly oppose the congestion pricing or think there should be tweaks to the plan at the very least.
London, Stockholm, Milan, and Singapore all have congestion pricing, but New York would be the first in the U.S. to impose the fees. Hip Watch has landed in Big Bear, where eagles Jackie and Shadow have been awaiting the arrival of up to 3 eaglets. The first of the 3 eggs is incubated for at least 35 days and could begin hatching any time. Friends of Big Bear Valley Executive Director Sandy Steers says they're now watching for a pip, which is
when one of the chicks starts hatching out, they first make like a dent or a hole in the eggshell as they work on getting out of there.
Thousands of people have been watching a live stream of the eagle action on the group's website and YouTube. We'll check some problems on the 10 with the cancel possible, increasing chance of rain through the day. Highs will be in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Lindo C, around 60 for the valleys. Low 60s for the IE, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Rain's likely tonight and all day tomorrow. Highs will be in the upper 50s to mid 60s. Got a chance of showers on Sunday morning, then it should dry by the afternoon. Sunny for Monday, mostly sunny on Tuesday, then a slight chance of rain again late Wednesday. It's 54 in Yorba Linda, 58 Irvine, 56 in Carson, 54 in Whittier. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 45 points. The NASDAQ is up 89. S&P 500 up 21.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Working on a crash in downtown LA on the 10.
Yeah, this was in a really bad spot. It's the westbound side of the right between the 5 and the 101. So if you're heading westbound on the 10, coming out of the Alhambra area, this crash in lanes there. But reportedly, somebody hit the other cars and then jumped out of their car and ran off the freeway. So possibly a stolen vehicle, or they just didn't want to be caught for some reason. Maybe they have something, a warrant out for them or something. But at any rate, it's a mess. They're cleaning up the wreck. And it is slow getting away from Soto on the westbound side of that 10 freeway. If you're headed through Azusa 210 westbound right around Vernon, you've got a crash in the right lane. Some slowing as you approach the scene there. We're on our way to a new crash in Long Beach. It's going to be the 405 southbound right around Cherry. 3 vehicles involved there. Definitely seeing some slowing back from the 710. Well, close driver, KFI the Sky.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But
history is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bolt, and me, Noah Brown, as we dive into some strangest stories from across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidents of the invention of hold music, or how people used to plant pineapples. Join us here in many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com.
In today's Marketers Report, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer at Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
In this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here. It is a Friday morning, March 1. As we're on the last hour of the show. Before we do, Amy talked about this morning in her weather report as part of the news. And that is the rains are coming down today, but Northern California is going to get nailed with storms. The mountains up to 12 feet of snow and crazy stuff. And once again, it's being described as life-threatening, the storms. I mean, we've heard that a couple of times already. I don't remember the last time life-threatening was used to describe storms coming into California. And this is the second go-round. Once here, and I think a couple times up in Northern California. Kind of crazy stuff to say the least. Okay, it's time for Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra. Music.
Food.
There we go.
Glorious food.
Do you know how to cook, or do you just know how to put the trash in the oven and then put it on a plate?
It's Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra on the Bill Handle Show.
Hey, welcome to the live radio, girls.
I got a handle. She's going to join me in the 4 o'clock hour, and we're going to talk vodka sauce that were phenomenal. And we'll get into those among others.
And by the way, did you know, Neil, that she got a scholarship to culinary school? Scholarship being, Dad, will you pay for this? And I said, yes. I could handle a scholarship to pay for culinary school.
I've heard of those daddy scholarships. I've been looking into them myself.
Yes, very special. Okay, now, as I had said, to give you the weird look, the #1 pizza in the country, by a long shot, survey after survey, is Chuck E. Cheese pizza. Not only did he beat by cardboard with the sort of kind of tomato sauce that doesn't have any tomatoes in it, but they're developing, of course they're not known for pizza, but the kids go to the birthday parties there, and as a matter of fact, I had the girl's bat mitzvah at Chuck E. Cheese's, which I did not.
No. Okay, so do they have the best food? No. Do we have visions of the old Chuck E. Cheese costume that was creepy as hell? I think they actually changed it from a rat to a mouse now, but anywho, the intellectual property of Chuck E. Cheese still has value and notability, right? So they're talking about physical kind of game. You've got these physical challenges. You've got adults. This is for adults, mind you.
Let me get
It's to compete over supersized arcade games like.
I'm a little confused here. They have a competition like Squid Games, which, of course, if you watch Squid Games, people die. So is it similar to that, where if you lose, you're forced to eat the pizza?
and bear the consequences, the gastronomical consequences. So they say that there will be a prize wall. They say that they will have like the human claw. I think, you know, the claw that grabs the prizes?
Yeah,
you know, in the machine, right? But I think they attach like the person to a machine, and they have to grab. It's all these oversized, supersized arcade games like pinball, air hockey, all these things, and they have to do that in exchange for tickets, and the tickets get this massive prize wall. No, it's in early development. No official release date at this point. So we'll have to wait. But the concept to me, like you said, Squid Games, like people die.
I loved it. There's so much gratuitous violence. And as soon as you talked about they got rid of the rat and now it's a mouse, and of course Chuck E. Cheese is a rat or was a rat, my visual was you got that audio. It wasn't a person; it was an audio animatronic.
Well, no, they had both. They had a little area that you sit in with the animatronics that have now birthed the movie Five Nights at Freddy's, by the way. But not only that, but you have the guy walking around, and he was a crackhead-looking rat. And like his eyes were all darkened, and it was weird.
I also heard that it was all costume. They had their costumed people just following the rat dying of bubonic plague and just falling down. It was just for the kids. They were the kids.
I've never seen rats in Chuck E. Cheese, but you gotta imagine if there were some, they could just play it up and go, "That's not part of the fun, kids."
Yeah. All right, a couple of things I want to cover when we come back, and that is beef-infused rice.
That's fascinating.
Okay, yeah, I'm interested in that. And why you should undercook your chicken. Wow, that's disgusting. Horrible, mushy, undercooked chicken. Chicken sushi.
Coming up next, beef, rice, and raw chicken.
Well, we're going to cover all of that.
62 unfilled police service representative positions. That is like a mandatory overtime for staff. Records show last year, LAPD was only able to hit its goal of answering 90% of 911 calls within 15 seconds, just over half of the time. A fire is burning in a commercial building in the Southgate area. Firefighters were called out to the fire on Firestone Boulevard and Santa Fe Avenue shortly before 7 this morning. The fire's flames have burned through the roof of the building, and a second alarm has been called. Our KFI in the Sky is going to take a closer look at the traffic around that in just a minute. Carol G's private plane has made an Oklahoma pass and turned around. The plane landed safely a short time later. We'll check that problem in downtown or in the Southgate area with the KFI in the Sky next.
I've been telling you that I bought another home, and I'm not even moving in, haven't moved in yet because there's some work. I'll tell you, before I'm moving in, I'm putting in a life source whole house water filtration system. I'm not getting into a house without this water filter system, delivering highly filtered, delicious water from every tap in your house. Imagine cooking, cleaning, drinking, doing clothes, dishes, no monthly servicing. Now warranty limitations do apply, and they are celebrating 40 years in business. What does that tell you? They clearly know what they're doing. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit lifesourcewater.com. Lifesourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
And an increasing chance of rain through the day, highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go to places. A building fire has streets closed in Southgate.
Sure does. They're still working on this fire, dropping a lot of water on it from outside with a whole lot of smoke still showing. It's the intersection of Firestone and Santa Fe here in Southgate. And basically what that means for you is Firestone is completely shut down between Alameda and Long Beach Boulevard. Also,
Santa Fe is closed right there in Firestone, both directions. Avoid the area if you can. There are just dozens of fire engines and other apparatus here on the scene. As far as your freeways are concerned, that's not really affecting your drive on the freeways. We do have a crash, though, heading into the East LA interchange westbound side of the 10 between the 5 and the 101. Very bad spot for a crash, and there it is. It is slow all the way back to Soda. Bill Colschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Strangest stories across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of hold music or how people used to plant pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Catching up after work.
You said that? You really said that?
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also gives you access to over 350,000 podcasts. Yeah, including all the most popular hosts and shows worldwide. Best of all, you can listen to all your podcasts for free. Tap on the podcast tab and explore podcasts from over 20 different topics. Sports to comedy, history to crime, music to politics, and much, much more. While you're listening, iHeartRadio will remember where you left off and pick back up when you return. You can adjust your listening speeds to slow down or speed up your podcast. Follow your favorite titles to get updates when new episodes drop. Download podcast episodes right on your phone so you can listen anytime, even without an internet connection. All the podcasts you want and all the functionality to make listening great. And you don't need any other app. It's all on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
You find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMiro tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, Campbell here on a Friday morning as we end the week. Tomorrow morning it's Handle on the Law, and that's from 8 to 11 o'clock. The show where I gladly and politely abuse you, make fun of you, humiliate you, and for some reason people keep on calling in. You got me, and I give you free legal advice, and you're overpaid. That's it. Also tomorrow from 2 to 5, it's Fork Report with Neil Saavedra, the Fork Reporter, and who joins us every Friday. Well, he's here every Monday through Friday anyway, as part of the show now. And he is, we call this segment Free Friday. All right, Neil, back we go. And here's a question, and these are stories that Neil generally gives me. This is the headline: South Korean scientists invent beef-infused rice.
Well, this is actually not about infusing flavor. This is interesting. So there's constant innovation when it comes to finding alternatives, I guess, to beef, and with the carbon footprint that comes with it, but still getting the things that you need from it: good fat, protein. And in this particular process there in South Korea, the scientists created this coating. So they coat the rice grains with fish gelatin. The gelatin kind of acts like an adhesive, if you will. It allows them to seed cow muscle, and fat stem cells actually onto the grains. So this creates an environment, promotes cell growth and tissue formation, and then through the culture process, it took about 11 days or so. After its completion, invention that has 8% more protein, 7% more fat than regular rice, and it creates this other protein affixed food that's inexpensive, smaller carbon footprint than beef.
Carbon footprint meaning that you don't raise. There's no cows.
It's expensive.
Cows.
It's very expensive. When you look at the water and the space, and
the raising beef, raising any kind of an animal is makes no sense ecologically speaking.
But a cow is
cows are the worst. Yeah, true. So I love my beef. All right, and so do I. So let me ask you this: are we going to see this beef-flavored, beef-infused rice at steak houses? I would think that's the perfect place as a side at Mastro's, for example.
Steak rice, if you will.
Steak rice, yes.
At this point, we may see it at some point, especially in poorer countries.
Okay, that makes sense.
They're looking for this as a possible hybrid type food. They can serve, food relief, famine areas. It can be military rations, even space food, possibly something that has that high protein need. And it's just more experimentation.
How does it compare with, for example, protein from soy, plant-based protein, which is the majority of aid that's given? When we send aid overseas, it's generally soy protein.
Well, your soy protein you could be allergic to. And some people have concerns about soy as well, about the high estrogen in soy. So this is different.
Yeah, these are poor people that are eating sand versus picking up soy. So they're allergic.
Well, sand's not going to give your little boy boobs.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now, I got it. All right, now switching over. The concept of eating undercooked chicken. Now, just thought of it, okay? I immediately think of sushi, chicken sushi. Right there on the menu.
Chicken tartare.
Yeah, it looks and sounds so disgusting. So give me one reason why you would undercook your chicken.
You don't want to eat raw chicken because that's probably going to give you bubble guts and hot snakes, as the kids say. So don't do that. This is about learning that if you cook things to the actual temp they need to be, they will be overcooked because there's a transition of heat that continues to rise. So any chef will tell you that between 155 degrees to 160 degrees is where you want to pull the chicken out. It will continue to raise its temperature to the safe 165 degrees. But if you take it out at 165, it'll go to 170 or
got it. Okay, so
dry it.
So it's not. I guess it's not so much undercooking. It's grabbing it before it reaches the temperature it should be. Hey, I have a quick question before we bail out of here. And this is you, and that's a foodie deal. Last night I cooked sous vide up some chicken breasts. I used my sous vide and I brought it to the temperature and to exactly the way it should be. The middle was mushy. The outside the part that wasn't the middle, right? The outer reaches, if you will, if you're a science fiction fan, the outer reaches was perfect. So how do I get around that?
Do you remember your temperature setting?
I think it was 148. I looked at the sous vide chart.
Okay, and how long did you keep it in there?
About an hour and a half, hour 40.
Yeah, something was wrong with those two things, whether it's the cut or the weight of the breast.
They were big.
Because, so when you start getting that mushy with the... So here's the difference. When you're dealing sous vide, of course, you're dealing a lower temperature for a longer period of time to kill bacteria. So, for instance, if we walk out on a 75-degree day, we're not going to burn up. If you walk out up instantly. However, if you stay at 75 degrees for long periods of time, you could get burned and stuff. Well, so this is a little temperature. However, due to structure of whatever the protein is, the heat and the length of time you put it in there, it can become mushy. That usually happens when it's in there too long, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But an hour, maybe it's going to be 45 minutes or something like that, depending on the size of the chicken.
All right, and by the way, for those people that don't know what a sous vide is, we talked about this before. You want to look it up. It's SOU, and then separate word VIDE, and it is a process by which there's a little device that sits in a pot, and you seal the food like in a food saver, and it goes in there for a given last night.
It is French for under pressure. That you put it in a vacuum sealed bag, you basically poach it, and then you sear it off. You get
It's a wonderful way to cook.
It's beautiful because it'll be the same
And it used to be, and the sous vide, the two that we have, you have the same as I do.
You gifted it to me.
They were $1,000 a piece.
Oh no, they were more than that. They were like 12.
Now you can pick them up for $80.
Yeah, but the technology is even better now. They're pretty amazing.
They are. All right, we're done. Neil, tomorrow 2 to 5, and Neil still hangs around, of course. He'll be here right on KFI with the Fort Report, and you can reach him at Fort Reporter. That's his address. So we're coming back with the week in review, the world in review, some of the big stories we covered, and just some comments on them as we end our Friday show. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Crowds of people have shouted the name of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny as a hearse carried his body through the streets of Moscow. He was buried today in a suburb where he used to live. Navalny died in a Russian prison last month. His widow again blamed Russian President Putin, who she says ordered Navalny's torture for 3 years.
Putin must answer for what he has done with my country. Putin must answer for what he has done to a neighboring peaceful country. And Putin must answer for everything he has done to Alexei.
Prison officials claim that Navalny collapsed and died while he was out for a walk in the prison north of the Arctic. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. With just a few days left to return ballots or head to a voting center before the March 5th primary election, a key poll shows Democrat Adam Schiff and former Dodgers first baseman Republican Steve Garvey are leading in the race for the U.S. Senate seat that was held for decades by Dianne Feinstein. The top two finishers in the face-off in the general election in November. LA County is making history as the first place in the U.S. to open a voting center in a transgender support facility. Starting tomorrow, the Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Center in the Fairfax area will operate as an official vote center through Super Tuesday. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says by providing a safe space for the trans community to exercise their right to vote, they're breaking barriers and ensuring every Californian has equal access to the ballot box. The largest wildfire in Texas history has merged with another fire and is now 5% contained.
Picked up how the fire started, but basically 3 of them started. Suddenly that wind turned what might have been moderate-sized fires into massive conflagrations that just charred vast quantities of the landscape here.
ABC's Matt Gutman says a lot of the firefighters responding to the Texas Panhandle are volunteers who have traveled from as far away as Houston. He says the fire has killed at least 2 people so far. Dr. Seuss Enterprises is celebrating the author's 120th birthday by giving away books. Parents will have 90 days to claim the free book, which comes with a personalized message commemorating the child's Seussian birthday. We'll check some problems on the 405 with the KFI in the sky right after weather. Southland weather from KFI. Morning, 40% chance of rain this afternoon. Highs in the 50s to low 60s. Rain is likely tonight. Then rain off and on all day tomorrow. Highs in the 50s to mid 60s. Still have a chance of rain for Sunday morning. It should clear off by the afternoon. Mostly sunny skies on the way to start next week with highs in the 50s to mid 60s. It's 56 in La Habra, 61 in Seal Beach. We got a crash in Long Beach on the 405.
It's going to be the southbound side, southbound 405 in Cherry. The right lane taken away with this crash, and traffic is slow back from Santa Fe. Rainbow, just a little bit south of Temecula there. Northbound side of the 15 at Rainbow Valley, all the lanes still shut down and taking you off the freeway. Southbound side of the 15 at the same spot there, one lane closed, and it is jammed up as well. So both sides of that freeway, the 15 freeway south of Temecula, just a reminder they're not a great place to travel if you can avoid it. We've got issues going northbound 605 in Slauson. That operator still shut down from an earlier fatal crash investigation. We should be pretty close to wrapping that up, but yeah, it is slow from the 105 on the northbound side of the 605. Will Ghostwriter KMI in the sky.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com or less. Join in series, coffee, smoothies, or by the glass. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
It's a time of year to enjoy life. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring.
Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and this is lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime.
QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
Pro athletes have been doing this for decades. Now this life-changing treatment is available for you so that you can walk and run, climb stairs, play golf, and move again, pain-free.
No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility.
Take action now and live your best life this spring and summer. It's a great use, by the way, of your tax refund check, so call QC Kinetics and get that free consultation.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
Make mornings golden with Eggo products from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. On sale now. Buy 2 packs of select frozen Eggo waffles and French toast sticks for just $5 while supplies last. Flavor is in full bloom at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you.
Is your garage cluttered? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. They'll make it disappear.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob. Why are Democrats trying so hard to stop Republican Steve Garvey? Fox News Radio says he'd be a big boost to Republican control of the U.S. Senate. He's surging in the polls, and more importantly, Garvey's a MAGA Republican who voted for Trump twice. He supports Trump's border.
People will say he created jobs for minorities, more than any in this history.
Garvey says MAGA policies make us safe.
Still affluent and very well educated. I know, every time I screw up, they tell me. If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI AM 640 can help you reach your goals and connect you with brand new customers. As the most listened to radio station on the entire iHeartRadio app, KFI reaches more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And not just anyone. You know what I mean? People exactly like you, homeowners, business owners, CEOs, etc., etc. Top-end people. KFI listeners know they can trust us, and most of them have purchased the product or service that we've recommended. KFI has helped thousands of great Southern California businesses to grow, and we'd also like to help you out as well. Just let us show you how KFI AM 640 can work for you and your business. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say, grow my business. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. And then you sit back while we grow your business. Happens to work. Dig dog with this station.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. Planet Oat oat milk is an excellent source of calcium with only 4 grams of sugar or less. Enjoy it in cereal, coffee, smoothies, or by the glass. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Friday morning, March 1 is the last half hour of the show. And this is where I engage in this week's World in Review.
Living under a rock. Well, here's what you missed.
Yeah, okay, Johnny, hold on.
what we're doing is Ann is watching the Eagle Cam with those eagles up in Big Bear that everybody's involved with, and you're riveted to this. Are they expecting those eagles to have eaglets any day now or today?
Well, there are 3 eggs, and the first egg that was laid is any day now. It's basically, we started Pip Watch yesterday. So that's at 35 days. And so any minute now.
Sure. And it's really, I mean, it's exciting. A lot of people love it. It's and just for everybody's information who really loves this, the survival rate of these eaglets is about 8%. Thank you.
There are almost 30,000 people watching these eagles right now.
Okay, 8%, 30,000 people. Are you going to be happy campers? Okay, now, Tony, let's start it.
Living under a rock. Well, here's what's new next. Hanging hot off the news wires from around the corner to around the world. This is this week's World in Review.
All right, this is where I cover the big stories that happened this week, both nationally. She was buried, I think thousands of people this thing. That's an illegal assembly, and you will be arrested. No reports of arrest yet, because how would that look? Well, it doesn't matter. They just have that says anything against the government. As a matter of fact, saying something against the government is a crime. And now we're back to the days of, well, the Stalin, Nazi Germany, where statement against the government, which of course in this case is Putin, will put you in jail for a bunch of years. Also on the international front, it's a pretty horrific story, and that is 100 people were killed, 700 injured. There were a group of Palestinians that rushed a convoy of humanitarian aid because there's just straight out starvation going on, and the Israelis opened fire and 100 people were killed. Now, the Israeli government are saying no, they were killed because they were rushing and they were trampled to death, and the Palestinians, Hamas, saying no, that's not true at all, and there's a horrific video, and this one is, I think Israel's going to really suffer. Both sides are lying through their teeth, by the way. Hamas is lying, and Israel is many of its reporting. And this is the first time that I know of that reporters are not allowed into a war zone, even though in areas that are safe. They're just not allowed to. So that is going on. At the same time, Biden earlier this week said that there is a ceasefire coming by the end of this week, by Monday, in which the negotiations with the U.S., Qatar, or Qatar, and Egypt have arranged some kind of a prisoner hostage exchange for a ceasefire and humanitarian aid coming into Gaza. And guess what? Both sides have said, no, not true. He spoke and said, he misspoke about the ceasefire. Also, as far as humanitarian aid is concerned, there's not nearly enough coming in. Gaza needs about 500 trucks a day of foodstuffs, medicine, etc. About 100 are going in, and there is simply mass starvation. And then Israel is now saying that they're looking to attack the town, or now the city of Rafah, in which there are over 1 million Palestinians. 85 rations just to start to bring this thing back. I mean, the buildings have just been demolished. It looks like a nuclear weapon has hit parts of Gaza. And they're going to have a tough time with it. Hamas still saying our primary goal is the destruction of Israel. That's what we live for. And this is where Netanyahu is saying, we're just not going to take it. And it's telling the world to go pound sand. And we are not going to let Hamas remain a governmental and a military force. It's not going to happen. And so it's a very, very conservative government, and I mean ultra-conservative, versus you have that side, and you have Hamas, which to this day, to this minute, still talks about the destruction of Israel. That's what they're moving forward on. And while their people are literally being just slaughtered. And it is down to the point 30,000 Palestinians have died. Now it's the point where Israel's getting the brunt of the criticism. And, a lot
of civilians are dying. All right, we're going to take a break, and I'm going to go into a couple of other stories, some local stories, some U.S. stories, the moon mission, where it looks like the lunar lander itself is mooning us. And so we've got a lot more to cover before we end the show. Let's shot to Amy Kate, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Snow levels in Southern California are expected to drop to about 4,000 or 5,000 feet as a weekend storm moves in. A high wind watch is up in the Antelope Valley foothills and West San Gabriel Mountains through Sunday afternoon, with gusts up to 60 miles per hour expected. Millions of people in California are going to see credits on their utility bills in April. It's thanks to the state's climate programs, which require businesses to pay for polluting. The average credit for SoCal Gas, SoCal Edison, and other heat power suppliers will be $146. Hollywood Boulevard has been closed near the Dolby Theater so bleachers can be put up and the red carpet can be rolled out ahead of next Sunday's Academy Awards. The stretch between Orange and Highland will remain closed to all traffic until 6 a.m. to low 60s. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson, and Owen. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in Diamond Bar on 60.
Fairway, car versus a semi lanes there, and it's definitely slow back to the verge with 57 on that westbound 60. Some good news coming from Santa Fe Springs, northbound side of the 605. We just overflew this right there at Slauson. That earlier crash investigation has been wrapped up, and traffic is recovering back to the 105. It's still kind of slow through that stretch. If you're trying to get through Long Beach, you've got outside one lane closed. This all happening there at Rainbow Valley. Will Coltsheimer, KFI in the sky.
You know, I've told you that I wanted to have some downsizing. And so after 24 years in Persian Palace, which I have a life source whole house water filtration system, I'm putting one in my new house. Of course I am. I'm not moving into a house without one of these water systems. And I've had tons now. Filters under the sink and filters on the faucet and just all across the board. Now with the life source system, every single tap in the house delivers pure, obviously very safe filter, delicious water, and that is the operative word here. You're cooking, you're cleaning, you're drinking, doing your dishes, clothes, and what is effectively bottled water. It is that good. That's the life source system. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, celebrating 40 years in business, I might add. 800-WATER-99, or visit lifesourcewater.com. That's lifesourcewater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
This podcast is sponsored by Ramp. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Points, businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/easy. Ramp.com/easy. RAMP.com/easy.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank members of the see terms and conditions apply. In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Simple starting is what matters most. That's why with Peloton bikes, you get thousands of classes, so you can find the one that will get you going.
My name is Cody Rigsby. Welcome to your Low Impact Rise.
With instructors that take the guesswork out of working out.
I'm here for you every step of the way.
And Peloton Entertainment, so you can watch your favorite shows and live sports as you ride. Get started on a Peloton bike or bike plus rental at onepeloton.com/bike/rentals. Terms apply.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly. Keeps you on top of pop culture. If Quentin Tarantino's upcoming 10th directorial effort really will be his final film, at least he's going out with a bang. Deadline reports that Brad Pitt has signed on for the critic, which Tarantino will write and direct. The duo previously worked together on Inglourious Basterds, and Pitt won an Oscar for his turn in Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Few details are available, but Tarantino had previously said that the film would take place in 1977 and focus on a real-life movie reviewer for a small magazine. Quote, really lived, but was never really famous. When Tarantino's the movie critic, likely his final film as a director, is expected to hit theaters in 2025. Alright, and that's what's happened on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
What are you looking for? I mean, some of it is really great information. Some of it's really funny information.
What's going to be the thing that satisfies you? You're going to see that video and be like, okay,
I found the end of the internet.
yeah, that's a good point. What are you looking for?
Gary and Shannon.
What are you looking for?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, KFI 640 here, and it is a Friday, last segment of our Friday show. And it is this week's World in Review. Some of the big stories that are happening and have happened. One of the first one, storms coming in. I mean, a big one. And the weather folks are reporting, this is for Northern California, life-threatening weather conditions. And we've had one of these when the big rains hit here. No fun at all. And Don, I want to talk about on a national story. The Supreme Court has decided to use of criminally trying to stop the election, interference with a governmental authority and interference with a governmental process, which is a crime. And he is arguing and has gone to court and argued that a president is completely immune from anything he does as president, any criminal act whatsoever. And in a similar case, or a case going up, this had to do, I think, with something along the same lines. I'm trying to remember what the case was, the Georgia case going up. And the Supreme Court, Elena Kagan, literally asked Trump's attorney, does that mean that the president can order the assassination of a rival and can't be prosecuted? And the lawyer said, that's right. Okay, and the court agreed to hear it. The appeals court unanimously shut down that argument, of course, and wrote a scathing decision. And you would think the Supreme Court would simply say, we're not going to hear it, which leaves the lower court's decision intact. But one of two things, either that the Supreme Court is that nuts, or more likely, it is such an important issue about a presidential immunity that it wanted to hear the case. I would be stunned if any member of the court agreed with the proposition that a president is immune from prosecution, effectively saying anybody else in the United States can't be prosecuted, a president cannot. Now, we're not talking about prosecuting during the course of the presidency. I don't think anybody's disagreed that there'll be no trial if he's elected president until he's out of the presidency. But this one is absolutely crazy, just nuts. Michigan presidential race, it was obviously Donald Trump and Joe Biden both won the presidential primary, and I don't know when Nikki Haley is going to drop out. I mean, it is just absolutely, well, it's obvious that Nikki Haley doesn't stand a chance, and she keeps on going. Maybe the philosophy is, and I've heard this from pundits, that if Trump goes to trial prior to the election, he is convicted prior to the election. That may
turn off enough independents where the election goes to Joe Biden. And maybe that's the argument, or that Haley is the nomination because so many Republicans will be turned off by a conviction. Not going to happen. Matter of fact, among Republicans, pro-Trump supporters, all of these accusations and prosecutions, both civil and criminal, both federal and statewide, just prove that his victim, prove that they're going after him. It's a witch hunt, and just make them more engaged and more pro-Trump. It just proves the point, anti-government. So there's that going on. Man, we just keep on going. And what else? Let me finish this one. Biden and Trump yesterday visited the border in Texas. Biden and Trump yesterday visited the border, and the border protection bill, which the Republicans were in favor of in the House, will fail, will not even come on the floor, because former President Trump basically said to the Republicans, you kill this. And it doesn't matter how good it is, you kill it. You don't want Joe Biden ever win. It's crazy stuff. That's the weekend review. And of course, I just scratch the surface of this stuff. All right, since it's Friday, tomorrow is Saturday, 8 to 11 o'clock. I'm here with Handel on the law, marginal legal advice. And then Neil Saavedra, our Foodie Friday reporter, our foodie guy, he is here from 2 to 5 o'clock. And so we start again on Monday with Amy, wake-up call from 5 to 6, and the rest of us come right aboard starting at 6 until right about now. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. Keeps it fun.
KFI
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Out with the old, in with the new. I'm Amy King, live from my 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD has a new chief.
26 this morning, Dominic Choi stood before Mayor Bass inside police headquarters.
I, Dominic Choi.
I, Dominic Choi.
Do solemnly swear.
Choi was sworn in as the 58th chief of the nation's third largest police department. He made his first speech as the boss.
Today marks more than just a personal achievement. It symbolizes the progress that we're making towards a more inclusive and representative law enforcement agency.
Choi is the interim chief until a permanent chief is selected. Steve Correct with KFI News.
Car thieves in LA are using key cloning devices to steal newer Chevy Camaros.
The devices are about the size of a cell phone. They can pick up and clone nearby signals from key fobs. The LAPD says a minor was recently arrested with one. Year over year, LA has seen a nearly 1,300% increase in Camaro thefts. 90 Camaros have been stolen across the city so far this year. Detectives say people should never keep key fobs in their cars. They also say people should look into security cases that could prevent key fob signals from being transmitted. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A U.S. citizen has been arrested at the border for allegedly trying to cross back into the U.S. from Mexico with about $130,000 worth of fentanyl hidden in a taxi. The man was one of 4 passengers in the rideshare Wednesday. Border agents say the drugs were inside a speaker that was in a backpack in the trunk. A K-9 alerted to the backpack. The last of 3 men charged have pleaded guilty to bombing an abortion clinic in Costa Mesa with a Molotov cocktail.
They have cocktail of hatred.
U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada says the group was caught with banned weapons, silencers, neo-Nazi paraphernalia, and writings declaring an unbelievable desire to murder journalists.
Hatred towards LGBTQ individuals, towards women, towards people of different races, and trying to start a race war.
He says on top of the 2022 abortion bombing, the group planned to attack a power grid, anti-defamation facilities, and Pride Night at Dodger Stadium. The last man pleaded guilty yesterday. The first sentencing is set for next month. At federal court in Santa Ana, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Shares of Weight Watchers have plunged 25% in pre-market trading since the company announced Oprah would be leaving its board. Weight Watchers said yesterday Oprah is ending a nearly decade-long run as the director of the company.
They've been struggling over the past few years, and seeing Oprah extract herself and seeing the stock just tank, it really does feel like the end of an era.
Business Insider's Mia Graff says there's been a cultural shift in weight management because of new weight loss medications. She says it's going to be interesting to see how Weight Watchers navigates without Oprah moving forward. 2 eagles in Big Bear are preparing for the arrival of their eaglets.
The live video stream featuring expectant parents Jackie and Shadow in their nest tucked high in the trees above Big Bear Lake is so popular, Friends of Big Bear Valley says there's a camera operator in Italy so the overnight hours can be covered.
I think it's exciting to see the possibility of new life, the hope, and just the enthusiasm of good things happening.
After Jackie laid 3 eggs at the end of January, the time is just about right for 1 or more to hatch. You can catch the stream on the group's website. Michael Monk's KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Still a chance for some drizzle this morning. Increasing chance of rain through the day. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC. Right around 60 in the valleys. Low 60s in the Inland Empire. 40s and 50s for the Antelope Valley. Rain is likely tonight and all day tomorrow. That's be in the upper 50s to mid 60s. Got a chance of showers for Sunday morning, and then it should dry out by the afternoon. We've got sunny skies on the way for Monday, mostly sunny Tuesday, and a slight chance of rain again late Wednesday. It's 59 in Fullerton, 57 La Habra, 56 in Pasadena, 57 in Santa Monica. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 31 points, the Nasdaq up 102, and the S&P 500 is up 22.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
We're going to check in with the KFI in the sky with a problem that's been there all morning in Temecula.
This area, northbound side of 15, and Rainbow Valley. That's as you make your way out of San Diego County, headed northbound into Riverside County there. Bad crash from early this morning. All the northbound lanes remain closed there at Rainbow Valley. Your way around this is take 76 eastbound to Pala Temecula Road. Take that out to West Temecula Parkway. You can get back on the northbound side of the 15, but it's going to cost you a whole heck of a lot of time if you have another way to get around this or just not travel this morning to that stretch of the 15 through Temecula or just south of Temecula. That's the good thing to do. Southbound side also very slow there with 1 lane closed at Rainbow Valley. Meanwhile, we've got some problems on the 101 northbound at Silver Lake. Looks like we got a crash there. We're on our way to check it out. It's jammed up back down through the East LA interchange on the northbound side. And then another stretch of the 101 in the Valley northbound side right around Topanga Canyon. Looks like a wreck being worked on there. 3 vehicles in the left lane. It's kind of slow getting out of Encino, headed westbound or northbound on that 101. Something new just popped up. It looks like it's very close to the KFI studios. 134 eastbound at Forest Lawn Drive. At least 1 lane blocked with a crash there, causing some slowing back through Burbank and Toluca Lake. Will Colschreiber, KFI in the sky. Listen.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bull, and me, Noel Brown, as we dive into some strangest stories across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of hold music or how people used to plant pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win in town.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in line this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Gary.
Shannon Barron. I'm not going to brag about how much ass I kicked, but let's just say I kicked every single ass. Gary and Shannon.
My brother lives in Folsom.
No, I know what that is.
Yeah, so I said to him, are you ready for the storm? He wrote back, man, there's going to be a little rain and wind. It's not Katrina.
Well, in Folsom, yes, it's not bad, but man, up in the Tahoe area, it's getting pretty crazy. We'll talk about the storm. We'll talk about all kinds of stuff coming up today, including there is a big, important hearing this morning down in Florida. The judge in the classified documents case against former President Trump is expected to set a trial date. Special counsel Jack Smith says, hey, why not July 8th? I got nothing going on. Trump's attorneys have said you should push it until after the election, but if you have to do something, maybe August 12th. Keep in mind that the Republican convention will be July 15th in Milwaukee. And if the judge goes with Jack Smith's date of July 8th, there's a lot of plane traffic that's good between where is it in Miami? The actual documents case, but anyway, from Florida
These things
to Wisconsin.
ever go on in time.
Right.
It just doesn't happen.
And even if they do, you're right. I mean, if the judge says July 8th, that date is never going to stop.
It's not. It is a Fun Bunny Friday.
Fun Bunny Friday.
We are fun bunnies today. We apologize for poo-pooing on leap year. We understand that people have fun, and it's fun, and it's every 4 years.
And without it, where would we be? We'd already be on March 2nd.
Right.
And I mean, that breaks my heart.
It's another day. You know what? You sound condescending. No. You sound facetious.
No.
Okay. Because when you say it breaks my heart, you sound like an a-hole. Did you hear about the whales?
You're talking about how obesity is now more dangerous than starvation.
That sounds negative and not like Fun Bunny talk.
Okay, whales, no.
No, these are the two humpback whales that were caught on camera having sex. It's the first ever documented sexual encounter between a pair of humpback whales. Moreover, it's not only the first photograph of two humpbacks ever having penetrative sex, they're males. They're both males.
What?
Yes. This was in the journal Marine Mammal Science. And they say that it may not have been romantic in nature, by the way.
I don't know what this is.
Because researchers are saying the receiving whale was either sick or injured, and it seems the other whale came along.
That's not. How is this happy?
It seems that the other whale came along and penetrated him as a show of force, using his fins to keep him from running off.
What are you telling me?
But Jay says it's a big sea turtle.
The scientists say they're not sure if the top whale was mistakenly trying to knock him up or just establishing dominance. Interesting.
What is this, a high school football hazing situation?
Yes.
It's a big fucking wheel, man.
It's super rare to see a humpback whale penis because it's usually sheathed.
It's not. Remember?
The last attempted humpback whale sesh was photographed in '98, and that one too was male on whale. However, that one was dead versus alive. In that instance, a male whale tried having sex with a separate dead male whale. So they're into necrophilia. The whales.
With you.
It's a Fun Bunny Friday.
None of that was fun.
It's nature. It's happening in nature.
You just described.
I didn't know where it was going to go.
Salt.
I feel that.
And the water.
I know. So I thought that was just going to be a beautiful story because all I saw was two whales caught having sex on a film for the first time, and I thought it was a love story. I didn't know it was a dominance hazing story that turned into necrophilia.
What this is?
I don't know what this is.
I didn't know what it was.
Good news is, by Tuesday, our snowpack should be up above normal.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we'll get Deborah Mark to do her sexy snowpack voice.
ABC's Faith the Boobay is up in Truckee.
The area is already blanketed in snow. This is just the amount of snow we've gotten in just the last several hours, and it's only the beginning of the most dangerous part of the storm. Officials are warning that the window for safe travel on the roads has already closed. They want people to hunker down, stay indoors, and leave the roads altogether.
They've told people do not drive. Just simply do not go out unless it's an absolute emergency, and then even then you have to be very, very careful. Last night at what is now called Palisades Top, but we can all refer to it as Squaw Valley because that's what it used to be, they clocked a wind gust of 145 miles an hour, and that was at the beginning of this storm. They're expecting somewhere between 10 and 12 feet in the highest peaks around the Tahoe Basin, and even more potentially in the northern end of the Sierra Nevada as they get up into Oregon, and Washington is also going to see some effects of this storm too. So it's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough up there.
All right, coming up next, dueling border visits where President Biden and former President Trump just pointed fingers at each other for the problem at the border. Who saw that coming? Every single person. Also coming up later in the hour, they say cable news is about to be blown up. As they look at these high-priced news people on cable, they say it's got to be like Survivor. I always thought that TV news was like Survivor. It's always seemed
In all aspects of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Next time we're gonna we could have done this.
You want me to proofread the whale story?
Well, just hey, say something like, hey, I found this whale story, should I do it? And then you can give it to me or Monda or Jacob or
It
Amy.
just looked like a nice funny story for Fun Money Friday.
Plenty of people in the building today.
I know. I could have proved it. I could have actually read it before I read it on the air. I mean, I'm not Chris Little. Oh, shoot. And I almost just said the bad word. I didn't mean to be negative. It's Fun Money Friday.
It is. Amy Kane, speaking of fun bunnies, in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Mayor Bass has sworn in Dominic Toy as the interim chief of the LAPD. Former Chief Michael Moore officially resigned yesterday after being chief for 6 years and serving along the Los Angeles Police Department for more than 40 years. Another insurance company is getting out of the home insurance market in California. American National says it will not renew policies starting this fall because of what it calls significant and persistent profitability issues in the state. The University of California at Riverside has increased the maximum size of a bus on Disneyland. Students in the popular design theme park rides, or students in the popular class design theme park rides and attractions. The bus has become so popular and with a real life Disneyland issue. A long line of students waiting to get in. Increasing chance of rain through today, highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Now let's check in with the KFI in the sky. Who's looking at a crash in Riverside on the 60th?
This is going to be at Market Street right before the interchange there. Looks like everything's on the right shoulder. Several vehicles were involved in this one. Traffic, though, slow from the Aruba Valley area, basically from Aruba there on the eastbound side of the 60. So that continues. If you're trying to get through the Toluca Lake area, 134 eastbound, right around Forest Lawn, they're working on a crash, and it is definitely slow as they work to clear this one. Heading out of, we're getting away from the 101-170 interchange there on the 134. Also some problems for you if you are northbound or westbound on the 101 at Topanga Canyon. 3-car crash clearing from the left lane, and another one in Silver Lake on the 101. This will be the northbound side right there at Silver Lake. Crash being cleared there at Slow at the East LA interchange. With Coach Robert, KFI in the sky.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bull, and me, as we dive into some of the strangest stories across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. whether we're exploring the accidental invention of folk music or how people used to plant pineapples. Join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. Illness has caused Adele to postpone the next batch of shows in her Las Vegas residency at Caesar's Palace. The singer regretfully announced that the March dates of her weekends with Adele's show won't happen as scheduled, with a statement explaining, on doctor's orders, I had no choice but to rest thoroughly. She shared that she had been ill during the break from her last set of shows and still hasn't fully recovered. Adele's next batch of shows is set to begin on May 17th, with residency itself to end on June 15th, though those dates may change due to rescheduled and postponed shows. Fine. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. Taking your kids to the first baseball game. Getting back to the women's BS starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio gets better the more you tell us what you like? Every time you thumb up or thumb down a song, follow a station, podcast, or playlist, we pay attention and change the app just to suit your taste. That's right, no two iHeartRadio apps are exactly the same. The more you thumb up and down music, the better job we're going to do in helping you discover the next song, playlist, or station you'll fall in love with. Follow those podcasts you listen to the most, we'll notice, and we'll make sure to recommend new binge-worthy podcasts just right for you. iHeartRadio is built to get better and better, the better we get to know you. So make sure you share with us what you like by thumbing and following. And as you listen, we'll make sure there's unlimited great listening moments coming your way. And of course, it's all free. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one.
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. I can't wait to listen to my new show, the Nikki Glazer Podcast, on the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio, with my best friend and roommate, Drew Collin. He's hilarious, and no, we are not. iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts. You can always find the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In women's college basketball, Iowa star Caitlin Clark announced on social media yesterday that she will be finishing her college career this year and won't be coming back for a fifth season at Iowa via the COVID-19 waiver. Clark, who almost certainly will be the WNBA's #1 pick by the paper, broke the women's major college scoring record Wednesday with a 33-point performance at Minnesota. She has 3,650 points and is 18th from passing LSU's Pete Maravich, Division I overall record between men and women's basketball with 3,667. In the NFL, the Vikings informed running back Alexander Madison yesterday that he was being cut. The move will save the Vikings $3.35 million against their 2024 cap. And at the NFL Combine yesterday, Penn State's Chuck Robinson turned in the first eye-popping workout, officially clocking a time of 4.48 seconds in the 40-yard dash. Robinson became only the second player in the last 20 years to check in at more than 250 pounds, run the 40 in 4.5 seconds or less, and then broad jump at least 10.5 feet. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a beautiful life.
Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
We're simulating talk.
Are we getting a lot of feedback about the whales?
Yes, off to a good start.
Excellent.
Good start on a fun Monday Friday.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. March 1st.
A woman was convicted today, ending, well, it's never really ending, is it? But capping off a story that we have reported on for about 5 years. This was the murder of Jennifer Dulos. Oh, wow. Remember the mother of 5? She vanished from that wealthy Connecticut town in 2019. She was never found. Michelle Tronconis was convicted today of conspiring to murder Jennifer Dulos. She sat with her head down and cried as jurors were polled as to whether they agreed with the verdict. She could be heard sobbing before the marshals cuffed her letter from the courtroom. In addition to the conspiracy to commit murder charge, where she faces 20 years in prison, the jury convicted her of hindering the prosecution and evidence tampering. So they say that she helped her then boyfriend, remember Fotis Dulos, in his plot to kill his estranged wife and cover it up. They believed he killed Jennifer Dulos as they battled each other in divorce and child custody proceedings. He killed himself in January of 2020, shortly after he was charged with murder. Remember that? He had denied the allegations. Jennifer vanished in May of 2019 after dropping off their 5 children at school. At the time, she was living with the kids, while Fotis was staying in the family's home about 70 miles away. Michelle and her daughter were living with Fotis Dulos at the time. They got widespread attention. There was a made-for-TV movie about this on Lifetime called Gone Mom. Jennifer was a member of a wealthy New York City family whose father founded his own brokerage firm. She was a niece to Liz Claiborne, the fashion designer. Remember that connection? Fotis Dulos was a luxury home builder originally from Greece. This was the guy that was caught on camera dumping all those bags of blood. And
Assuming that it was either parts or at least some of the cleanup stuff that he after he killed them.
Right.
The Smokehouse Creek fire in Texas has extended to nearly 1.1 million acres, but the Texas A&M Forest Service says that it did not grow overnight. Rain and snow in some of the areas where the fire is burning did help efforts in the Panhandle, and they say it's about 5% contained. The National Weather Service, however, says the conditions favorable for wildfires are expected to extend through the weekend in some areas.
Well, President Biden and former President Trump both made trips to the southern border yesterday, and Biden actually offered to work with Trump in a way.
Yeah, he spoke of how it is that Trump was, I guess you could say, blamed for or responsible for calling on Republicans to not pass the comprehensive immigration bill. He was one who said, we need to get something better. And if we don't get something better, that's fine, because then Biden has to sit on this hot seat as we get into, as we get closer to the election.
Folks, it's time to act. It's long past time to act. They desperately need more resources. They need more agents, more officers, more judges, more equipment in order to secure our border. Folks, it's time for us to move on this. We can't wait any longer. Folks, the bipartisan border security deal is a win for the American people. That's a win for the people of Texas, and it's fair for those who legitimately have a right to come here. To begin with, it's a win for the people of Brownsville. I believe that's why the Border Patrol Union endorsed it.
The president did say that Republicans need to show a little spine. He said, let's remember who we work for god's sake. We work for the American people. So, and then to Trump, he said, so instead of playing politics with the issue, why don't we just get together and get it done? Donald Trump, on the other hand, was at a different place. He was in Eagle Pass, Texas, not Brownsville. He was in Eagle Pass, and it tends to be a little bit busier than Brownsville does.
Now the United States is being overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country. It's migrant crime. Joe Biden will never say Lincoln Riley's name, but we will say it, and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her. And I'll say this. It's a military operation. We have a this is like a war.
This is the issue. At least at the moment, this is the issue that is defining the presidential race. And these two are...
At this point in time, yes.
Right now.
Yeah.
This is the snapshot of the beginning of March. This is the issue. It could change between now and November. But there's no way that Joe Biden is winning on this issue. If this is the case, and this continues to be the number one issue, there's no way he can win.
we have right now, and they're going to get the blame for that.
Well, and despite
And also he gets the blame for letting Donald Trump sway Congress to the tune that he was able to do it.
right, and Joe Biden needs to also do some self inspection, self-awareness. He needs to look at himself and say, listen, when I was sworn in to the White House as president, I had both houses of Congress, and we were unable to get this thing together. Now, that's not it's more proof that this is a stickier issue than a lot of people would like to say. But he does have some of the power through executive order that he claims not to have. He keeps saying that Congress needs to do it, and I agree. Congress needs to ultimately come up with a plan. But in emergency situations that you could argue we find ourselves in now, he needs to exercise his right as president and put some executive orders in place that would, at the very least, discourage people from coming into the country illegally. Because we need to give them, a reason to at least think twice about coming into the country if they're just going to turn around and send back from whence they came.
Are we officially the whale show record?
We might be.
Hey, Gary and Shannon, I know Mondo and Jacob get a lot of crap about the music they play, but starting the show with Jump by Van Halen, that's a bold choice in the best possible way. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, a lot of Van Halen fans.
1983 is our Fun Funny Friday year.
Were there whales in 1983?
Yeah.
I bet you they were.
Okay, it's 9:10 in the morning on Friday. We got Jumped, Van Halen on the beginning, loved it. And now we're talking about freaking dead whales humping each other.
Yeah.
Well,
Humpback whale.
Yeah. Yes, Brazilian whale. And
Anyone out there?
something to be freaking juicy. Have a good
Rabbi,
Friday.
stop
Love
that
you guys.
Love you too. How much juicier can you get than two whales?
Janet, you had it right. Gary does sound condescending and like an a-hole quite often. So thank you for calling him out on that.
yes, I do appreciate that. I do need somebody to keep me in check when I put that face on. You know the face.
Yeah.
You see the face.
Shannon just gave us a Dr. Seuss version of whale sex. Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Jefferson Burke, very Bob.
All right, cable news and the world that is cable news is about to collapse. It's going to burn out like a star in a distant corner of the universe.
It's beautiful. Poetic. Yeah.
Not condescending, though, is it?
No. It's Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour news room. Several ski resorts in California's Sierra Nevada are closing or limiting their operating hours because of the blizzard hitting the area. ABC's Faith Bay says Yosemite National Park decided overnight to close and urged visitors to leave.
This is very serious. In the specific area in Truckee, we're expecting upwards of 70 mile per hour wind gusts and about 8 feet of snow when this is all said and done.
Bay says gusty winds could bring whiteout conditions, near zero visibility, and the potential for downed trees. There are also avalanche watches up and down the mountain ranges. Security cameras in a dry cleaning business in downtown LA have caught an angry customer assaulting employees with pepper spray. The attack Wednesday at Oriana's Tailor Shop near East 7th and Los Angeles Streets in the Skid Row area. The guy was apparently mad about a stain on a pair of pants cleaned a month ago. The South Park Neighborhood Association says LA needs to take control of the so-called graffiti towers.
The association's vice president, Deborah Shroud, says the unfinished Oceanwide Plaza is a safety hazard for people breaking in. She also says the plaza has attracted taggers to hit other parts of the neighborhood.
It's just little things, but when every block you go, you see something, that's not good.
The association is urging city officials to consider different options for taking over the plaza, including buying it or getting a receivership. City Councilman Kevin De Leon's office says the city does not have enough money to buy the plaza. In downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The feds arrested a fugitive with warrants that included reckless driving, domestic violence, and violent threats against officials in Orange County.
Email threats to a judge, as well as law enforcement and other attorneys, vile threats, threatening weapon, threatening to walk into the courtroom and commit murder.
FBI's Laura I. Miller says Border Patrol caught Byram Zuniga said Sanchez Monday, trying to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Court records allege Sanchez claimed he was more committed to killing the judge than being present as a father. He also sent an email asking the judge if he had any last words, apologies, or regrets before he killed him. Lawmakers in Alabama have passed Republican proposed bills intended to protect in vitro fertilization following the state Supreme Court ruling that embryos are legally children. The Alabama House and Senate still need to vote on a unified version of the legislation before sending it off to the governor's desk. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds this morning. We've got about a 40% chance of rain for this afternoon. Highs in 50s to low 60s. Rain is likely tonight and should see rain off and on all day tomorrow. Highs will be in the 50s to mid 60s. Still a chance of rain for Sunday morning before it clears off in the afternoon. Mostly sunny skies along the way for Monday. Start your work week. Nice be in the 50s to mid 60s. It's 57 in Huntington Beach, 56 in Tustin. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. It's apparently kind of tough to get through downtown LA right now.
Because of issues there on the 10 freeway, it's the 10 freeway as you head eastbound right there to Western. That operative is blocked. Caltrans is doing some maintenance there off to the side. And traffic's jammed from Crenshaw as a result, and also blocked the on-ramp to the 10 from Arlington headed eastbound. So avoid those areas if you can. It's extra slow. Also extra slow. We still have our big mess in the Rainbow Valley area. This is going to be south of Temecula. Interstate 15 northbound at Rainbow Valley. All northbound lanes are shut down. Southbound of one lane still closed. Both sides still pretty jammed up. As but people head out, don't hear the news. Definitely avoid that if you can. Our earlier problems on the 101 seem to be clear. While the northbound is so right, that cleared still. Two brake lights getting out of the East LA interchange. Will Holzheimer, KFI in the sky.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Boone, and me, Noel Brown, as we dive into some of the strangest stories across the span of human civilization in ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of folk music or how people used to plant pineapples. Join us here in many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
You know that Big Burger detergent jug is 80% water, right? 80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big. If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients. Ooh, pass me the intercom thing.
Attention shopper, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the part of liquid detergent.
My guess is a connoisseur. Anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Fully limited credits only. See now, TurboTax.com. That's me.
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guarantee. See if you qualify to file for free at TurboTax.com. See max refund guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On June 6, 1984, a well-known Beverly Hills con artist named Ron Levin vanishes without a trace. 8 weeks later, a wealthy Iranian exile is kidnapped out of his home and is never heard from again. At first, the two disappearances seem unrelated, but soon suspicion falls on a group of young men united by greed and privilege. They are the golden sons of LA's wealthiest families. They drive matching BMWs, wear tailored Armani suits, lunch at Spago's, and run up tabs at LA's hippest hotspots. They call themselves the Billionaire Boys Club. They are united by a common goal. They want all the riches and status they were promised since birth, and they'll stop at nothing to get it. Their leader is Joe Hunt. He's 20 23 years old, charming and charismatic, and a master of mind games. But Joe's real talent lies in fleecing millions of dollars from wealthy investors in a high-stakes Ponzi scheme. It's a scheme that will slowly implode and put its members on a path of revenge, kidnapping, and murder. I'm Tracy Patton. Join me and my co-host Timothy Alston as we dive into Hollywood in the 1980s, when capitalism is king and greed is good. How did Joe Hunt manage to con millions of investors? Why did a group of privileged young men who had it all follow him down a road of destruction? This is the true story of the Billionaire Boys Club. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
John Cobel's taking out the political trash, one hack at a time. Back in the dumpster Friday afternoon at 3:30 on KFI.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And the Combine, day one yesterday. It's wild when you see just the evolution of the athlete in this particular sport this week specifically.
You mean athlete in general?
Yeah, just in general. I mean, watching a defensive lineman, an edge guy, run a 4.49 is insane. I mean, he's 245 pounds. Like, that's crazy.
Your body shouldn't be able to do that.
And then you saw the video of Tom Brady running in the 40 in a faster time at 40, how old is he, 46? Than he did at 22. But when you look at Tom Brady's combine picture, he's puffy, he's out of shape, as opposed to the athletes today.
Right.
I mean, it's just changed so much in just conditioning, and just the conditioning department of athletes at that age. You know, JJ Watt posted a picture of one of these guys who's 17 years old, and he's like, "Are you kidding me? This is me at 17." And it's like every
skinny, bony kid,
white kid, yeah. So it's just come so far in terms of weight room stuff, conditioning, nutrition. It's wild.
There was a story that I talked a little bit about before you interrupted me with Wales. So obesity is now considered a greater threat to global health than hunger. This is in the medical journal Lancet. More than 1 in 8 people in the world is considered clinically obese. As the number passed 1 billion for the first time, it's now the leading form of malnutrition. The number of people considered underweight falling to below 550 million people.
I don't want you to come at me with negative news today about obesity and how we're all dying from carbs. Okay, it's a Fun Bunny Friday.
Sorry.
I also wanted to mention under the subject line of the combine. Did you hear about Texas Tech defensive back Tyler Owens?
Yeah, I actually have his soundbite.
I'd love it.
Tyler Owens.
You guys are discussing that you don't believe it.
That's really bad audio.
He says, I don't believe in space.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in space. He doesn't think there's other planets and other stuff like that. Why are we listening to a defensive back? We're not talk about, the outer space and science or really anything.
That's a great question. Why would anybody have asked him the question in the first place?
They talk about cover 2.
I'm real religious, so I think we're alone right now. I don't think there's other planets and other stuff like that.
Fred Rogan has joined us. And Fred, where do you stand on
just
on
space in general?
I'm pro space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pro space.
You're an advocate.
I am in space. There is space around. I walk around in space. These were the stations.
Let me float something to you.
Yeah,
Would you go to a feature film about wars in space with a half man, half alien hero by the name of ViralRabbi, who has a sidekick who looks like a cat but can walk on 2 feet and behave like a human, and his name is Mr. Bumperpuss?
Bumperpuss. Fair question.
Yeah.
I would not.
You would not.
I would not, but I'm the only person that you know that has never seen Star Wars.
I don't even know what Star Wars is. I'm talking about Space Wars.
No, you don't know what Star Wars
Space
movies
Wars
are.
would have different battles on different planets.
Yeah, I would not see that.
There'd be a forest planet, there'd be an ice planet, there'd be different people inhabiting the planets.
Mr. Bumperpuss.
Mr. Bumperpuss.
Yeah. The I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Does that count?
That's actually, there is a similar character in Rocket Raccoon. This
It's not similar to Mr. Bumperpuss.
But he walks around on 2 feet.
Yeah, but Mr. Bumperpuss, you cannot put him in a box. He doesn't always walk.
What does Mr. Bumperpuss resemble?
It's funny you should ask. I have a picture, kind of a mock-up.
He's imagine, if you will, a cat. That's probably the closest that our human brains could equivocate into is a cat.
But the Bumperpuss brain, right? Absolutely.
Yeah, you would know that it was. If you were a different species, if you were just human, you'd be able to fully understand, I guess, what it was. But for us, it's easier for our brains to put him in a category and say he's a cat.
I don't know if you saw this last night, but we had a DM from one of our friends. She wrote OMFG. She's at bar trivia at O'Malley's on Main at Seal Beach, and a team last night was named Space Force. Yeah, it's getting out.
This is the movie franchise that Shannon has latched. She's betting her future on.
Yeah, it's going to be probably 10 films, including origin films, maybe like 6, 7, 8, something about the Bayraktar. We'll get his own origin film. Mr. Bumperpuss will get his own origin film. By the way, Bayraktar's mom, who's alien, she's a shapeshifter, and because she's a shapeshifter, we get to put her in all kinds of sexy outfits, like different forms and different.
So she can change her shape.
She can change her shape, Fred. Now.
Okay, now.
Now I
like it.
I know. I knew I had to throw the sex in.
That would be good. And when does production begin?
Oh, good question.
Well, we're still in the early stages. I'm working with some writers.
The venture capital stage is kind of what.
So far you got nothing.
No, I've got great ideas.
Well, that goes without saying. But every day of your life, you wake up, you have a great idea.
You're an ideas guy. I thought you would be on board with this.
Well, listen, now that I think we can make money on it, sure. Of course, because besides being an ideas guy, I'm a money guy.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
Right.
So we can make money on Bumperpuss, Snaggle face, or whatever the other one is. Bayraktar, or the leather changes her shapes to accommodate whatever she deals with.
I'm Ukrainian, not Romanian.
Bayraktar.
Bayraktar.
Yeah.
Well, half. Because my mother, he's half alien, because my mother's an alien.
Okay. It's going to be good.
How's the show going in the desert?
Well, I feel like it's all everything's going great out there. You guys are heard every single one. You know, call to action.
That's right.
Remember those? Yeah. So, hey, if you're watching an video, by the way, who wins?
Right.
I'm going to be out there in the desert this weekend.
Seriously?
Yeah.
When are you coming back?
Sunday.
And I'll be back there Sunday night.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'll back Sunday night. Next time you guys get out there, let me know.
Yeah.
You can buy me dinner.
Okay.
With all this Space Force money.
Oh, yeah. You can buy NBC Palm Springs.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's not the size of the studio.
I like that studio you built. That's a good looking studio.
That little studio out there?
Yeah. It doesn't look little.
It's tiny.
It looks very impressive on the pictures.
Does it really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wow. Again, the pictures and the videos that you guys have been putting up for that, fantastic. You guys are doing a great job.
It's really small, to be honest with you. It's like 40 people working the whole place.
It's got big set energy.
That's how we answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Everybody I've ever met, I hope you have big set energy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Big sets are important.
Yeah, it's fun, buddy.
I told you. Got Fred Rogan in here talking about big sets.
Snaggle Bumperpuss.
It's not snaggle anything. That's not.
It's pretty exact.
It's not bastardize my film.
My bad. I don't want to bastardize anything.
Thank you. So it's good to see you.
Good seeing you.
All right, coming up next, we'll do some kind of show.
We'll find our path again.
Well, you'll find our path.
Amy King is live in the Can't Find 24-hour newsroom.
Southern California is going to get mostly rain, but the storm moving through is a cold one, and snow levels will drop to about 4,000 or 5,000 feet over the weekend. Up to a foot of snow could fall above 6,500 feet. A high wind watch is up in the Antelope Valley foothills and the West San Gabriel Mountains. mountains through Sunday afternoon. Yes, up to 60 miles per hour. A factory in Aruba that makes environmentally friendly buses for LA Metro, Federal Transit System, and others shutting down. Red Group says the ENC bus business and plant will close once it completes its outstanding orders. About 400 people are going to lose their jobs. The Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots combined are worth more than $1 billion right now. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing is worth $607 million for anyone matching all 6 winning numbers. Tomorrow night's Powerball jackpot is up to $443 million. We'll check some trouble on 405 next.
Listen, we've always talked about Sweet James accident attorneys for good reason. A story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. So one of our listeners seriously injured in a trucking accident, and the insurance company offered him zero, absolutely nothing. Well, he called Sweet James, and not only did they help him get the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win.
That is
life-changing money.
Life-changing. What would you do with $10 million?
I would give it all back.
To Sweet James?
Well, I mean, I would just do it just to stick to the insurance company. That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. $809 million.
That's $809 million. You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique. They can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side.
Do not wait to call because waiting could hurt that case. Call Sweet James.
809 million, 809 million. That's 809 000 000. That's a whole lot of zeros. Or go to sweetjames.com. Chance of rain increases this afternoon with rain likely by tonight and lasting through at least tomorrow night. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got slowing in Inglewood on 405.
A couple early buses clears from Lakes northbound side Hill, Pinch coming away from about Sunset Boulevard, and going beyond the 90 to Fox Hills into the west LA beyond the 10 towards Edgemont Boulevard. And the southbound side of the 405, it's gotten a lot better, but still pretty busy for you. Out of Sherbrooke's off the 101, 405 southbound back through West LA toward about Sunset. Southbound side of the 101 as you're leaving Woodland Hills from before Winnetka Avenue. Busy for you in stretches here and there from Studio City toward the slip of the 134. Further southbound on the 101, Hollywood into downtown, seeing delays again from Santa Monica Boulevard to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Pagliocchini.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Moroccan Senor, but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man who had gained scent beads into the washer. The scent and freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maracas smell amazing. You can call them scent Maracas, but most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone."
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Who's trending on the music charts? Rufio runs down the top albums of the week.
Kanye West's anti-dollar-signs collaborative album Vultures 1 spends a second week atop the Billboard 200 albums chart. Vultures 1 is Kanye's first album to spend multiple weeks at #1 since 2011's Watch the Throne, with Jay-Z spent 2 weeks at the top. Rapper Yeat notches his highest charting title yet on the Billboard 200 as his newest album, 2093, debuts at #2. Morgan Wallen's One Thing at a Time lands at #3. This week, Khan's Stick Season is at 4, and SZA's
SOS rounds out the top 5. Taylor Swift's 1989 Taylor's version is at 6. Her Lover album is at 7. Drake's For All the Dogs is at 8. Taylor Swift's Midnights is at 9. And 21 Savage's American Dream rounds out the top 10. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Rubio on iHeartRadio.
Pickleball, much of the game is played close to the net. It's called the kitchen.
Wait, they call it the kitchen. They call it the kitchen. That's pickleball jargon. I like pickleball jargon.
So if you tell your wife to get in the kitchen,
That's where she should be on the court.
hey baby, get in the kitchen.
It's a theory. That's Tim Conway Jr. show.
Honey, I can tell you again, get in the kitchen.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
You can stay in the kitchen.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Darian Chin, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, a big storm rolling in through Northern California and Central California. They are expecting snowfall rates up to 4 inches per hour, frequent wind gusts at 80 miles an hour in the Tahoe area. In fact, Palisades, Tahoe, recorded a wind gust of 145 miles an hour.
Why do you hate Native Americans?
Midnight, the gates to Yosemite close. The National Park Service says they will stay closed until noon Sunday at the very, very earliest. A poll came out that showed Steve Garvey in the lead when it comes to the race for Senate.
Well,
I mean, it's a primary. The Democrats
it is
splitting
the
the vote.
primary. The early ballots are Republican ballots. That's more of the voting bloc that'll fill those out. However, you cannot underestimate the amount of money Adam Schiff is pouring into Steve Garvey's campaign,
Which is
because he wants to run off with a Republican.
the latest UC Berkeley Institute of Government Studies poll, was sponsored by the LA Times, showed Steve Garvey is favored by 27% of likely voters. Adam Schiff 25, Katie Porter at 19, and Barbara Lee gets 8%. 12% of likely voters would pick a different candidate. 9% say they are undecided as of now. Crowds in Moscow are shouting, "Putin is a killer," as they gathered for the funeral of Alexei Navalny. Supporters believe that President Putin, of course, is responsible for the 47-year-old's death in that gulag last month. Today, Navalny's coffin traveled in a hearse to the Church of the Icon of the Mother of God Soothe My Sorrows, the long name for a church. His coffin was carried inside. People were applauding and yelling out, "Navalny, Navalny." As large numbers of riot police were watching.
Breadcrumbing. Breadcrumbing is the latest dating trend, and we will get into that. But I don't think we did the news story.
We didn't, but we were busy with Fred.
Which we could have talked to him about instead of the Space Wars diversion.
That would have been a good. There is something going on in cable news, and it could be, think of all the cable news, whether it's News Nation, Fox, MSNBC, CNN, etc. They're all implementing staff cuts and have been for the last couple of years. And specifically cable news, you look at the funding model for what they do. Obviously, they, like all media, make their money from commercials. They make some money from commercials, I should say. But for Fox, for example, they bring in about $1.4 billion in advertising. But they bring in $4 billion in affiliate fees last year specifically. So from the cable companies paying to have Fox on their cable package.
Last year, the proportion of U.S. households paying for traditional TV subscriptions dropped below 50% for the first time. And you better believe it's going to continue to drop. This is manifested in layoffs. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, CBS, ABC, NBC have all cut staff the last 2 years. And now they're looking at the big fish, the people that are making all the money at the very top, the personalities, right? Because you cut them and you could have a much better product, saving jobs further down the line. Lesser jobs, one would say, people making less money. CBS News anchor Nora O'Donnell had her annual salary cut by more than half, from $8 million to less than $4 million. Still a great salary there.
At CNN headquarters, for example, they don't all work in Atlanta, but Anderson Cooper, Wolf Blitzer, Jay Tapper, Chris Wallace, they're making millions of dollars, right? If you took $1 million from each of those guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's $4 million that you can use to pay someone else.
Staff the newsroom.
Right, and if you're talking about $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 jobs, that's 40 people. I mean, that's a significant a number of staff that could stay on and continue the product. Here's the question: do they need that many people anymore? With the way computers have been used, they have absolutely streamlined some of the processes when it comes to newsrooms and cable news products.
We were handed our first article written by AI last week.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. That was weird.
Mm-hmm. And we knew it. We're like, who wrote this? And then we're like, oh, this is an AI-generated article.
But I want to point out some of these names and the number, the amount of money that they make. Sean Hannity makes an estimated $25 million. Rachel Maddow cut a deal to reduce her nightly show to one night a week and still brings in $30 million.
Okay, that is asinine.
What? And then Joe Scarborough, upon hearing that Rachel Maddow was getting $30 million, Joe Scarborough reportedly said he wanted $30 million and won.
What a small dude. What a small dude.
But then other people, Lawrence McDonald, Lauren Hayward, they are all bringing in millions and millions of dollars. Part of it is because they themselves have transcended whatever channel they happen to be on. Tucker Carlson, you could argue, did the same thing when he was let go. And then they paid out Don Lemon for 3 years of his contract for $30 million or something.
We've seen many different versions of the LAPD. It's about to hit a new era. We'll talk to Steve Gregory about it when we come back. Gary and Shannon.
Stimulating talk for independent thought.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The key to stealing a Camaro. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Car thieves in LA are using key cloning devices to steal newer Chevy Camaros.
The LAPD says a minor was recently arrested with one of the devices. The devices, which are about the size of a cell phone, pick up signals from nearby key fobs, then clone the signals. Year over year, LA has had a nearly 1,300% increase in Camaro thefts. 90 Camaros have been stolen across the city so far this year. Detectives say people should never keep key fobs in their cars. They also say people should look into security cases that block the key fob signals from going out. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by American Vision Windows. Dominic Choi has become the 58th chief of the LAPD. He stood before Mayor Bass this morning inside police headquarters.
I will faithfully discharge the duties of interim chief of police for the city of Los Angeles according to the best of my abilities.
Choi will remain interim chief until a new chief is selected. Choi is the first Asian American to lead the agency. Choi's father pinned on his son's official chief's badge. Outgoing chief Michael Moore retired to spend more time with his family. Customs agents say more than $9 million worth of illegal drugs have been seized in a 5-day period at the California-Mexico border.
Agents say from February 19th through February 25th, they grabbed 554 pounds of cocaine, 229 pounds of fentanyl, and 1,650 pounds of meth. The drugs were seized during 42 separate smuggling attempts in a 5-day span throughout the San Diego sector, which includes San Ysidro, Otay Mesa, San Diego Airport and Seaport, Calexico, Tecate, and Andrade. Officials have said the last couple of years have seen record drug seizures along the border. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
An 8-year-old girl attacked by a large stray dog in Victorville is back home from the hospital. She got several stitches yesterday. This neighbor tells KTLA she saw the attack and ran outside with a broom.
Just thinking about it, it's still unreal to me.
Maria Hernandez put the broom between her and the dog and pulled the little girl behind her. The dog was still trying to get at the child, but Hernandez was able to get her inside the house. The girl has cuts and scrapes and needed 17 staples in her head. The dog ran off, but was eventually caught by animal control. The latest snow survey in the southern Sierra Nevada shows the snowpack in the area at least 77% of average, compared to 177% of average at this time of last year. Statewide, the snowpack is at about 80% of average. On January 1st, that number was just 28%. State meteorologist Michael Anderson says blizzard conditions this weekend are going to help.
I mean, these are phenomenal accumulations of snow back to 10 feet, above 5,000 feet. I'll look for feet in that 3 to 5,000 range.
Northern California already has more snow than the state average. Irvine has orchestrated the return of live music to the Great Park this summer.
The venue will serve as the summer home for 5 performances from the Pacific Symphony. Mayor Farrakhan says the council this week picked an operator and approved the funding.
$6.6 billion over the next 3 years to establish a temporary outdoor amphitheater. And this is including like a 60 by 60 stage, seating for about 5,000 people.
Khan says the stage points away from homes in the Great Park to mitigate noise, and events will be staggered with sports events to reduce traffic. The city's permanent venue is expected in 2027 in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI, increasing chance of rain through the day, highs in the low 60s in the beaches, Metro LA and Orange County, right around 60 in the valleys, low 60s for the Inland Empire, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Rain is likely tonight and all day tomorrow. Tomorrow's highs in the upper 50s to mid 60s. Got a chance of showers for Sunday morning, and then it should dry out by afternoon. Sunny for Monday, mostly sunny Tuesday, and a slight chance of rain again Wednesday. It's 62 in Brea, 61 in Lake Forest, 59 in Marina Del Rey, 59 in Burbank. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is up 49 points. The NASDAQ is up 145, and the S&P 500 is up 30.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Let's check a crash in Riverside on the 60.
Eastbound before parking on Carmel the same way, and that's pretty heavy for your drive right now. Eastbound 60 from well before Rubio, Baltimore, and it's midway. Continuing further eastbound 60 and onto the 215 south as you head toward UCR. That's going to be a busy drive on the northbound side. On the 215, seeing some place for you through the Grand Valley area from before you will just pass the word of the 60 back toward UCR. If you haven't heard already, it is looking better for you drive through Temecula. Finally, lanes are clearly northbound side. It was a shutdown for the vast majority of the morning. 15 northbound still going to be busy for you here and there from before Rainbow Valley Boulevard is midway toward Temecula. Southbound side on the 15 looks great right now, but delays do stick around 43 Temecula, passing Temecula Parkway, Ranch California Road, and Winchester all the way towards the with the N215. Got an update on anything slowing down your drive. Back to 50 yourself on keyword is KFI traffic. Westbound side of the 91. Back to delays here and there for you on the Riverside through Corona, actually coming from Magnolia, and that pretty much remains the case all the way through Anaheim Hills as midway toward the 55. KFI, the Sky Hills gets there faster. I'm at Polyomtine.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bull, and me, Noel Brown, as we dive into some of the strangest stories across the span of human civilization in ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of old music or how people used to plant pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in line this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
It is the Word of God. The In-Touch Radio Network, iHeartRadio, features the biblically-based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. God's Word presented in a way to help you grow closer to the Lord each day. Whether you're listening to Charles Stanley Radio, daily
have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Jerry and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's funny, I was just looking at the date, Friday, March 1st, 2024, and I was thinking, it's my old roommate from college. It's his birthday today. But it's not his birthday today. His birthday is on leap year, but it's usually March 1st that we say happy birthday because there usually isn't a 29th.
So you failed to wish him a happy birthday yesterday.
I did. I did. I'll text him now.
Probably tell you it's too late. He doesn't want to hear from you.
Probably.
Storm that's rolling through Northern California is going to cause some problems. They're telling people not to drive anywhere in the Tahoe Basin. There are blizzard warnings that have been posted for that area. On the other end of the spectrum, the Smokehouse Creek fire that broke out earlier this week in the Texas Panhandle is now up over 1.1 million acres. It has become the largest, most destructive fire in the state's history. They said it's merged with another wildfire. It stretched across a big part of the Panhandle into Oklahoma. And as of right now, it's only about 5% contained, but they did get some rain and snow in some of those areas yesterday. So the expectation is they'll be able to cut at least some more fire line around it today.
It was a popular day in Orange County at the clerk recorder offices for weddings yesterday. 180 couples made appointments to get married yesterday. That's up from about 100 on a typical day.
Again, I think totally driven by dudes.
Yeah, they want to
marrying on
celebrate.
February 29th.
They want to celebrate every 4 years.
A federal judge has held investigative reporter Catherine Herridge in civil contempt because she has not divulged her source for a series of Fox News stories about a Chinese-American scientist who was investigated by the FBI but never charged. The district judge in this case imposed a fine of $800 per day until Catherine Herridge reveals her source, but the fine will not go into effect immediately so that she has time to appeal that decision.
Yesterday was Michael Moore's last day as LAPD chief. Karen Bass swearing in the interim this morning. Steve Gregory joins us about the future of the LAPD and which direction it's going to take.
Yeah, Dominic Choi, been with the department 28 years. This morning at 8:26, he was sworn in as the 58th chief of the department, and it is the third largest department in America. And he becomes the first Asian American to lead an agency this time. These are all very significant points, but as you'll hear, Choi, just after he was sworn in by Mayor Bass, he kind of acknowledges the benchmark, but he sort of plays it off.
For me, today marks more than just a personal achievement. It symbolizes the progress that we're making towards a more inclusive and representative law enforcement agency. It speaks volumes about the diversity that this city has, the vibrance and the dynamics that we all know it to be. And as we celebrate this milestone, let us recognize that our differences are our strength. I know that's cliche, but it's absolutely true. We learn from one another every day, every moment. We need to really value and cherish those moments. It's not just about breaking barriers. So the first thing America under our API is achieved. That's great, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my heritage. But it's really about building bridges. It's about this great department, this great city, and the direction that we are leading this nation in.
I just feel like we need a better way to say our strength is our diversity, and our diversity is our strength. It just does sound great. But you have to be
right. He said acknowledges. He acknowledges.
Yeah.
I know it sounds cliche, and I don't want to say he was downplaying the role that his Korean American heritage plays in this position, because he talks about that. But he also says, I think he says it's more about general diversity, with him being the first API.
Right.
And I thought that was kind of interesting. That like, okay, because everyone was making a big deal about it, but him.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very big deal for the LAPD to be a force of everybody, you know.
Oh, sure.
That if you have an interaction with the LAPD, it's somebody who more often than not looks like you, or whoever you may be.
And you know, one of the initiatives that Dominic Troy was part of, because you got to remember he was brought up through the ranks by Chief Moore. So in essence, he is sort of a Chief Moore in terms of policy, in terms of values and direction, because they work so closely together. Troy was his chief of staff at one point, so they're very aligned in the value structure and in some of the initiatives and some of the reforms they brought in. One of those being they wanted the diversity of the department to match the diversity of the community right down to the stats. So, and I don't know the stats off the top of my head, I can't remember them, but you know, when you got X amount percentage of Caucasian, X amount percentage of Black, he wanted that same representation numbers in the department. That was the now that was before the events of 2020, and now the goal is just getting bodies. I mean, they're going to recruit, but in general, is probably down. Right, but and they'll be very cognizant of trying to keep that diversity in there, including women. But they also recognize the fact that they have got to get more bodies. I mean, they just passed. City Council just passed for funding for way more funding, which was completely opposite of what they were pushing for a few years ago.
Where do we stand? So Chief Choi is the interim chief, and he's not eligible to be the next chief.
Correct.
Based on the way the city charter is written. So what is the process? How long does he expect to be the interim chief?
Well, Errol Southers, who is the president of the police commission, said it could be up to 9 months before a new permanent chief is selected. And the process lays out like this. And it might be different as of today, but as of a week or so ago, when I last checked, the job hadn't even been posted yet. So there was not really an official posting for this job. They Mayor Baxton, and they were going to bring in a headhunter group, and they were going to go out and look for candidates around the country, which is a pretty standard procedure. But there is a lot of effort, especially with an agency this size and with its magnitude, of trying to hire from within. And because I've talked to two people that want to be candidates, and they both said it's not even posted yet, and they're kind of chomping at the bit to throw in their hat. When that happens, the commission will go through whether they work with a senator group or not. They'll work to narrow it down to at least 3 candidates. And those 3 candidates will be presented to Mayor Bass. And then Mayor Bass will get to sit and interview each of the candidates individually. She and her team will get to vet each of the candidates. They will be thoroughly vetted, presumably, by the time they reach Mayor Bass's desk. Now, she has the option of selecting one of those 3 as her choice, one of those 3 finalists. Or she can say, I don't like any of them. Go back and do it again.
All right. Well, Steve, thank you for the insight. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up next, we will talk weather. Gary and Shannon will continue. You're happy? Oh, okay.
You were going to look at my face and say what's wrong, and I'm happy. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amy King is
Fun
the
buddies.
The LAPD is dealing with a big shortage of 911 operators. There are 162 unfilled police service representative positions. That has led to mandatory overtime for the staff that is working. Records showed last year the LAPD was only able to hit its goal of answering 90% of 911 calls within 15 seconds, 55% of the time. Carol G's private plane had to make an emergency landing at Van Nuys Airport. The Grammy Award-winning Colombian superstar and her entourage had taken off from Burbank last night. The pilot reported smoke in the cockpit around the Cajon Pass, so it turned around and landed safely a short time later. Hollywood Boulevard has been closed near the Dolby Theater, so bleachers can be put up and the red carpet can be rolled out ahead of next Sunday's Academy Awards. The stretch of roadway between Orange and Highland will remain closed to all traffic until 6 a.m. March 13th. The Oscars start at 4 p.m. March 10th. Increasing chance of rain through the afternoon, highs in the 50s to low 60s. from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We've got problems continuing in Corona on the 91.
From an earlier ranked westbound side here in Dominican, that's being cleared from middle lanes. Right now, you see North Coast Drive on the westbound side of the 91 as you're coming out of Riverside before Magnolia. And it does remain a little bit busy head for you toward about 8.6 further west on the 91. Actually looks pretty good. So you're getting through the Anaheim Hills area, or before Lakeview to 55, a little slow going for your drive. Also check out your drive on 57. Northbound side as we go to the Grand Canyon, leaving Pathfinder. That'll be slow going for you to Diamond Bar, you head toward the 60. And also slow going for you north and southbound along the 71. Between the 10 and the 60, see a busy drive for you both the right shots. KFI and the Sky Hills gets there faster. I'm in Ootd.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Ben Bull, and me, Noel Brown, as we dive into some strangest stories across the span of human civilization in ridiculous history. Whether it's the accidental invention of folk music or how people used to rent pineapples. Join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
CBS's Tracker notched a third straight week as the most watched show in the season to date. Nielsen's scripted TV rankings through February 25th, logging an average of 10.8 million. CBS also scored with Young Sheldon repeating in its second place with 7.5 million viewers. Third place FBI holding steady with 7.4 mil. NCIS right behind with 7.3 million viewers on average. Chicago Fire and Chicago Med on NBC each rose a place to numbers 5 and 6. CBS's Ghosts did back 2 spots to 7. The networks The Equalizer and FBI International each held in place at numbers 8 and 9, while Blue Bloods took up to 10th place. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Get back in my hour. I don't know. Let's make sure. Okay.
Just tall enough.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Let me tell you what I would do. Okay? This is not a legal issue. This is a handle issue. He says, have a blessed day. You reply with, may you rot in hell. And just stay there. And he goes, have a blessed day. And you go, you rot in hell. And you see who gives up first. Play chicken with the guy. That's what I would do.
Handle on the Law, tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Is this before a car accident? Death number drummer got a car accident, lost an arm. I don't remember the timeline. I remember it was just an amazing thing that he was able to come back and play the drums.
It's a wild thing. See, it was New Year's Eve 1984.
So this song was before.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was two armed drums. But watching him, I mean, I just saw him in recent years out at the Fabulous Forum, and it was incredible. I mean, you get a workout just watching him.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget, later in the show, what you learned this week on the Gary and Shannon show. You can always leave us a message on the talkback feature on the iHeart app. Just hit that little microphone and leave a quick message comes right into the computer here. You can do that at any point during the show. We say something stupid, you can always tell us. Or we mispronounce something, you can always tell us. Or we say something that you don't agree with,
Or
you can always tell us.
you have feedback about the whale story.
Nobody wants, I don't think anybody wants to remember that whale story.
Wanda said
weird.
Wanda said it was dirty.
Yeah, it was.
You guys, again, I see the headline, whales for the first time on camera having sex, and I thought it was a story about nature, and can you believe that's the first time it was caught on camera? That's crazy.
What was that one whale
and
the other whale?
And it was rape, and then it was necrophilia, and I didn't know where it was headed when I began. You know, sometimes that's the way journeys are. You know, you start off, and you don't know what's going to pop up.
It's like watching the movie Poor Things. You thought it was going to be something fun.
Yeah.
The federal judge overseeing the classified documents prosecution of Donald Trump has been hearing arguments about a potential trial date. This is a crucial decision, could affect whether the president-leading Republican candidate faces a jury this year on charges that he was keeping top-secret records at Mar-a-Lago. This trial currently set for May 20th. The judge in the case, Aileen Cannon, has already postponed multiple dates. She's weighing competing requests from prosecutors and defense attorneys. Prosecutors have argued for a July 8th trial date. Trump's attorneys have said, let's push it till after the election, but if we can't do that, we'll go for August. So just in terms of the campaign going forward, July 8th is what the prosecutors want. July 15th starts the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. I was just looking at some of the traffic cameras. Caltrans has a bunch of traffic cameras around the state. And some of them that are up in the Tahoe City area, North Shore Tahoe, they are absolutely devoid of any cars. If you look at the camera that's at Kings Beach, the intersection that's as you come in from Highway 267 towards Crystal Bay.
That's where I stay.
There is not a car to be seen. I mean, there are cars in the picture, but they're covered under a foot of snow.
I mean, it's Tahoe. It's February, March.
But they're talking about the potential for 12 feet of snow.
Stay home.
Over the course of the next several days, they've already closed several roads up in the Tahoe area. A lot of you've heard Amy mention that the ski areas have been closed, and it's going to be a rough weekend there.
Hey, we mentioned Panera Bread and this whole fiasco yesterday about the minimum wage law. It goes in effect on April 1st, $20 an hour. This was a bill the governor signed last year, and all the talk was that there was an exemption for Panera because there's a loophole that says that this will not apply to restaurants that have on-site bakeries and sell bread as a standalone menu item. The governor's office came out late yesterday and said, this is absolutely absurd. Panera Bread is not exempt from the law. And I think the way that they've gotten around this is just simple semantics. Does the law say there is an exemption for Panera Bread? No. And that's all they're claiming.
Interesting. To be exempt from the minimum
What's up, Johnny? Oh, how you doing, baby?
Be that a fast food restaurant have to
What's new?
increase their minimum wage to $20 an hour by April 1st.
How you doing? Yeah, you're on. Go for it, baby.
Restaurants have to produce bread on site.
Hi.
Again, the other question about this whole thing is...
Living the dream. How are you? We got James Kaminsky in this biatch. How you living, Johnny? Off? What's new?
The story goes back to Newsom and his
Oh, no problem at all.
plan who owns more than 20 restaurants in the state. It should be said that Greg Flynn also owns a number of fast food restaurants.
Well, frankly, I kind of did the same thing that you did, James. So I don't blame you. What happened to our man? What the hell happened to the other guy? Anyway, what am I doing? Well, I tested this Twitter thing and Twitter Spaces. It goes exactly, and I mean, unless the app crashes or I lose power or the Wi-Fi goes out, it goes 24 hours, 3 minutes every single time. Meaning there's like a maximum set on it. And I'm not the only person to have that. Every other person I know gets it exactly the same, 24 hours and 3 minutes, except there are a couple people I have known who have some kind of weird device that can go longer than that, but I don't know what devices they have, and at this point, it's not that important if it goes longer. So I just started up another one, and I'm not promoting it yet, but tonight we're gonna make that be big for trivia. We're gonna make it big for karaoke. We're gonna make it big for a lot of things. So the other idea was to kind of theme this, and so while I don't know exactly how much time I have, I could start with the Joe Rogans, and like it'll take me a little bit of work, but I could probably figure out. In fact, I could probably do it with this phone. So here's what I need to do. I need to get a hacked version of a Android Spotify APK that will allow me to play Joe Rogan from the start on Spotify, and well, why Joe Rogan? Well, I like Joe Rogan, but a lot of people here do. He's got a lot of content. Like I could say, oh, well, I want to do, I don't know, whatever other person you want to choose. I want to choose Rosie O'Donnell. Okay. Does Rosie O'Donnell have 1,000 podcast episodes to which we can listen over the course of the next month? Because if she does, let's go. The Rosie O'Donnell podcast sounds great. But I don't know if she does, and it's not as popular. Nobody's going to be like, oh, dog, Rosie O'Donnell, yay. I'm not saying people are going to do the same with Joe Rogan, but at least they're like, okay, well, once they keep it, immediately they can come in and be like, I know what this is. And that's key to me. As opposed to, I don't know what this is. I don't know to whom I'm listening or whatever. Okay, so.
I saw that he's back on YouTube.
Yeah, so that's a big thing too. He just had an interview with Cat Williams. You know who Cat Williams is?
Yeah, I was kind of watching it last night selectively.
Oh, tight.
It's pretty good.
We're gonna watch it. So the fact that he's back on YouTube is a game changer because he can, at least I can stream his stuff, and it's the newest stuff. Like right now, he only has, well, at least before he did this new contract with Spotify, he had like 15 videos on YouTube from his Powerful JRE account, and that's it. Everything else is on Spotify. And who's going to be there who like from the community?
I'm not sure, but I can definitely dream on the deeper bit,
Absolutely, you're going to have to do that.
For sure.
That's a must.
We would love to have you there.
Oh, dude, I'm there with bells on, baby. Okay, so that's beautiful. That is a beautiful view. Is that your hotel? Condominium? Wow. Isn't that something? You know what's interesting is Colorado. Some areas of Colorado get almost as much sunshine as Los Angeles. They get like 320 days of sunshine a year. I mean, look at you, what you've got. That's just a beautiful blue sky.
It's gorgeous, man. It's so nice. But yeah,
Did you hear Caitlin Clark? Hey, what up, Sonic Katie? She's going to the WNBA.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, she announced that. So, you know, it kind of gets your neighbors to the. Yeah, I think I'm as big a male WNBA fan as you get. And I still don't know. I still can't tell you all the teams. She's supposed to go to the Indiana Fever, though. And she's supposed to be the number 1 overall pick. Here's the thing. Okay, she is closing in on Pistol Pete Maravich's, or she just passed it, his like Division I major school record. But there's another minor school record that is like she's like 300 points off of, and she would break it if she came back next year. The thing is, the stats for this period of time are all thrown off because of that COVID year. Some people got 6 years of eligibility, or like actually one guy, or 1 or 2. There's a way to get 9 or 10 years of eligibility. It's like, whoa, how do you get 10 years of eligibility? College eligibility. Okay, you've got your 4 normal ones. Then you've got an original like red shirt year. Then you've got medical. There's like 2 medical ones you can get. Medical is here. Then you can get there's a missionary one if you're from BYU, and there's also if you have a child or something like that. So there are a couple guys from BYU who have like 10 years of college eligibility, and due to COVID and everything, and it's just not the same sport. I mean, basically, like you were old and made fun of if you were 23 years old in college, and now some like sophomores are 20. I mean, it's like not that. It's a different sport. They've changed the rules. They've changed the recruiting. Now you've got the NIL, and I mean, I follow the Reddit college football pretty closely, and I mean, everybody's just saying it's a different sport, and it's just not. It's still enjoyable to watch, but you know, I mean, I'm sure you know that there's like 3 minutes of action in a 4-hour game. It's ridiculously like kind of boring. Yeah, just in general. And these guys are getting hurt so badly that like I don't even know if it's going to be a sport in 20 years. And like the state of California has proposed to ban it at the youth level, and I can see that being done because of the concussion issue. What will be big to take its place will be 7-on-7 football, meaning flag football, 7-on-7. It has all the same action, except you don't have the line and you don't have the hitting, but you do have the athleticism and you do have the agility and you do have the acceleration and you do have the athletic skill, all the things that people love about football. The one thing that you don't have is the contact, though. And frankly, the way they do contact now, I don't even think it's, honestly, James, it bothers me so much that we don't have like computerized referees, that the whole thing is just like rigged. And so it's really frustrating to have any faith in the game because it's rigged. I mean, do you know who Tim Donaghy is? He was the referee from the NBA who got caught betting on basketball. Okay, so this happened like 15 years ago, but that doesn't mean that it still doesn't happen. And like the games that these guys would play, like with the referees, because here's the thing, referees make good money. They make like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, but they don't make NBA money, like millions of dollars a year. And they get jealous of that. At least this is what former referees say. And so what they say is, they'll start to want to increase how much money they're making. And they do so at the start, like on little things that don't affect the game really. So let's say, I don't know, a good team's playing a bad team. They'll let the good team win, they'll let the bad team lose. Everything will happen the way that they want it, except they'll make the good team win by a little less than they normally would win. Okay. Is that the biggest crime in the world? Does anyone get hurt by that? Well, aside from people who are betting that exact bet, it doesn't really affect that many people. So they don't really see it as being that impactful. But I mean, this is really what is called point shaving. And then you end up getting into, you're having to do favors for guys, you're having to throw games for guys. And when all of that stuff happens, that's when these guys start to become overwhelmed by it. And it starts to constrict them and what they're able to do. And there's really no avoiding it at a certain point. When there's enough money thrown around, somebody's going to say to one of those guys, make sure he gets enough foul shots tonight, or make sure that this, even though this bucket, like, it might go in, you have to call a foul right before it happens. And, you know, and in the way that they do it with the referees, it's so corporate. So they're able to say, this is who we want to win this series without saying it. So how would they say it? They have a meeting before every game, and they show like the clips of where the referees messed up in the previous game. And it'll be like, the way that this series is going, we would rather see a more physical, let them play attitude. And that basically tells you that they want whatever team had less or more fouls the previous game to not have as many fouls. They're just basically telling you who they want to win without saying it. And that's how they're able to get around things. Look, it's been proven in the Supreme Court level that sporting events are for entertainment purposes. They are not, what do they call it? They are not like games of skill to some extent. They are for entertainment purposes. So it's not like the audience is participating or the crowd is participating. So you have to make things fair. It's not like that at all. It's basically, you're watching something, so they just have to make it entertaining. And that means they can literally lie to you and no one cares. And it's unfortunate. James Kaminsky, how you doing, baby?
Sitting in the sun, just been running Telegram like you my phone.
Oh, dude, Telegram overheats phones all the time. In fact,
it was just like,
yeah,
bad. I've never seen it perform so poorly.
especially if you have it with the video on, like your own video, oh, it'll toast it. I honestly think that, well, I read this. Did I read? I did. I read, oh, that's what this was. Okay, somebody was having problems with their Android phone with Telegram. Okay, this is what I think it was. I looked it up because I'm like, man, Telegram is making my phone run like hotter than any other app that I have. And I went on just like Quora, that question website, and I was like, I wonder what people are saying about it. And I went to Reddit, and people were like, oh, I had a totally normal phone, and then I went to the Telegram app, went into a Telegram that had videos on, turned on my video, and all of a sudden my battery in my phone started to expand within the next 2 minutes. Like literally, like Telegram app took their phone to another high of a temperature. And this was like a common thing that people were saying. I'm kind of obsessed with this Reddit. I shouldn't say I'm obsessed because I'm not, but this Reddit, Reddit subreddit called Spicy Pillows, which are people with these, I have them, these phones that like have batteries that have expanded, and these like lithium ion batteries, they're very dangerous to have. They're like, if you've ever seen them, they like literally explode. And, but like apparently the Telegram app can cause your phone to have that spicy pillow because it just makes it heat up so overwhelmingly. There's like there's no like guard on it. It just overheats your phone.
What kind of phone do you got? What do you stream?
Oh boy, I have a lot. Okay, so I have iPhones. I have Android. Now specifically, what I did, now I bought all these devices like years ago, so none of them are recent, but what I did was I bought a bunch of track phones. If you know what track phones are, they're like cheap $30 phones.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, exactly. But they have cameras on them, and those cameras have been some of my best phones that I've ever had. Oh Christ. Shit, what's oh Christ? It's so difficult for me to log into Spotify sometimes. Spotify is the shittiest app. What up, Z? Z, looking up at him. Okay, this is what's terrible about it. Oh my god. Okay. Spotify is literally an app. Like I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. These apps generated millions of dollars. Okay, I know a little bit about apps, and I know that people who use apps want to be able to pay for their service using the app. And Spotify, if you want to subscribe to Spotify, you have to do it on their website. You cannot do it through their app. It's like, Rabbi, what the hell is that? It doesn't make any sense. Because Spotify wants to avoid that Apple surcharge that gets attributed to every single one of the charges on the App Store. So they make you, to avoid that, they make you go to their website. But it's like, it's, to me, a little ridiculous that they force a user to go through all of this, and they're an app and you can't even pay for the service using their app. Anyway, it's a pet peeve of mine. I have many of them with these companies that I would like to clarify for them once I have the platform. So we were talking about what potentially to stream, and it doesn't have to be Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan just has a huge amount of content, and so that's why I chose that. Oh my god. Okay. If you're like,
how many hours does Joe Rogan have?
oh, great question. I looked this up. Well, I know it by days because hours is, so he has at this point about 250 days, 24 hours worth, which is really good. I've got closing in on almost 1,000 days. So
wow.
Yeah, which is huge. I mean, so I've got like 4 times the amount of content that he does, but he's been doing it for like 4 times the amount of time that I've been doing it, about 5 times. And you know, his are like interesting and all the other cool stuff about him, but that doesn't mean I can't steal his material basically and just play it simultaneously. Then it becomes a reaction video as opposed to just stealing his material. Now I'm listening to, you know, whatever, and you're watching my reaction of it. Okay, so I am now, I understand for security purposes you can't use a password a lot of times that like you've previously used, but always at a pain in the ass sometimes, because who the fuck knows? Once it starts being one of the like top 5 passwords that I use, I have no fucking clue what it's gonna be. At that point, it's just in the future, the best way to do an OTP, a one-time password, any kind of password, is this. So that you basically never have to remember any password but one. I think in the future, the United Nations is going to provide everyone in the world with an email address, which seems okay, but is actually like the beginning of the end of society. I was like, what do you mean by that? How is an email address that big of a deal? Like, if you know, in a lot of corporations during the 90s and early 2000s, they changed their official policy as to how an official communication is presented. And it went from like press conference to email. And the United Nations knows that there are now generations of people who recognize the importance of email and respect it. And basically, the United Nations will say, all right, everybody gets it. What up, person here? Everybody gets an email address. And then that way, well, what they'll say is the email is an inherent human fundamental right that you should always have the ability to communicate with people. Because people will run into the same issues in which I run, which are you can't create accounts anymore because a certain private company has banned you. So it's like, oh, I can't, you know, whatever reason. Or so the United Nations will say, look, that's not fair to people in the developing world. We're going to give you one email address so that you can always communicate and they can't ban it. And everybody will be like, oh, that's great. That's great. What up, JP? But in reality, that's not a good thing for society. Why is that? It's because then you have to be accountable to the United Nations for stuff. Like, there'll probably be a world tax someday. I'm sure there will be. If it isn't already going to be like something having to do with your, like a value added tax or your income tax. It'll be like a world tax. And how will you register for it? All that stuff. Basically, just like you have in the United States a social security number, the UN will also, I think, I mean, I've heard that there's been rumors that they wanted to implement a system where they put in an email address system. So what are the positives of it? Well, nobody can take that email address away from you. The negatives are huge too. But this is how you log into stuff in the future. What will happen is you'll go to a website like Spotify and you'll put in your email address, which is just your United Nations email, and it will automatically send you a link to that email every single time. So there's no password to put in. The only password that you need to remember is your one United Nations email password. So if you ever log into Gmail, you won't have a password anymore. It just automatically sends you a link to your email. And that's considered an OTP, like a one-time password. It's considered legitimate. And that way you only have to remember as a human one password your entire life, which is, much more convenient than the system that we currently have. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I think that's the system. I mean, the reason why I bring that up, believe it or not, that's the system that Spotify somewhat uses. They have a way to do that. Basically, if you don't know your password and you don't know if you don't know your stuff, you can just put your email in and say, send me a link, and then it just sends you a link. That's basically the most secure way to do it. If not, it's just this clusterfuck of people who are trying to remember passwords from when they were a kid. All right. So Joe Rogan. Let's see if this works. What do you want to listen to? No? Have you ever listened to the early Joe Rogans?
Yeah, the pieces where it was like streaming on like just the TV.
You're exactly right. Yeah. And so here we go. And the Joe Rogan experience. We're pulling it up.
Yeah, Rabbi, I gotta take off.
You take care, James. Enjoy and live stream from the event.
I will.
Excellent. Take care, my friend.
Absolutely. I'll see you later. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
They are the producer, they are the performer, they're the whole ball of wax of the writer, they're everything. And that's why you get a pure product. Because you get a product that's from this dude's mind. Well, what happens is when I start working on a television show, these people broadcast.
What up, baby? How you doing?
Right.
What's going on, Tupac? I think so. Bob Dobbs.
Yeah.
Do you know who Joe Rogan is? All right. Here's episode 1, featuring Brian Redband.
What year was episode 1?
2009. Word.
Twitter. And then I always like to watch my own channel. So let's go to your own channel. So you can see what the chat is. Your shits.
Always, baby, always.
On this. No, on that. Yeah. And then update your internet tonight. Update my internet. Go to the faster one. Yeah. You're gonna get addicted to. Oh, nice colors.
Pretty. This is all still before.
21 minutes ago. Oh, it's Twitter. See? Now people are gonna ask questions. It's just gonna
Awful Twitter. Alright, let me go to my website. What is my new stream?
Yeah, it's good. Or go back to the other page,
But that's not it.
This one is it.
Squirrely. Hey.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Who muted Squirrely?
I don't know. I think he bounced out.
Let's investigate this immediately. Pause all action. Who muted Squirrely? Oh, there was a raid.
A raid on what? But he should still be able to talk in here.
Sometimes you can't. Squirrely, see, now you can talk. Living the dream, baby. We're gonna listen to all the. Hey, Squirrely, you like Joe Rogan, don't you? Like a lot. Yeah, hell yeah. So I do too. And we're listening to Joe Rogan episode 1 and just going through.
Say that again?
So we're gonna start with Joe Rogan episode 1 and just play it through. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'll be working a bunch today, but yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I also have a Twitter space going, and we could get people in there. Bob Dobbs, are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Well, when you have time, if you're interested, you want to join this Twitter space, and
Yeah, sounds good.
excellent. Oh, okay. That's what I hear. I think I have a lot to do with it. Honestly, I'm just gonna take all the credit for it right now.
That's fair. Oh, nice. 11 cents. Yeah, we're at 11 cents. We helped before to 7 cents, so we should be heading to 14 cents here next.
That's phenomenal.
That's pretty cool. But my hair's in that. It's windy. Hold on. Hey, Rabbi, which 100,000?
That's a great question. I'm going to put it right now in the chat because that's a phenomenal question. You don't even have to finish your statement. I know exactly what you're saying.
Damn. Harry Potter box art videos. Moon and fuck. What? I don't have more. That's fucking right. I don't know. I think we're gonna have 14 cents right there. That was my next target. Oh, actually good.
Okay, I just put it in the Twitter. I put it in the Telegram. You have to understand, I'm an old man. All this stuff seems the same to me. Twitter, Telegram, you know what I mean. Hell yeah, we got somebody in here. What up, baby? How you doing, Captain? Hope you're living like a kid in. Oh, hell yeah. We got Bob Dobbs in this bad boy. We got Bob Dobbs in here. This is incredible. All right, peeps. If you weren't aware, Captain, if you weren't aware, we're also streaming live in the Telegram. G, we got G in here. G, I want to make you aware that we have a live chat going on Twitter. I'm going to put the link in the Telegram right now. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, we got a bunch of people in here. Welcome. Bob Dobbs is in here. Bitcoin Kyle. I was talking about you earlier in your ability to face paint. And then we got Captain in here. That's tight. Okay, so if you weren't familiar, hold on, let me pull you up. Oh my god, we're requesting. I'm just dropping it. Okay, I'm making Captain. Living like a pimp. How you doing, baby? Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Hey, how much are you throwing down nowadays? Yeah, I don't either. I don't want to scare other people because I'm so strong. Yeah, I mean, it's a good mentality to have. You don't want to put the fear of God into people at the gym when you're just trying to live your life. Oh, I understand. We muscleheads have to stick together. People will bully us. We are one of those groups in society. People say, look at that person with all those muscles. Let's bully that person. And it's been like that my whole life. So I'm glad that I have a support group here for all the strong people. Oh no, but you could kick us off if you'd like. Hell yeah, go for it, baby. Take your time. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff.
I'm gonna say what is the book I told you? She turned rain to a rainbow. If I was letting blue, she'd take the world on my shoulders. If I was letting blue, why did Jesus perfect? Do I still wish I was you? Perfect don't mean that it's working. So what can I do when you're out of sight in my mind? 'Cause sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's where I find a glimpse of love. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I climbed, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping to find a glimpse of love.
Hell yeah. That was amazing. Thank you for kicking us off. Where do you get your singing skills? I understand. Well, you have natural gifts. All right. So in about less than 10 minutes, we're going to get some serious trivia going. And when I say serious, summon my man, Alex Trebek's ghost. You better summon Alex Trebek's ghost for this, because it's going to be intense. It's going to be an all-out battle. So if you're like, well, why does it have to wait? Why do we have to wait a little bit? Because you're also going to see, I'm going to light this motherfucker up with a bunch of different accounts. You're going to be like, a bunch of different accounts. Rabbi, how are you able to do so many things at once? And I'm going to say, I'm a magician, baby. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in the next 1 minute, you can even get out your stopwatches and check it out, because that's how accurate I'm going to be as I sit here and stall. And I am going to pull up probably the best example in human history of someone who is going to take over Twitter, potentially in history of mankind. So you should see one of my accounts just hop in, and we're going to see another account just hop in. You'll be like, wow, Rabbi, you are a magician. But I know, baby. Don't worry, you got the right person captain in this show. You got captain and captain, baby. Oh man, this is some. That's beautiful. At what point did they teach you about taking over Twitter?
Nobody taught me. I'm still learning.
Life's about that. It is an eternal learning process. As you see, little by little, we have these Rabbi ROTHSCHILDs that are coming in. And yeah. You got that correct. All right. And if you're like, is that all of them? Believe it or not, we have a few more. And then we're going to do trivia. And then you all are going to see, you're going to get smarter. And it may be like in things that you didn't know and subjects about which you can have a lot of knowledge. Maybe things that, about which you thought you were an expert. We're all going to learn things together. And that's what's important about life. All right, the rabbis are taking over. So as you see, we've got these bad boys that are just posting up here, checking out the scene with all our friends. And now what we're going to do is get back. Yesterday's was. Yeah, so I just did yesterday's and then started up a new one. I'm pretty baller like that. So yesterday's was just to test it, to make sure that it could work if we wanted it to. And so I know we're in good shape. All right, so we've got that going, which is nice. What else are we gonna do? Now I have to get my little trivia board. So just one moment, we're getting that. Okay, I got that. Now, if you weren't aware, you all should be, but if you weren't, we are streaming this live in our Telegram. And you're going to get sick of me saying this, but I haven't memorized. It's t.me/HPOS10i. Just there. And check us out if you weren't aware. And with that, what I'm going to do before we start, I'm pulling up the questions right now. I'm going to go into the Telegram and I'm going to put like a little message to everyone and be like, hey guys, we are starting up. If you can make it, we're starting. Rabbi is hosting trivia in a 24/7 Twitter space. Please join now. Okay. So I'm going to put this link in. All right. Now, if I could ask, let's see here. Did it just remove my? No, it didn't. Okay. So I'm just going to spam this for like a minute before we start, just so people know what is up. And it gives you guys more competition. Because right now it looks like all these Rabbi accounts are like going to take over. All right, we'll give it another 30 seconds or so. As that goes, I'm going to pull the questions. Fortunately, it does look like we've gotten ready. Yes, we do. Alrighty. Tempura, if you're not aware, we are streaming live on Telegram. I mean, Twitter. And for all the people on Twitter, if you're not aware, we are streaming live in Telegram. Now, if I may ask, I do have a co-host here, Bitcoin Kyle. If you see any requests, please let me know. And or you don't have to let me know, just let them up. I do have 2 devices going right now in case I do need to allow another someone up and I can't touch that other device. So with that, here we go. Question number 1. What element makes up the majority of the air in Earth's atmosphere? What element makes up the majority of the air in Earth's atmosphere? Any guesses? No, that's okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. Man, I'm tweeting. I'm trying to mind these lines, bro. Okay, re-ask your question. I'm here, man. You have my attention.
You're good. What element makes up the majority of the air in Earth's atmosphere? It is not oxygen. The answer is nitrogen. Learn something new every day. There you go. Right. The Eiffel Tower takes its name from which engineer who helped design and build it? Hey, you know what? We're going to accept that. I mean, it's close. It was Alexander Gustav Eiffel, so obviously it takes from that. I'm not saying that all of these questions are perfect, but there are some questions to make you aware that I do try to avoid. So sometimes it takes me a while to find a good question. The questions that I avoid generally are questions that start like, in what year did such and such happen? Because here's what happens. If I say, in what year was John F. Kennedy assassinated? Okay, he was assassinated November 22nd, 1963. Okay, but people will say 1968. No. Okay, 1964. No. 1960. No. That's no fun. So I try to keep it so that you're at least guessing on like nouns or verbs or something, but not numbers as much. All right, so at least less years, and then also I do my best to avoid. They have some of these questions that are just like really, really specific medical terminology that nobody's gonna know, like fear of like the color beige, like nobody's gonna know that kind of stuff. So with that being said, we are going to our next question. In what English city was Boy George born? London is correct. Very good. Next question. Which American female flyer disappeared without a trace over the Pacific in 1937? Amelia Earhart is correct. Very good. Next question. This is another kind of question I don't like to ask, but I'm going to ask it, and we'll just see how it goes. How much did the United States pay Russia for the state of Alaska? Less. Less, but getting close. Five's closer than 10, sort of in the middle. All right, 7.2 million. And that's why we don't have those kind of questions, because it just becomes like a number guessing. But yes, the United States paid Russia $7.2 million for the state of Alaska. There you go. Looks like we got a deal on that one. Next question. You got that right. What do you get when you mix white rum, lime juice, mint, and sugar? It is not White Russian. What do you get when you mix white rum, lime juice, mint, and sugar? Lime juice, mint, and sugar. It is not. I'm going to help you with this one. It's a mojito. Next question. What kind of dog is Marmaduke? What kind of dog is Marmaduke? I'll help you with this one. I think Marmaduke and Scooby-Doo are the same kind of dog. If that helps. That's correct. Good job. Very good. Next question. Concord is the capital of which U.S. state? New Hampshire is correct. Very good. Next question. Like, no one's going to know this, but I'm just going to say it because I think it's interesting. What is the original name of Vaseline? You know, that's a really good guess. I mean, I think that's the generic term for it. It was known as Wonder Jelly. There you go. Learn something new every day. All right. Next question. What country was Indonesia a former colony of? What country was Indonesia a former colony of? France is not correct. Spain is not correct. London's a city. You mean England or Britain? Britain is Netherlands is correct. Very good. There you go. Absolutely. Okay. Colonized. Exactly. Next question. Exactly. When do Americans celebrate Thanksgiving? That is not correct. It is actually the fourth Sunday in November. We got Fast Time Emu coming up here. Let's give Fast Time Emu a big welcome. Come on in, Fast Time Emu. I think it's hilarious because I tried to add Fast Time Emu, making a big fucking deal for them, and then it says there is an error adding them. Of course, there's going to be an error adding them. So, apologies there, Fast Time Emu. Come back up, Fast Time Emu, if you can. We got Nigeria in here. Nigeria Dream. We're going to invite that person to speak. I don't know what happened to Fast Time, but hopefully Fast Time comes back. All right. Well, it looks like that might be the last time we do a big fucking welcome for everybody. Anyway, next question. What birds are traditionally used as gas detectors in coal mines? Canary is correct. Very good. Next question. Canaries were used as traditional gas detectors in coal mines. That's where we get the phrase canary in a coal mine. Next question. What extinct bird got its name from a Portuguese word meaning simpleton? Dodo is correct. Next question. What is the chemical symbol for tungsten on the periodic table of elements? It does not begin with a T, so we'll help you there. And it's one letter. That's another thing that'll help you. So it's not a T, and it's one letter. Not D. Here's another clue. The letter is not in the name. So, like, meaning it's not T, it's not T, it's not U, it's not N, it's not G, it's not S, it's not T, it's not E, it's not N. I'm going to help you with this one. Absolutely, I understand. But I think it's interesting, and I looked it up as well. Tungsten to me is very interesting. Okay, so tungsten gets its W symbol from the German name Wolfram. Wolfram becomes Wolfram comes from wolframite, which is one of the ores in which tungsten was most often found. The name tungsten itself is actually Swedish and translates into English as heavy stone. And as I understand, tungsten is the most dense metal that we have on Earth, meaning it's the heaviest metal. More than lead. It's very dense. Now, hold on. Actually, I could be wrong on that. It's the strongest metal. I know that. But let's look up that densest metal on Earth. I think that they should be the same, but I'm not a chemist. So this is where we do a quick fact check. Okay, so I'm wrong on this. Osmium is the most dense metal. Apologies on that. Now, strongest metal on Earth. There's something really special about tungsten. Strongest metal of tungsten. So tungsten is not the densest metal on Earth, but it is the strongest metal on Earth. Tungsten, which is Swedish for heavy stone, is the world's strongest metal. It was identified as a new element in 1781. It was commonly used to make bullets and missiles, metal evaporation work, manufacturing of paints, creating electron and television tubes, and making glass to metal seals. So tungsten, very important element. Next question. What gentle sea mammals are also known as sea cows? What was that? What gentle sea mammals are also known as sea cows? Manatees is correct. Very good. Wow. Wait, so they like that little waterfall? Yeah, that's cool. Because like manatee's life's really slow. Just one moment, friends. I'm spamming our chat to make our other friends aware that what we've got going on. All right, next question. Which part of the cow does chuck meat come from? Which part of the cow does chuck meat come from? It is not the intestines. I'll help you with this one. It's the shoulder. Chuck. To my knowledge, yeah, I think so. Next question. The shoulder. Yeah. Next question. What NFL team did Vince Lombardi coach after leaving the Green Bay Packers? Nope, not the Bears. Go for it. Not the Bears. Good guess, not the Raiders. That's okay. I'll help you with this one. He coached what would be the Washington. Oh, a lot of times if I say it's a tough one, a lot of the people will be like, "Oh, it's not that tough. Let me try it." So here we go. Canfield, Klondike, and Pyramid are variations of what card game? Canfield, Klondike, and Pyramid are variations of what card game? Wow, good job. Who got that? That was a very, very good answer. Solitaire is correct. Very good. All right. Next question. What two colors are found in IKEA's logo? Blue and yellow is correct. Are correct. IKEA, that's correct. All right. It should be. All right. Next question. In what sea would you find the Cayman Islands? No, you're not. You're exactly right. You should have more confidence in yourself. The Caribbean Sea is correct. Good job. All right. Next question. Now, this is a tough question. I'm warning everyone. What part of the brain controls hunger? What part of the brain controls hunger? I'll help you with this one. The hypothalamus. The hypothalamus. Now we're going to do a quick test. I want to see if you can hear me better here. Can you hear me better on this microphone? Or on this microphone? Which one's better? Okay, good to know. All right, next question. In the TV show Knight Rider, what was the real last name of Michael Knight? Any big Knight Rider fans? It's okay. I'll help you with this one. You okay? In the TV show Knight Rider, what was the real last name of Michael Knight? I mean the character. But give me the actor's name if you know it. You got that right. That's right. David Hasselhoff. And apparently in Knight Rider, his real last name was Long. L-O-N-G. Who knew? Next question. In which sport is the America's Cup awarded? In which sport is the America's Cup awarded? All right. While you're doing that, I want to welcome Ishan. Welcome, Ishan. Ishan, if you're not aware, we're here at Carolina, San Eno. We're the coolest group of motherfuckers in the history of the world. We're live in Telegram. Ishan doesn't give a shit. You know what, Ishan? That's cool. You do you. We'll do us. All right. The answer to our most previous question, sailboat racing. Who knew? All right, next question. What KISS stars for? Ding, ding, ding. Next question. What TV show takes place in the fictional city of Orbit City? Jetsons is correct. Very good. All right. Next question. What percentage of the River Nile is located in Egypt? This isn't a good question, but we're asking it. 70%. Lower.
50.
Lower.
Oh, jeez. Shit. 30.
Lower.
15%.
Higher.
20.
Higher.
22.
You nailed it. Very good. But you see why the question, when I ask a number of questions, they're not as good as the other ones. It's just something you learn. All right, next question. Very good. Next question. You're 100% right. Exactly. All right. Called and stop. His name is Hogmanay. 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 Okay. Yeah. Well, now you know it and you forget it. You'll be like, oh, maybe I knew that at some point. All right. If you're not familiar, we use random trivia generated in our time for these questions. Right now it's reloading them, so I'm buying a little time. Next question. What planet in our solar system has the longest day? Correct. It is not Jupiter. Any other questions? Any other guesses aside from Jupiter? Venus is correct. Good job. All right. Next question. What new wonder of the world is located in Peru? Yeah, Machu Picchu is correct. Very good. All right. I'm going to take a second. We've got captain who's dominating. Bitcoin Kyle. If you see any requests, let him up. My man Nigerian Dream. You're rocking out. Come on up if you can. I'm going to get you up here. You're going to squeak. You're going to love it. And if you don't, that's cool too. It's your world. You just live in it. All right. Next question. What? You do what you need to do. Come on back when you can. Please do. 24th, 2009. Take you back to that time.
When is those are going to be killing your internet? Well, it's killing it right now. Yeah. So I would accept that one and that one. Maybe you can close your tweet deck. Really? Well, not tweet deck, I guess it only updates every once in a while.
So if you're not aware, this is how Joe Rogan started.
You're already getting it. That's huge. Yeah. Oh, we got screen burn? We got screen burn? Go back to your message board. That's happening. You're right. See that? Yeah, what is that? Looks like screen burn. Okay, what is the channel though? This isn't the channel. It is right. Try upstream.tv/channel Joe Rogan Live. That's like, yeah, right there. Try it out. Yeah. Kill that. Damn, this is slow as fuck right now.
Yo, dog. It's like most of it is just like them trying to figure out how to work it, and it's really boring. So we're gonna go to a more recent one. Cat Williams was just on, and I've been really looking forward to it. I think Cat Williams is one of the funniest comedians of all time. He doesn't put out that many specials, but the specials that he does put out are classic. He's hilarious. With that episode 2111, Cat Williams.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Joe Rogan podcast all night, all day.
What's up? How are you? I can't believe we never met each other till today. That's kind of crazy. It's really weird. That's kind of crazy. I was always like at the store, like, yeah, I was here last night. I'm like, fuck. It was always 2 ships in the night.
Right. I would see you and not be able to get to you. Like, comedy is small, but only if you're mediocre. It's big. It's a vast, vast place.
It's vast and it's also small because there's so few of us. And worldwide, we were talking about this the other day. There's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You know, you gotta be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250.
Right.
Like legit comics, guys you want to hang out with, guys who are fun. Yeah, guys who
your numbers going down.
Numbers going down. Numbers going down. Guys you'd recommend, leave your house, get a babysitter. The numbers going down. It's not a lot of people.
Right.
Think about the billions and billions of people on the planet. There's a smidgen of us.
Well, as children, we all take to talking with ease. And so the fact that later on in your life, you be one of the people that can say, I talk for a living, is an amazing honor.
It's amazing.
Even if you look 1,000 years back.
Yeah, especially today. To be able to talk for a living? Oh my God. Well, and that's the problem also with what we do, is that everybody can talk. So they see you talking, they're like, I can do what he's doing.
Right.
He's just up there talking.
And the better you do it, the easier it looks, which is part of the trap.
Yeah, it's part of the trap.
It looks like he doesn't think about what he says, he just says stuff. But you couldn't be as accurate.
No. And then there's hanging around with comics that know about shit like their electric Rolls Royces.
Right, if Satan hits me, just know I'm hitting back immediately. You're gonna know about it if I've never heard of it. Yeah, the electric specter.
That thing is insane. Just the way the doors open up, the way the doors close, and touch the brakes. Totally silent.
For the price point, it would have to be perfect. And the whole thing is, it is. And that's what you're trying to do in any genre. Like, you're trying to find that thing that is flawless in that genre.
Right.
And that's it.
That's the Rolls Royce. I never had one of those.
Right. Well, because it's important to you that you be grounded in the important ways. So I can see you not having not had a Rolls Royce. I've had 4 or 5.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just the idea of it to me is like, don't do that. For me, you know, I'm always like, get away from that.
Right. Well, see, you see what I mean? Yeah, because we live vicariously through these things, and it's been that way for all of humankind. I'm saying it was still like that for the Roman and his chariot. That's how he felt. Like that's how horsemen feel about that ride. You know, like transportation and people have a love story.
Yeah, that's really the only object that I'm really into. Like, I'm into vehicles. I'm into mechanical vehicles, right? There's like something about mechanical vehicles that just speak to me. I love them. I love looking at them. I love sitting in them. I love driving them. It's just like, it's one of the things things that people say, like, money can't buy happiness. That's definitely true. You're fucked up. You're not going to get happier if you get rich. But if you're already reasonably happy and you can afford a nice muscle car, god damn, you'll feel happier. You will feel happier.
But every time. So what I'm saying is, when I got the 67 Chevy Camaro, I needed no other cars. I was complete. When I got the Grand National, you couldn't tell me anything. There was nothing on the highway that was of my ilk. But I've felt that way 12, 13 times. That's what makes it real love.
Yeah, they give you real joy every time you drive them.
And you feel like that character in that movie, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you drive a 1970 Chevelle, you feel like John.
There's recklessness, but there's safety. You know, it's like, it gets to the essence of a being.
And I think it's a thing that won't exist 100 years from now. I think automated driving will be vehicle. We're going to stop all crashes. We can stop all crashes and all highway deaths. Come on, Kat. Won't you contribute and give up all your rights to drive? We're going to stop all death.
Yeah, it's not, but understand that all of these things have financial benefits, and then they use those perks you just mentioned to get you in. But I believe that it'll be mandatory, but for practical reasons, like this thing where the police want you and they have to chase you and you may get away, those days are done.
Shut your car off.
Your car is going to do what they tell it to do, which is get behind this patrol car and follow us to the station.
There's speculation that they've had that for a long time, you know. There was that famous journalist, Michael Hastings, that was his name. There's this journalist, I don't know if you know the story, but it's pretty crazy. This guy went to Afghanistan. So Afghanistan with the troops, and he was only supposed to be there writing a Rolling Stone article. So this journalist and he started reporting the shit they were talking, including disparaging. So he retires, and this Michael Hastings guy is on the run, and he's terrified. He's telling people, if I commit suicide, and just slams into a tree and explodes. And there's a video footage of it. This dude is just flying down the street, hits a tree, and the car explodes. And they asked security experts at that time, I think it was like 2005, is it possible to control a vehicle remotely? I said, does your vehicle have a computer? If your vehicle has a computer, they can control it. Period. There's a way.
And they know that.
And they've been doing that for then what can they do now? Let's just shut your fucking car right off.
That's this article came out, I'm sorry, so I think the accident was 2013.
Oh.
There you go.
Well, how was the article in 2010 if the accident's in 2013?
Well, the article came out first and exposed McChrystal.
Oh, the Rolling Stone article. I thought you meant the article on the accident.
If you actually do reading about Tesla, see, that's the thing, Joe. That's why I love history so much, because once you find out that this world is a circle, you can never get lost. Like, you can look at certain things and it'll tell you what's going to happen later, like, with amazing accuracy. Like, that's how I knew that things like what you showed me with Hastings, that those were real things. It's not.
They've always been real.
Everybody who has ever been killed in one of those ways, there was a financial benefit to it. It was obvious. It was easy. You know where it came from. It's just that they do a good job. But how is that difficult if that's your job? Like, they do this really well. They do it worldwide.
Also, this guy fucked with the worst person killers who love him. And you don't think he could put one of those dudes on you with a coffee meeting? Just have a sit down at Starbucks with no phones on you? And let me explain what's going on.
A shadow government is no more difficult than a government.
Yeah. And so, they don't have to go back to it. It's even nicer. They stay for a long time.
What up, Will?
Think about J. Edgar Hoover. How long did that
so
motherfucker stay
we've
in
had
power?
a Twitter space going
He was
on
running
now.
the FBI wearing a dress for 30 years.
Because of
I'll put the link in the chat if you want to join it. Excellent.
That's why I can speak with impunity about the Illuminati, because I know who you would have to be in order for what I'm saying to bother you, number one. Right. Number two, I know your big secret. I know that you're not the Illuminati, I am. So, you can't be illuminated, you're too dark. But the difficulty is getting people to believe something that they don't want to believe. And in each of these cases, this is where the money is. If you're just a capitalist, it is find something, establish a value for it, and make sure that that includes your profit, and make sure people really want it. Right. It's very fundamental.
Also, if you're running corporations and you're making billions of dollars, you're going to get bored. What's the ultimate game? The ultimate game is to run the whole world. You know what the ultimate game is, Kat?
I do.
We have an overpopulation problem, Kat.
Yeah.
It's an overpopulation problem.
Right.
And we're gonna be able to mitigate that with vaccines. We're gonna be able to mitigate that with healthcare. Right. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of people.
We used to be able to do it with neglect, and it was called nature's way.
Right.
You know, like whatever was ailing you, it wasn't ailing everybody in the world. The Chinese didn't have it because they had 6,000 herbs 6,000 years ago and knew what each one did. And,
people are very resistant to that, but they don't realize that almost all pharmaceutical drugs come from plants.
You can't be against the original.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's government propaganda working on you. That's like remember when they had Marinol, when they were making weed illegal, and the people were going through cancer, and their doctors had prescribed them weed for chemotherapy, so they gave them Marinol. Do you remember that shit? It's like a synthetic version of weed that's terrible.
But terrible is subjective to nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures.
Right.
And it's the only thing that will stop a seizure.
Yeah, it's incredible.
But here's the thing. The fact that there is a God is the biggest conversation worldwide, but the truth of the matter is there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you to not. Like the way that things interact, like if we're just talking about marijuana or alcohol or whatever that is, you have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this small group of people.
I'm just checking to see if I can hear. Testing. Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay, cool. I appreciate it. Thank you. You got that right. So this is Cat Williams, Joe Rogan. Their recent podcast. They never met each other before this moment. So this is quite interesting. This just recently happened. This is episode 2111, Cat Williams. Here we go.
Measure to this small group of beings. Right. And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and to utilize. And you see what I'm saying? It's it's not like, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have invented a whole new eating system for this animal, which was cud. And that means you would then have to give him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to then emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like none of these things.
Fertilizer.
Are right. The fact that everything goes together is how you know.
It's pretty wild. And every time we step in and fuck with it, it goes haywire.
Right.
Every time human beings do it.
Predictably haywire. Right. But that's part of the benefits of free will. Mm-hmm. Is you really can jump into a volcano, dude.
Yeah. Haywire.
You really can.
I mean, think about what we've done to wildlife. The craziest thing in this country, especially right here, is pigs. Bro, wild pigs are everywhere, and there's so many of them. I went to a friend of mine's farm, or it was like a ranch, to hunt wild pigs. Like Lord of the Rings characters in the bushes. And there's 150 of them near you, 250 of them, thousands on the ranch. They're all over the place, and they have 3 litters a year. And they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
They are delicious.
Oh, well then here we go then. We don't really have a problem then,
right?
Do we?
No, we have a we need to eat pigs problem.
No, we need to be sending this off somewhere to someone who does.
Well, definitely we should. That would be an easy way to solve a lot of hunger problems.
I'm saying we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources.
Good point.
These chickens are pegging us to death. They're everywhere. I can't even sleep. They're delicious, right?
Yeah. Have more chickens. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance problem for sure. We really do. But the pig thing is a wild one. It's hard to get them. Like they're very smart and they spread out and there's so fucking many of them. They shoot them with helicopters. They fly over. Right. I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to go shoot pigs out of a helicopter.
But that's part of the reason that you came to Texas.
The freedom, for sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure.
Yeah.
And people who believe in that.
Yeah.
Right? It's really God's country in the right places.
It is in the right places. I think you're going to have annoying people everywhere you go in this world. But in general, I think the people here overall are nicer, they're friendlier, and they're not captured. They're not captured by the ether of Hollywood, that they haven't been sucked into the vortex of ideological thinking and just that town. So when you escape that and just be around regular people, you're like, oh, people are all right. I've just been in an insane asylum. You're looking for a girlfriend. Like you have to be in a place where you're around good people, like normal people. That's better for you.
You're not trying to say that people that happen to live there are not nice people.
There's a lot of nice people there, for sure.
Here's the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extremes.
Yes.
Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as far right.
Yep.
It's, the middleness of it all that makes America great. And
For
Texas
sure.
has been front and center of that forever.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Strawberry mist is our number one
That was
problem.
fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newports.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right, they have their own cigarettes. They have non-menthol Newports. It's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're gonna get me canceled.
Oh,
this is very racist. This conversation, even though neither of us are. Go figure.
Just talking about a type of cigarette.
Just saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black person actually getting ready to answer this. Oh, it's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have a new...
It's like if you started asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. If you started asking me about Italian food or why are Italian people so loud, I'm not going to get
How
offended.
many people have ever died of pasta-related?
A lot, Joe. A lot of fatos out there kicking the butt, bro.
That's not because of pasta.
That overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an
great bread eaters and
delicious high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. And if there's a thing that I could ever be addicted to, it's that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah. We have so much.
Starving people aren't addicted to anything, and they don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were asking me about the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is, we value strength in product. So there's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and the difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger.
The more potent version.
Right. And that's
the
people, we tend to go with those products.
Things are stronger, that makes sense.
Right, like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciated.
That makes sense.
Concentrate. And the fact that menthol is a natural thing. So, anybody who is from the South knows about mint plants and,
And menthol used as a skincare product, like injuries and shit.
Right, like you appreciate that as a flavor profile as well.
Right. That makes sense.
The mint julep.
It's just telling people they can't have it anymore. Who the fuck are you? That's my position.
Well, and that's a noble position, and we appreciate the fact that you represent that, but the truth of the matter is not pretty. And the truth of the matter is that most people would like to be controlled more by their government if they had it easier. Maybe. Most people are all for government control, as long as they don't have to discuss it.
Yeah, as long as it works in their favor, they'll give up a lot of rights. And then hopefully the next administration that's...
Rights are generally worthless at the time.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that if the government can make life easy, a lot of people have it hard, right? So the government comes in and says, I'm going to make it easier for you, but I'm going to need certain requirements of you. I'm going to need you to have a digital ID. That digital ID will be attached to a social credit score. And we're going to give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of, and now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast that you're speaking of, sir?
I think it is.
Right. That's the whole thing, is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head, guys.
Right.
Like,
yeah. And everybody's going, yay.
It's the greatest thing in the world, sir.
Yeah.
But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or while watching Cyborgs, we understood that there was just this small line medically that needed to be crossed in order for us to be able to do these things.
Yeah.
Like if you can hook a battery up to an octopus and make it go like this, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Why? Because this is a machine that we have.
It's a biological machine.
Right. Once you understand it, you understand it.
Yeah. And you can fuck with that machine. You can juice it up. You can fucking get it stronger, get it smarter. There's a lot of things with that machine.
This is what the Anunnaki said. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right?
Right.
People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So
I ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that look like a rich watch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
That's what that is?
Yeah. So that's what made the carrier of great importance, because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean? Like
that thing on the wrist was a compass?
A timekeeping
compass.
Yeah. Right. So you had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and the distance and probabilities and right. That's how, like, if you were to read like thousands of books about people that knew a bunch of shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about knowing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like we're not seeing ruins of colleges and universities and all of that. We're seeing temples and synagogues and churches, but people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from for that period of time. When we went to these temples, they weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like they were being taught our agriculture, you know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
They had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writings across the world, whoever said anything about space or the universe or what was out there, why were all of them correct, Joe? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet, and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, Saturn had rings, like, based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is disagreeing. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me in a dream. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from the people that came from it.
Yeah.
There are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere, it used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly. It's restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in our whole universe. Let them tell it. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon, for crying out loud.
Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory? Do you know what that is?
Say what
The Younger Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes 800 plus years ago, and that had to restart civilization. And that what you're seeing from like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later, they think that is a rebuilt it again thousands of years later. But if you go back to like 11,800 years ago, you're dealing with what we thought were hunter-gatherers, and now we know they weren't. Now we know they built complex stone structures, and the real speculation is they think that the people who built the pyramids in 11,000 years. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time, and the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour a day, every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities, so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE.
No people but the pyramids. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, This whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better condition unless you're enslaving the Jews.
They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because of the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the inns.
None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So, yes, thousands of years worth of people were there, but that doesn't have anything to do with the building of it. Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not, right. We've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies. Right. But the evidence doesn't show any of that. No, like when you see inside, when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room, folks. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet.
What do you think was powered by the hot water springs? And to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk? I don't think it is.
If you follow, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things that were forbidden, and these were not these were the highest of human civilization.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since.
Nor since. Right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, right, and the emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind changing and mind blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is when was it written? Far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald tablet, also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up. It's compact and
Trismegistus.
A cryptic hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro? Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appear a genius collection of workable writings.
My man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm gonna read that.
It literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right, explanation. Nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, oh, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power and you had enough engineering and mathematics that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 500 miles away somewhere.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. See, that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
The Nile Valley. That was the reason.
They had electric and Wi-Fi, and they had all of that.
They probably did. And that's probably where the Younger Dryas impact theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely not real.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. And I think that's why every single
Not everybody.
biblical scholar, what?
Not everybody, some people.
What do you mean?
Are that.
Some people are the survivors?
Right.
Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in comet storms. And I think we probably got, there's been points in history that they know of where human beings got down to 7,000 people.
Who's counting them?
I think they use genetics and they backtrace and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a good question.
The things in Hollywood and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. Their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were whole pygmy groups and that, we understand that that's what the Seven Dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Flores, man, that they found. They literally call it a hobbit. It was like a 3-foot-tall person that was covered in hair, smaller head than us, used tools.
As a preteen, I knew that Atlantis really existed. Just because of how it was spoken of offhandedly.
Mm-hmm. Just that it was
in early writings.
Yeah.
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin.
Yeah.
By Dallas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found the spot in Africa? What is that, the ring called? The Jay Corsetti is, he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. And he's an expert in ancient catastrophes and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed and something happened.
We have a Twitter
And
space
he's
going.
focused on this one
I'm going
area
to send
in
a link
Africa
in the
that he believes is
Telegram
Atlantis.
chat. Join the Twitter
He says
space,
it
okay?
has all the hallmark characteristics, and there's all the
I'm sending you the
evidence
link.
of massive water erosion surrounding the area. That at one point in time, it's when you see the way the concentric circles of ring circles, that is near what used to. Yeah.
To Cat Williams, and we'll continue that. Sometimes we need a break. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for coming. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Well, we'll be here, God willing. And you come on back, and we'll see you soon. And when I see it, I'll let you know. And we'll do some trivia. I'm going to spam the chat. I see that we have a request, and I am bringing up our friend Ram. I don't know why it didn't show up from my other account. Ram, you should be up in a moment. Hello, welcome. Bob Dobbs, I see that you're in the Telegram. Feel free to come to the Twitter. We're going to be playing trivia in a moment, and we want you here. Oh, you're beautiful. Just because you want to, you're taking it all in, so I appreciate that. All right, we're going to. I did. I took a shower. I did the whole thing. Alrighty, here we go. If you're not aware, we use the website randomtriviagenerator.com. Requests to come up. I have some co-hosts here, so feel free, the co-hosts, to come up as well. And let's see here. Interesting to me. I see Bob Dobbs is here. So I've got a device. I'm gonna leave with one device. I'm gonna come right back with it. And the reason I'll be able to see me. And I am requesting to speak. So as I do this, you're hearing me literally stall as I am doing it in real time. All right, so we're bringing up one of my accounts. Wow, that one is coming in loud and clear. Oh, you have wait to co-host. We'll respond, accept. There we go. Okay, we should be good to go. Now I'm going to switch my mics so that you hopefully can hear me better. And excellent. All right, first question. What? Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let me. It is. Okay, so. Well, thank you. All right. I think this is the best we'll be able to do, but I think it works. What form of writing is literally writings? That's a good guess. It's close. Here's a clue. In Egypt. What did you? Yep, hieroglyphics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you're good. Very good, man. Good job. All right, next question. Who played the role of Andy in the movie Pretty in Pink? So, Captain Howdy, come on up. I'm going to send some invites. Absolutely. So what you... No, you're good. You're good. I need to be prodded. Oh, James Kaminsky? Yes. Oh, cool. It sounds like you, and I was just like, yeah, wait, are they in the Telegram? And he's just going with the microphone into the space now, so everyone just TG and all that kind of thing. Do you know that James is in Denver for ETH Denver? I got already pictures. Oh, that's very good. Dog, let everybody else to speak because we need Vamp to have some competition. Now, Captain Howdy came up, so he's going to be your competition. Or she. Captain Howdy could be a girl. And, all right, well, maybe someday. You never know. I was a guy, and now, according to the state of California, baby, I am a FEMALE. Yes, it is. I've also been non-binary as well. I've had every option that you can have on your license, which is an M for male, an X for non-binary. Okay. Alrighty. We got Vamp. we've invited some other people. If you'd like to come up, feel free. If not, it's going to be a 1v1 sudden death fight to the finish. All right, here we go. What is it? But I would expect fun. The grouping of bananas is called a hand. Maybe because it's like a fingers. There are two. Switzerland's one of them. That's okay. That's okay. Lake Geneva is shared by Switzerland and France. Okay, so I've never done this. I've never done this like a real competition, and I want to. So here's what we're gonna do. We have two people playing. It's Vamp and Captain. No, it is. As I said previously, it's sudden death. No. You absolutely can, but I want to see how you do with first to 10. Who does the best, and if you do well, but that gives a little bit of pressure. And if other people come, then we can certainly expand it. But this way, it is some competition. Yeah. So what color did you say? White is correct. Ding ding ding. 1 for Captain. So let's say this. I could say like there are do that. That's cool. After like 2 rounds of that, I'm gonna change the rules. So just know. But I don't think don't feel like you're gonna be punished if you guess the wrong answer. So with that said, Captain has 1, and that was very good. White. Next question. What is the most okay. Will do I know about the event in Denver tonight? Do I know where it is? He's in the community. He is there right now, and if you message him, you can probably just connect with him. He's at the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 in the booth. Yeah. Yeah, so there's but he said he was heading down there, so he might be there now. Do you need me to look up the address for you? Okay, yeah, so I understand. Let me ask the group that we have here. Does anyone in the Twitter space know what the address is of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 ENU event is at ETH Denver? Does anybody know the address? Oh, here, I see it. Or I see an RSVP link. Okay, here's what it says. Oh, I got the address. You ready? Okay, it's 3126 Larimer Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205. From 6 to 9. It looks like 347 people are going. There are like 533 people on the wait list. So it should be really big. All right. Well, that's why we do this, Wills, as basically a hub for the community. Is there Is there anything else you need? Excellent, absolutely. Of course. Knock yourself out. Hey, if you have Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 in your space going, hop in and just listen to it, and we'll accompany you on your way to the event. And then James is going to be at the event. He's going to be live streaming in the Telegram, so maybe we'll see you there. Said that she was going to hop out for a second, but that's how we do things here. We want to help people, and I know no one is so invested in a game, particularly having an address. Having an address is potentially the biggest difference in the world. So when Vamp returns, we will continue our challenge, and in the meantime, I am going. Oh, perfect, man. And we were able to get Will's perfect. Ooh, good guess, but it's not Shakira. Cher is correct. Very good job. Okay, so it is 1-1. Captain has one for the correct answer. What is the color of caffeine? And I have to give one away. Ingested drug in the world, also caffeine, because of the amount of tea. It was one Sherlyn. Sarkeesian, that is Cher. Congratulations, it's 1-1. Next question. Is the Earth's ozone layer from its surface? Hold on, we're not going to count this one. We're going to tell you what the answer is. Somebody goes in there and says, oh, I don't know, 35 miles or something like that. Or, I don't know, 25 miles. We'll have to do some kind of, exactly. And it's just, this is an interesting one. I'm going to ask it. And let's say if you get the majority of them right, you get it. So feel free to chime in when you can. Here we go. What are the names of the 4 original Berenstain Bears? What are the names of the 4 original Berenstain Bears? I'll help you know. What color are shelled pistachio nuts? What color are shelled? I believe we're talking the shell part. Okay, we're going to accept green, yeah. And I think as they dry, they get more beige. Green is correct. So we've got 2 for Vance. It's very good. And feel free to always ask any kind of clarification question. So very good. Next question. What Tchaikovsky ballet includes Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy? And you got it. It's 2-2. It was 2-2. And see, we don't even and guess the answer before they finish, and you could get it right. And they changed that. And if it works, go for it. So that way, you know, it's first to the finish, basically. So I believe it is now Pistachio. And all right, next up. Which Bohemian city gave us the Pilsner? Fair of me to ask this against Captain. All right, we're gonna call time on this. Is Pilsen far? Okay. There you go. Next question. It's lighter, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Next question. What is the capital of the U.S. state Montana? Cheyenne is in one chance at this one, and the reason why is it's a little bit swayed in your favor. Vamp, do you have a guess? What is the capital of Montana? Helena. Helena. Helena, Montana. Next question. What is Biltong? Biltong. What is biltong? Biltong. I love biltong. It does. Biltong is a dried meat. It's very popular. It's like jerky. It's very popular in my local kosher market. The South African people really like it. It's really popular in South Africa. Who is Penelope Pussycat's would-be seducer? Who is Penelope Pussycat's would-be seducer? Who is Penelope Pussycat's would-be seducer? Okay, I see thumbs down. We don't know this one. Okay, I'm going to help you with it. He's probably the stinkiest cartoon character that there is. Pepe Le Pew is. All right, next question. Which mosquito bites humans, male or female? The answer is female. Good job, Captain. Captain takes the lead, 3-2. Very good. Next question. Prague is the capital of which country? That's correct. 4-2. Takes a blistering lead over Vamp. And I'm doing my best to do ones that aren't too much for either country. All right. What boy band did Justin Timberlake belong to? NSYNC is correct. Captain taking the lead at. That's absolutely. Hey, that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. I was thinking about this the other day. It must be. Well, I don't know particularly that well because I don't do that really quick, difficult translation under pressure. That exactly. All right. Next question. Shoes worn by ballerinas are also called what? That's close, but they have a name. That's close. That's okay, I'll help you. They're known as point shoes. Point shoes. Slippers are close, but we were looking for point shoes. All right, next question. What planet is the hottest in our solar system? It is not Mercury. Bam, do you have a guess? What was your guess? Well, take a guess. It's not going to hurt. Absolutely. What planet is the hottest in our solar system? It is not Mercury. Hottest. It is not Saturn. It is Venus. All right. We are going to change up the rules. Oh, absolutely. We're letting banana cake up. Wow, banana cake. Come on up. We got you. We see you. I have done my best to allow you to come up. It says connecting. We are using the oldest iPhones literally possible. So, banana cake, can you hear us? You should be able to speak. Oh, how are you? We appreciate it. You've joined the greatest. Go ahead. You've joined the greatest group of individuals, not just on Telegram, not just on Twitter, but on all the social media, perhaps in the world. We're very diverse, all kinds of varied interests, and whatever you done and watch, and we want you to know that not all communities are like this. You won't find random people having. Most people do not have this, so what you found is very unique, and we are just absolutely thrilled that you're here. So once again, welcome, Sailor. All right. With that said, display, welcome, Banana. We're gonna invite you to speak. If you'd like to come up, feel free. We got GPM in here. Oh wow, I can't believe we got J-Bolt in here. Of all the people who I never thought we would ever get in here, it would be J-Bolt and Lube Skyballer. If anybody knows, I think it was back in like my 4th grade journal. I used to talk about my dream of one day having Lube Skyballer, and I go all the way back until about 10 seconds ago when I clicked on their name and I said welcome. And we see that we've got a hand. Feel free to go. Oh, that's baller. Well, no, you're good. Banana Cake, can I tell you something about the unique benefit to a gambling addiction? There's one, of course, alcohol. But gambling addiction is the only. And if you, Banana Cake, have joined the right and that I stream all, and to your friend, you should know it. I'm looking at your profile. Firstly, I love your Sproto. It's beautiful. It's a great one. SailorPepe.eth. Let's learn about them. Let's do a deep dive. They're a memologist. They're also an organizer of thoughts. Pork and PNDC when it comes to some of their investments. And they're in with the best group of people that you could ever want. So welcome. We're happy that you're here. All right. Vamp and Captain, we're going to hold off on that. We're going to give some new people some options here. I think you guys name, but we need some new people. We want to see some new talent and see if we can get you some other challengers. So here we go. What is the stage name of Reginald Kenneth Dwight? What is the stage name of Reginald Kenneth Dwight? Reginald Kenneth Dwight is better known as Elton John. Elton John. His real name is Reginald Kenneth Dwight. In 1977, the 1977 movie Saturday Night Fever was based. Ooh, that's a golfer, my man. I always mess those two up. So whoever said major champion, 6-time master Nicholson, so excellent job there. Next question. What NBA star was known the Dream Shake? This one. Travis Kelce. Oh man, maybe in the future. He still has time, maybe. But this was. It is not. It was Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem the Dream. They used to call him Hakeem the. He what? Yeah, exactly. So they won back-to-back championships between the Bulls three-peats. So it went, the Bulls won their 3, Then the Rockets won 2, and then the Bulls won another 3 in the mid-90s. So here we go. Next question. What is the only war fought between Canada and the United States? It is not the French-Indian War. What is the only war fought between Canada and the U.S.? The War of 1812. All right. Next question. Just one moment. I'm adjusting one of my accounts to bring you. Oh, we got OnlyFriends in this. Good. We got OnlyFriends in this. But I can't bring them up. And I don't know why. Let me see if I send OnlyFriends and Rabbi a. I think I can help him. OnlyFriends. Our friend OnlyFriends here is also better known as Manly Queen. And is he up here? Did we get him up here? Did he bounce? We got Bitcoin MLK in here. That's exciting. All right. If you'd like to come up, feel free. If not, I'm going to force everyone to come up. All right. Invite to speak. Invite to speak. Invite to speak. Invite to speak. Hey, we got Old Man with Coin in here. Old Man with Coin is tight. I am. You're just hearing my story. But I think this is a really nice thing. And if I'm talking about something that is not like, and they were like, or it was something, and I could totally be wrong, this wasn't you, but they were like eyeing it, and they're like, oh, I can't wait. And this person was like, oh, no, it's gone. Like, where is it? And you were like, I bought it. And they're like, oh, man, come on, how are you going to do that to me? And you were so nice. You played with them just for a second, but you gifted it to them out of the goodness of your heart. If that, stay quiet, take all of the credit for it because you're going to bask in it for a moment. But I heard that little story, and I just thought it was a really nice thing. So Old Man with Coin, if that's cool. And shout out to you. All right. Next question. Alexander the Great was the leader of which empire? Macedonia is correct. Very good. Very, very good. Next question. What is the SI unit for pressure? What is the SI unit? What is the SI unit for pressure? That's a good guess. It's Pascal. Did somebody say Pascal? That was, who said that? Nexus. Very good. Very, very good. Pascal is correct. Wow, your high school science teacher is that take any numerous object, whether it's, a candle or a gel or whatever, or a can, and they smash it. I love seeing that stuff. And I always would be interested in both. Very good job, and very good job, Nexus, and very good job to Nexus's high school teacher. Great work. All right. Next question. What city is home to the world's oldest casino? It is not Atlantic City. What city is home to the world's oldest casino? It is not New Orleans. It is a world city. That's a clue. Wood City could also be. That's close. You're on the right track. Nope. I'll help you with this one. Venice. Go ahead. All right, Unflattable, you did your, you had your opportunity to show. If you'd like to stay and play, you're more than welcome. If not, drop down. All right, so we're playing trivia. So feel free. No, Unflattable, we'd love to have you a part of the community if you'd like to play. Yeah, dog. These are our friends. Ooh, cool. Okay. I am such about free speech that I will literally allow people to just come in here and just shit on me because I like people so much. All right. And what you... In what U.S. state was the first Six Flags theme park located? It is not Pennsylvania. Texas is correct. Very good. It was Texas. Very good. Next question. The offspring of a male lion and a female tiger is known by what name? Liger is correct. Excellent work, man. Very good. That's right. Next question. What color is a huckleberry? It is not purple. It is not brown, nor is it red. Very good. Next question. What U.S. city was named for a Roman hero? What U.S. city was named for a Roman hero? So, Rome, Italy is not in the U.S. Cincinnati is correct, absolutely. Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, he was a Roman soldier in the 5th century BC. Cincinnati was originally named Losantiville. So, who knew? Next question. Which band recorded the album Fly Like an Eagle in 1975 to 1976? Steve Miller Band is correct. And let me just say this right now. Steve Miller Band kicks ass. Word. Next question. Marty Dow's boyfriend. What is Ken is correct? Who is Ken is correct? Not so much. Did anyone like the Barbie movie? I liked it. I thought it was good. All right. Next. Yeah, I mean. Right. It's like looking in the mirror. for all my Latin scholars out there. All right, next question. You're right, but they said close, but pyramid. Yep, absolutely. Isn't that hilarious? That's the one in Memphis, right? 2018, and they closed down the facility and it reopened as a Bass Pro Shops, a professional NBA giant, which the Oscar-winning film The Godfather was based. Mario Puzo's The Grasshopper Cocktail. No one's going to know this, so I'll help you. It's two J's. T-U. What blood vessels carry blood towards the heart?
Capillaries.
Not capillaries.
Arteries.
It is not arteries. Not aorta. What blood vessels carry blood? What blood vessels? Veins is correct. What blood vessels carry blood towards the heart? The correct answer is veins. What do Las Vegas blackjack dealers stand on? Wow, you're good. Excellent. Good job. Hell yeah. Damn. Next question. I wish it is not Dr. Seuss. Roald Dahl is correct. And I know the next question is, what is the surgical device? So you're going to get an extra benefit that I'm looking this up because I am as inquisitive as all of you. We're looking for surgical device of Roald Dahl. Says that it's called the Wade Dahl Till Street Hospital in London. Dahl helped develop a neuro. The an MAE space JEMISON. Wade Jemison. There you go. Good for you, mate. Absolutely. In the Elton John hit Daniel, I most certainly can. In the Elton John hit Daniel, what country is Daniel tried playing? In the Elton John, it's not in the Elton John hit Daniel, what country is Daniel traveling to by plane? I believe the lyrics go something like that, like this. Daniel is traveling tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights headed to Spain. The answer is Spain. So, in the Elton John hit Daniel, what country is Daniel traveling to by plane? The answer is Spain. Next question. What is the highest possible FICO score? Very good. Next question. What was John Lennon's real middle name? What was John Lennon's real middle name? British Prime Minister.
I know this because my friend's mom loved the Beatles so much, she named her dog Winston.
Winston. Yeah, very good. Wow, good job. Shout out to your friend's mom. Nice. All right. Next question. What was an older show? The answer is Trapper John. Did I steal it from you? Oh, okay, good. I was good. So MASH is a wonderful show if you've ever seen it. It has like 2.5 hours, goodbye, farewell, amen, of a sitcom in television history. It's a really great show if you ever have a chance to see it. Next question. What sport was invented by Dr. James Naismith in 1891? Basketball is correct. Very good. That's right. Next question. Skiing is correct. All right. Next question. I know, I knew you were going to jump on it. Hilarious. All right. Next question. What brand of seasoning was named after a famous prime rib restaurant? Lawry's is correct. Good job. The Lawry's is correct. Wow. Next question. What is? It is not the Sunshine State. The Golden State is correct. Very good. Next. Generally, yeah. Next question. Who recorded the hit single Susudio in 1985? Phil Collins is correct. Very good. Next question. What sign of the zodiac is represented by an archer? And Sam. Sagittarius. That's correct. Next question. By what common name do we refer to hook and loop fasteners as? Neither of those. No, I'm going to help you with this one. It's Velcro. Now, well, Vamp, let me tell you. Excellent. All right. Well, the answer was Velcro. By what common name do we refer to hook and loop fasteners as? Now, this is an interesting thing to me. I'm very into, if anybody knows me, I'm very into ufology, aliens, things that have been ruined. Vision goggles and the transistor for the computer, and also allegedly Velcro. Now, it doesn't seem like Velcro is all that complicated and that we could have figured it out here on Earth, but I have read that Velcro apparently, allegedly, may be reverse engineered alien technology. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. I just think we'll try. King Louis, incorrect. I hope you're thinking King Louis from the Jungle Book. No, okay, so the answer. Oh, yeah, there you go. The answer is George III. He was known as the Mad Monarch. Next question. Who provided, you know his last name? That's correct. Mel Blanc. Very good. Next question. What state university system was founded before the state itself? Virginia is not correct. Boston is not a state. Not Massachusetts. Not Pennsylvania. I'll help you with this one. It was the state of Minnesota. Minnesota's state university system was founded before the state itself. Who knew? Next question. What was the top-selling vehicle in the United States in 2017? It was not a Honda Civic. Yeah, it's the F-Series, the Ford F-Series. There you go. Next question. Oh, you're right. Honda Civic is the next question. Do what to one? This is a hard question. In Alaska, it's legal to shoot bears, but illegal to do. You're very interesting. There you go. The United States boycotted the 1980 Olympics. It was not the bombing of Ukraine, not Munich. Not Turkey. I'll help you with this one. Certainly. And you said it so kindly, of course. How could I not? The U.S. boycotted the 1980 Olympics. I'll help you. It's the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. There you go. All right. Next question. What process does milk undergo to become yogurt? It's pretty close. What's it scientifically? I think that's when it's... Yeah, it's when it's heated. This is one of those kinds of words, though. It's fermentation. So, second language. That's correct. English is the world's most common second language. All right, next question. What company introduced the first radio with push-button tuning in 1927?
Which country?
What company introduced the first radio with push-button tuning in 1927? Not Edison. Not General Electric. Here's a clue. The name of this company is usually like the top of something. A synonym would be like, what was it? Zenith. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. So Zenith was the company that introduced the first radio by the giant ape in Donkey Kong. Now, to be a person. So we're looking it up right now. Donkey Kong. Wow, she is a hot little thing. The name Donk City. Damn, this girl's like the Donkey Kong. All right, why did Donkey Kong and the top floor of the building? All right, so 59.67 Fahrenheit, also known as what? Base? Is that what you said? I mean, it's close. The basement, basically, it's absolute zero. So zero Kelvin is negative 459.67 Fahrenheit. All right, next question. What is the name of Whitney Houston's 1985 debut album? Was known as... You're right. Very good job. Next question. Who created the cartoon TV show Futurama? Good. Next question. On what do the barcode letters UPC stand for? That's UPS. UPC. Someone was saying it. Universal Product Code. There you go. Gets its name from the Spanish word for shark. What Hyundai model gets its name from the Spanish word for shark? Not Sonata. T is correct. Tiburon is correct, sir. You're good, though. That's good. Tiburon. Who was killed in 1804? Andrew Jackson is incorrect. Alexander Hamilton is correct. Very good. Alrighty, friends. We're gonna have one more question, and then I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. This question. Here we go. In what country was it? Sweden is correct. Very good. Excellent. Very good. All right, so feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go grab some water. Feel free to take a break on your own. And if you'd like, we can listen to a little podcast if you want, unless you want to speak on your own. Absolutely. We're live 24/7. Feel free to come back whenever you'd like. And we're also live in the Telegram. You know that, right? Excellent. You take care, my man. Take care. All right, friends. Here's a little break for 10 minutes or so. Cat Williams.
Place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See it?
Yeah.
It looks like it was washed out because it was.
Right. That's salt. But that's
Yes,
what
there's
makes
salt there. That's the other thing.
between this and the Garden of Eden locations, like these are two of the great landmarks in human history.
Where's the Garden of Eden?
Well, when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific. Like, it says things in talking about the Garden of Eden that, wait a minute, if I can't find what you're talking about, this isn't even real. You see what I'm saying? Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's, I think, 4 rivers that come from it. And then it names 2 of them. Like, I don't want to be specific because no flood happened. There's so many things that have lined up from these great religious books, where we can see that something happened here. Like,
something happened, and these are stories of people telling stories that have been told to them for about 1,000 years.
But this is why, right?
Yeah.
And this is why they were told, and that's what that's the difference between those of us that want to know the world's mysteries and conspiracy theorists. Like, there's nothing to a conspiracy theorist because you're not producing what you're using. But these world mysteries, like, that's harder to do. A lie is not something that people are going to repeat for generations on generation. It's being repeated like that because people have reason to believe it to be true. And as you go through history, you see that those are the stories that we still talk about, but they're still valid. Like there were writings that the African Dogon tribe is they're
like the Sirius star system.
Like, they're saying very specific things, and for hundreds of years we're going, you guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, somebody will have a fake star story.
Right.
You see?
Right.
And now we get to the point where we can actually see what they were talking about.
It's the story of the place where they created us.
I'm sure we're the only people in the universe that think like that.
You think so? Why do you think that?
No portion of humankind's story differs from that.
It's all creation story.
Like, if you go, that's why NASA and Space Force are up there and you're looking down. This shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet can be made, every way that a black hole can be a galaxy, a universe, and then showed you the best of the best.
mean, in our solar system, we're the best neighborhood that's ever existed. They all suck. Every other planet sucks.
We're rudimentary enough that we still require environmental help.
Right, until you get that chip. Once you get that chip,
it would be like saying people that didn't learn how to ride horses, they were slow. Like they couldn't run fast enough, so they got horses.
Right.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Better's better.
That's really what it's going to be. Better's better. Right. We're all going to integrate.
Like we would have told you 30 years ago that we wouldn't need a Space Force unless we went up there and found something.
I think the Space Force, the idea is that they're worried about
it's not an idea.
Someone else being in space.
Who is they?
Whoever.
No,
China.
There's only humankind and alien.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
The problem is, this is what we really need. We really need this neural link to lock us all together so everybody can read everybody's mind. That's what's going to happen, and then there's going to be no more leaders. There's going to be no more governments.
You're being very controversial right now. Okay, so look, that exists already. So just understand that the worldwide government is way smarter than we give them credit for, because they have us believing they don't do nothing. But the truth is, like there's no such thing as the government is in bed with the internet. No, the internet is a government installation so that they could have the information willingly because you're on it.
That's what it became.
Exactly.
But I think
that's what it was
the progression. You think so?
Yes.
I think the progression of technology oftentimes leads itself to, like, even cell phones. At first it was Michael Douglas walking on the beach in Wall Street, looking amazing with that brick, carrying that big brick. Like, look at that guy. He's got a phone with no cord. He's out on the beach. This is insane. To everybody having a phone.
But not to everybody. In the ham radio community and people with the CBs, they didn't feel like that was cutting edge because it really wasn't. Like
it's still cutting edge. People walk around with a device. It's a leap in technology.
Here's the thing: when you look at all of our inventions, that's when you.
Very interesting topics that they're addressing there. We have some interesting topics of our own. If you don't know what we're doing, we're currently in the middle of some trivia. We got some heavy hit you wish. Trash Panda also likes to kick ass and take names. I can just tell that. Welcome, Trash Panda. We're happy you're here. We want everybody in your family to be amazed on .eth. This is known as money bags. Money bags. They're into Bitcoin. Fuck Bezos.eth. But also only Mondo megabits and Bitcoin be in here. You do at DOBB6474024 Bob. Dad and I have been through it all. We've seen good times and bad times. We got Carl in here. I want everybody to know, Carl and I go way back to the point about 5 seconds ago when I pressed on Carl's name. Carl's username is ShadowGTP, and they're sarcastic, sardonic, and a little bit moronic. Vamp is over here slipping bloody pixels while watching Gore I Like Rep. He's now like 30 years old. He's really old. I don't know, possibly. I have to check that one out. I have to check that one out. I love people who are passionate. Very cute. All right, we got Nexus Blade. Actually, Nexus_Blade Runner. Actually, more technically, at NXS_Blade Runner. They are a Fibonacci trader using applied geomathematics. They've got in here spicy Nordic crypto. Hell yeah, open that coin. And then, of course, what is the capital of Belize? capital of Belize is Belmopan. Belmopan. I know you all was on the tip of your tongues. I could sense it, and I wanted you all to know. That's why I give you a little bit of extra time to contemplate it, because I know it's so obvious. Oh, of course, Belmopan. Everyone knows that the capital of Belize is Belmopan. Duh. All right, next question. As of sex, male is correct. X and Y chromosomes combine to make males. That's correct. Very good. Next question. What is a male cat if a female is a queen? I would think so. A tomcat. Begins with the words, Marley was dead. What novel begins with the words, Marley was dead? It's a Dickens. I know, how funny would that be? It's a Dickens novel. Yeah, that one. It's close. What's the name of it? Yep, exactly. Good job. Good job. Bravo. What is the national bird of the Bahamas? What bird is the national bird of the Bahamas? Clue. The American flamingo is correct. Very good. Next question. What country were the 1948 Summer Olympic Games held in?
The United States.
Not the United States. United something. Not United. You got it. Very good. There you go. Next question. What does shogun literally translate to in English? Not warrior, but it's along the same lines. Not soldier. I'll help you here. Military commander.
We gotta get a little more specific.
Right. I mean, we got. Next.
If I say that, I look away, my Bitcoin wallet is empty, all of a sudden.
You've been drained. Absolutely drained. All right, next question. Who was the 5th president of the United States? Who was the 5th president of the United States? I'll help you. It was James Monroe. It's like, oh, of course, they knew that. All right, next question. What is the most common street name in the United States? According to a Washington Post study.
Second Street?
Not 2nd Street. Very good guess, though. Not Martin Luther King Boulevard. According to a Washington Post study, what is the most common street name in the United States?
Lincoln Street.
Not Lincoln Street. It's 4 letters. It's 4 letters.
4 letters.
Starts with a P. P as in Paul. I'll help you. It is Park. According to a Washington Post study, Park Street is the most common street name in the United States. Mm-hmm. All right, next question is dun, 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 dun. What?
It's a pyramid.
It is. That's right. Correct. So you got it, Vamp. Vamp, do you know, or anyone else, who is the architect of that pyramid?
Oh, I remember that back then, but I don't know anymore.
So I believe it's IMP. It's between Scotland and Denmark. What body of water?
The Black Sea.
Not the Black Sea, the North Sea.
The North.
No, the North Sea. All right, next question. Dun, 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 dun. The angel shark is commonly referred. I'll help you with this one. I think it's difficult. Monkfish. The angel shark is commonly referred to by what other name? The monkfish. Who knew? Who knew? All right. Where would you find Olympus Mons? Where would you find Olympus Mons? Where would you find Olympus Mons? Where would you find?
I know it's not. It's like on like Pluto or Mars or some shit.
You said it.
Jupiter or Mars.
Mars is correct. That's absolutely right. Very good. All right. Next question. Roman Polanski directed which 1974 film starring Jack Nicholson? What did you say? Not One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I'll help you with this one. Chinatown. Chinatown is the answer. All right. Next question. In what U.S. city was singer Diana Ross born? In what city was singer Diana Ross born? She was not born in Los Angeles. She was born in the Motor City. Does anyone know where the Motor City is? With that, hell yeah. With the Red Wings, Pistons, thank you so much. You got the Pistons, the bad boys of the late 80s. Hell yeah. All right. Next question. What kind of cans did Andy Warhol famously paint? That's correct. Campbell's Soup Cans is a work of art consisting of 32 canvases, each painted with a Campbell's soup can. Very good. Excellent. Next question. What is the technical term for armpit? The what? It begins with the letter A. I'll help you with this one. It's the axilla. A-X-I-L-L-A. Who knew? That is the medical term for it. All right, next question. Where's Africa's westernmost point? Where is You got it. You got it. Cape Verde. Good job. Nexus, you are really good. Wow, good job. No, that's exactly right. Okay. Now, this is for my fans of Harry Potter, specifically within Harry Potter Abomasonic 10 Inu, right before Dumbledore. Right before. I will help you with this one. Armando Dippet was the headmaster right before Dumbledore. There you go. Next question. The launch of the first liquid-fueled rocket in the world is attributed. You're overthinking it. Overthinking it. That's correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely. All right, next question. What's the triangular Asian pastry containing spiced meat? This is normally like an Indian food. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. What's the triangular Asian pastry containing? Which animal? Which animal was part of the glory? I don't think many women would want to walk around with a cow on their butt. But if they did, that'd be pretty cool. Not a bull, not a cow. It's a bird. The swan. The swan was part of Gloria's famous son. Anderson Cooper. One moment, I'm going to sneeze. Pardon me. All right. What show debuted on September 7th, 1979 with... You got it. SportsCenter is correct. Very good. Just one moment. I'm adjusting something on my computer. Pardon me?
Yeah, now you're back.
I'm back. Yep, absolutely. I just said I had to adjust something on my computer. Apologies. One moment. We're still doing this adjustment. Just biding time to do this adjustment. All right. Next question is, what major European city has 0 stop signs? I did not know this. This is bad. Okay. That's right. Yeah, with Chevy Chase. And next question is, what is another name for a flower's colorful corolla? What is another name for a flower's colorful corolla? I can help you with this one. A flower's colorful corolla or petals. There you go.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
I agree, but that's why it's fun. All right. Next question that we have is, what is the purpose of seeding a cloud? What is the purpose? That'd be a good one too. I still don't know if we have vending machines that dispense beer. No. What is Queen Elizabeth II's name?
Mary Windsor?
Okay, we got some of it. Elizabeth.
I think that's not I think Elizabeth, and there's something else.
Yeah, Alexandra, Mary Windsor. Very good. So Elizabeth II's full name at birth was Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor. All right, next question. Checkpoint Charlie was the gate that divided the east and west portions of what city? Checkpoint Charlie was the gate that divided the east and west portions of what city? Was the gate that divided the east and west portions of Berlin. Next question. I knew that.
No, it's like that already started with the B and you say Berlin.
Washington.
Sorry, Maryland.
It is not Maryland. Even though not New.
They're so close to like the same thing.
They are. All right, next question. What metal is the Statue of Liberty's visible surface constructed from within the last 30 minutes? Yeah. Vamp, do you remember? That's okay, that's how it happens. Donald Trump were born in what year? I didn't recall that. So what did Charlie Brown's father do for a living? All right, I'll help you with this one. He was a barber. Charlie Brown's father was a barber. Beatles was the eldest. It was not Paul McCartney. All right, next question. You got it. Which character TV during the 90s?
Oh my god, yeah, just watch it. What the fuck was that?
I can help you with it. It's Daria. Daria had her own show. Next question. What we mentioned this city in the last 30 minutes.
Did I say it? Because it all sounds French. So it must be. It didn't sound French to me, so it all doesn't sound French. What does it sound like?
De Gaulle?
Yeah, but if you're not thinking French, it's because when I speak it sounds completely different. I suppose it's only because you said we said it in the last 30 minutes, and I was the only city I named in the last 30 minutes.
All right. It is not iron. That's a good. Oh, do you like a British person? Aluminium, and then.
Yeah, but it's aluminum. Yeah.
Right, and then Americans say aluminum. All right. Very good. Next. Ape's name comes from man of the forest. Meaning. You've got orangutan, yeah, or that's how we say it. Yes, absolutely. Very. Hey, I mean, I knew what you were saying, so very good job. Close, where it's in your wrist. All right. Next question. That's right, exactly. All right, next, that's correct. Very good.
That question didn't make any sense to me. Sorry, they're for Halloween.
Yeah, that's a real cool place to go for Halloween. It's like has all this haunted history.
Yeah.
So.
We also have October there, which is Shaquille O'Neal Festival. It's pretty hilarious. You think it's not real, but it is. They have billboards and everything.
Well, for Vamp's sake, the ocean liner, the Queen Mary, was retired, and it was an ocean liner that went around the world, and they eventually put it the answer to that question. Ooh, this one's hard. Notch, peak, and shank are different types of what? Notch, peak, and shank are different types of what? Incorrect. 6 is correct. The answer is the Elder Scrolls. All right, dermis and epidermis. Next question. What year did Valve release the Steam platform?
2003.
Wow, you just knew that and just banged off a grand slam. 2003 is correct. Very good. Began offering tourist info at 1-800-33-GUMBO. GUMBO. Louisiana is correct. And if I were not using my other phone right now, we would call that number. Vamp, should we call the number? Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Okay, here we go. Just one moment. Let me adjust. We're about to call the... Hey, Vamp, that's why I called on you. All right. Here we go. It's on speaker.
This call may be recorded for quality assurance. We have a special promotion today for select callers.
That is correct. It was not his idea. It was shadows on the cave wall that everyone is looking at. And the people are looking. Zen Buddhism, that's correct. What did you say? Right. United States' Mardi Gras was started in which U.S. city and state? It is an ace is the highest, and what's the lowest? It's a 2. An ace is the highest, a 2 is the lowest. All right, next question. Caribbean country did steel drums originate? Trinidad and I'm the creeper. I'll help you with this one. Swahili. Swahili replaced English as an official language. It was actually Swahili. Swahili. Please do, please. I've heard that as well. That's correct. Hey.
When you know that these space encounters were real, because we have advancement in a couple of industries in the world, and everything else is nothing. It looks the same as the same microwave now. Why? Because it was done as a military thing. It was supposed to be a weapon, and then they found out, it heats up food, and they put a door on it. And so it hasn't changed at all because...
Would you subscribe to the idea that we get back engineered?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's why those leaps,
there's so much speculation about the creation of a bunch of different things that came out of Roswell. Fiber optics.
Right, but remember, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this is one would have to be doing something.
But they were definitely doing something.
Nobody's telling a differing story as to what it is.
Right.
Like, people have great imaginations all through history. They could make up something. The only damning information is if you read 3,000 accounts.
Right.
Like, there's no outliers. Like,
there's like 3 different things they describe. Yeah, they said that the documented 8 to 12.
We're not English-speaking people. We're talking about worldwide, right? Like, that's what is striking.
Indigenous people in Australia drew them. Yeah.
That's right. Nobody's saying anything outlandish. And that's what you get to when you go religiously opponent.
Yeah.
Whatever religion you're a part of, at some point it says
you were contacted.
That happened and that happened.
Yep. Every single one of them.
Everyone, nobody's telling a different story. Everybody's telling the same stories.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you know that vagina and gold are universal things, because in everybody's story, none of these otherworldly entities had any interest in anything other than women
and gold.
Right, pussy or gold. Like, because, and you understand that now when you start learning about what's in space, because you can see that, they found one meteor that was worth all the money
on Earth.
Yeah, 770 billion. No, trillion. It was another number. It's some crazy number. Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they know that there's every person would earn several $billion.
The perception of things.
You could turn into a fine. Yeah, that's where it all originated.
Right. Like,
they don't even know what they knew.
None of those people are saying, "Hey, they're saying,
right, somebody gave it to us.
Somebody who came from this place here came and told us that this is how this followed back. It's all about the information, and at the top of it, nobody's trying to claim it. Like, nobody's saying,
right, I bet to this.
Yeah,
that is wild. If imagine this, that's why we're getting most of our shit, back engineered stuff they leave for us. We have to figure it out, sort through it. The people that have alien technology, the people that do have an alien craft that they work on, what a weird reality you must live in. It's kind of guessing. And you got this thing in front of you, like, oh, this is real, we have one.
That's how everybody in Space Force will have to feel, right?
Right, they must. How many of them do you think see shit?
I'm saying, how do you think Elon Musk really feels? Like,
I don't think he's going to tell you.
No, I'm saying, in his head, can he be a superhero, or is he one of them?
Ooh.
He's one of them. Like,
if you're the richest dude in the world and you're also a super genius, how the fuck do you stop yourself from thinking you're a superhero? That's the big question.
No, it's not like that. No, it doesn't have superhero side effects to it.
I mean, you probably think,
like, the more you know, the more you know how little you know.
That's true too.
There's not and nobody has ownership of information. That's why reading books moves civilization, because 12, I never celebrated any birthdays. I never went to a birthday party. I never had a Thanksgiving, a Christmas. I never trick-or-treated. I wasn't allowed to watch movies, and I wasn't allowed to watch TV. All I could do was read. If I told you that, then you will understand that for 8 hours a day, I got 8 hours, and I can read, and I love to read. And so I'm reading books that are 250 to 100 pages, and it takes me about an hour to read one. So
it takes you an hour to read.
I'm reading 8 a day. Yeah, like, all I'm doing is reading, because that that's what. So I'm checking out 20 books. The limit at the library is 20 books at one time. So I'm going Monday, Wednesday, and Friday just because it's just my thing. Like,
so you're getting 60 books a week?
Minimum. Because
really?
Yeah, because I'm reading more than that because I still have religious books that I have to read. So understand this is pre-internet first.
Right.
So understand that in reading one thing that I'm reading,
right.
This one thing that I'm reading is also requiring me to have this appendix book that is the source book that it's telling me it's getting these things from. And so I've got 4 books open at a time just for this. But yeah, so first, I guess between 8 and 12, I can read classics and nonfiction. So I'm saying no novels or anything like that. I'm just reading like Time Life has like 1,800 of these individual books on all subjects of the world. And
so you just spend most of your time reading?
Not most, all of it.
All of your time reading. And then when did
that was my thing, because like I was able to be in each of these stories. You follow what I'm saying? And I was getting so much information. Like half of those, I probably had to write a 1-page report on after, you know. But yeah, that was my whole thing. I read something called Little Women that I probably read it 4 times. I didn't understand it, and I knew it was a classic, but
I never read it. What's